On what basis should I believe you? Xiongzhan showed a pained expression as he said. Yi Yuan took a look at Xiongzhan and said smilingly, "Every second more you delay here, your clansmen will have a bit more danger."
I'm indifferent.
But can you afford to dawdle? Xiongzhan's expression changed, and his face revealed a struggling look. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll cooperate with you." Yi Yuan nodded and began to feel Xiongzhan's pulse. "My essence energy is going to wander inside your meridians. Do not resist," Yi Yuan said. Xiongzhan nodded his head. The expression on his face was somewhat ugly. On the one hand, it was because of the fire poison's anguish. On the other hand, it was because him doing this was equivalent to handing his life over to
Yi Yuan.
To a Tier 6 experts, they believed in their own strength more. It was only under such a circumstance, whether he had no other alternatives, that he would hand his life over to another person. However, when Yi Yuan's essence energy entered Xiongzhan's meridians, Xiongzhan's expression changed. Yi Yuan's essence energy was like a clear flow, slowly flowing within his meridians. Not only was there not the slightest sense of discordance, it even made him have a very comfortable feeling. The shamans in the clan had taken his pulse before too, but had never given him this sort of sensation before. This could only mean one thing. Yi Yuan's medical skills were much stronger than those shamans in the clan. Xiongzhan involuntarily opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up curiously. It was only to see that on a young and handsome face, unswerving determination, and experiences of the many vicissitudes of life were revealed. "Focus. Don't get distracted," Yi Yuan said with his eyes shut. Xiongzhan was startled inwardly and hurriedly reined in his mind. And at this time, his confidence in Yi Yuan increased several times inexplicably. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his expression revealing solemnness. Initially, Xiongzhan was still worried that Yi Yuan was so young, and that his treatment would be unreliable. But now he was already utterly convinced. By Yi Yuan, don't look at how he was young. He had genuine ability, just this pulse reading skill which shaman in the clan could compare. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xiongzhan could not help being on tenterhooks. He asked probingly, "Little brother, could it be that it's no good?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not that it won't work, it's just much more troublesome than I imagined. I might need to expend some time." Through a round of diagnosis just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the fire poison had already gradually mixed together with Xiongzhan's demonic essence. When fire poison reached this step, it was exceedingly hard to remove. A single mishap and it would damage Xiongzhan's meridians. Not that Yi Yuan was concerned his ability was lacking, but he was worried that the time stalled over on Xiongtai's side would not be sufficient. When Xiongzhan heard, his face could not help revealing wild elation as he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly begin." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, but how long Xiongtai can stall for over there will be up to him. Over here I can only do my best. Starting now you have to give your whole attention and open up all of your meridians. During the process of me removing the poison, you mustn't use the slightest bit of essence energy. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Xiongzhan was like an obedient little child currently. He nodded and said, "Okay, I definitely won't use. Definitely won't use." Yi Yuan held out his palm. Fiery appeared in his hand. Fiery, when you enter his meridians in a while, you have to coordinate well. With me, you must be doubly prudent to make sure not to hurt his meridians. Yi Yuan used his consciousness to communicate with Fiery. The matter of Fiery unlocking intellect, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to let Xiongzhan know. One had to know that the valuableness of an essence fire that unlocked intellect was not beneath an ordinary divine art. If Xiongzhan knew, who knows if he would have wicked designs or not. Finished instructing Fiery, Yi Yuan tapped onto Xiongzhan's palm with his fingertip. Outside the borders of the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan's domain, swords were drawn, and bows were pulled. Xiong Tai obeyed Yi Yuan's suggestion and did not bring the remaining first elder in the clan over here. When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai, his face showed slight surprise. Xiong Tai was not too stupid either. Right away he said with a threatening aura, "Clan head Zifeng, you come bearing down so menacingly. Could it be that you want to start a war across the board with our Bear Clan?" When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai's composed manner, he could not help doubting in his mind. Could it be that the intel obtained was not accurate? Xiong Zhan was not poisoned at all? But he naturally would not let it show on his face. He said with a big laugh, "Ha ha, what is honorable nephew saying here? I was just incredibly bored recently and came to find old man Xiong to chit-chat. I just happened to bring some youngsters over too. Our two clans are neighbors. We should also be on more intimate terms. Isn't that so? Where's old man Xiong? Such a haughty manner. Old man, I already came over personally. Doesn't you know how to come out and welcome me?" The group of bears inclusive of Xiong Hui all revealed indignation on their faces. This old man, Zifeng, was truly shameless, clearly harboring ill intent and was wary of Xiong Zhan too. Yet he just had to feign the appearance of an old friend. Usually, Xiong Tai would have long swung a hammer over. Why would he talk so much crap with him? The members of the Bear Clan were proficient in battle, but they were not good with words. How could they understand this kind of beating around the bush thing? But before coming, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Xiong Tai to pretend as if Xiong Zhang was fine. Xiong Tai's unenlightened brain finally started to set in motion too. Speaking of which, Xiong Tai was not dumb either. He was much better than Xiong Hui, that straightforward person. Xiong Tai had a look of sudden realization and said, "Oh, turns out that clan head Zifeng is here to reminiscence the old days. Our family's clan head is currently in close seclusion. Calculating it, he should exit seclusion these 2 days. The clan head Zifeng can wait. Why not come into the clan and wait a bit for 1 or 2 days?" Hearing Xiong Tai said so, Zifeng became even more doubtful. Could it be that the intel was really wrong? Xiong Zhan, that old man, was really only in close seclusion. Zifeng's eyeballs swirled around, but his gaze landed on the Xiong Hui behind Xiong Tai. Xiong Hui was not as composed as Xiong Tai. That nervous expression was practically written all over his face. Once Zifeng saw it, he immediately understood in his heart and thought to himself, "Xiong Tai, this little bastard, he actually learned to play scheming and intrigues with your father too. But sadly, it's useless for you alone to be smart. The others are still a bunch of dumb bears." When Xiong Tai initially saw Zifeng's expression, he thought that his own performance already hoodwinked the other party's eyes. But who knew that Zifeng suddenly laughed faintly and said, "Since honorable nephew invited so cordially, then this old man will accept deferentially then. To decline courteously. Go, I'll follow you all into the clan together. Drink a glass or two with honorable nephew, you first." Xiong Tai's expression changed but stood there without moving. Zifeng laughed coldly in his heart, but his mouth said, "What is it? Could it be that honorable nephew has anything awkward to disclose? Or this old man isn't welcomed? Are you jesting? Why would I have anything awkward to disclose?" Xiong Tai was just half-baked too. How could he be Zifeng, this sly old fox's match? Previously, it was just acting in accordance with Yi Yuan's instructions and thinking of some strategies to respond. But at this time, being shaken by Zifeng, Xiong Tai immediately gave himself away. Humph! Looks like Xiong Zhan, that old fellow, really succumbed this time. Haha! Truly, the heaven is helping me, little bastard, to dare play mind games with this old man. You're too inexperienced. I'll slaughter you right here, then go and give my best wishes to old man Xiong. Ha ha ha! Zifeng roared with laughter. Stinking flood dragon, you're very cocky, huh? You just try touching a single hair of tires. 0 Flood Dragon versus Dragon. Flood dragons are snake-like, live long-term. In water, suck blood, delicious. Dragons are auspicious, considered bad luck. If killed, proud, divine. In a Western context, it will be similar to wyvern versus dragon. Just earlier, the Bear Clan side were all prepared to die already. When Zifeng suddenly flew off the handle, they knew that it could not be dragged any longer. But this voice, clearly very boorish, yet was akin to a heavenly melody. However, when Zifeng heard this voice, his expression changed, focusing his eyes and looking over only to see two silhouettes appearing in front of everyone. Heh, you stinking purple flood dragon. Pretty adept at looting a burning house. Xiongzhan came in front of Zifeng, his aura seemingly threatening. How did he still have the slightest hint being in a sickly state currently? His entire person's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. Apart from being a little thinner than before, his state was indescribably good. Seeing this scene, Xiongtai could not help looking at Yi Yuan beside Xiongzhan in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. This fellow actually really did it. Furthermore, it was so fast. If it was 15 minutes later, this group of people would all have to lose their lives at Zifeng's hands. This old man Zifeng was not some goody two-shoes, confirming that something happened to Xiongzhan. He would not show the slightest bit of mercy. Zifeng's face turned black as he said solemnly, "Old man Xiong, you're actually really fine? This is impossible. Could it be that you guys have been deliberately laying down a labyrinth in order to draw me out? When did you all have this head for it?" Xiongzhan did not just have high martial prowess. His brain was very nimble, too. Different from the other big dumb bear's straightforwardness, Xiongzhan's brain worked very well still. These few years, if not for Xiongzhan devising strategies in the command tent, the Bear Clan would have long been played to death by Zifeng. This point Yi Yuan had long seen through some inkling through his conversation with Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan suddenly guffawed with laughter. He was incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart too. Seeing Xiongzhan laugh non-stop, Zifeng said with a black face, "Old man, Xiong, what the hell are you laughing at?" Xiongzhan said with a big laugh, "Stinking purple flood dragon, if you knew the truth of the matter, you'd definitely wish to give yourself a few slaps. Just when you arrived, I was still tangled up with a deadly poison. My entire person was almost ruined. If not for your suspicious frame of mind being too strong, I'd really be powerless against you if you attacked over earlier. Ha ha ha." Xiongzhan chortled very happily right now, but when Yi Yuan was helping him remove the poison, he could not laugh at all. He originally thought that the trouble Yi Yuan said would require at least half a day to even a day's time. Who knew that it only needed a short 2 hours plus? Yi Yuan's Tier 5 cleansing sandal sacred flame using to cleanse the fire poison, the effect was unexpectedly good. The process of eradicating the poison was like floating clouds and flowing water. The areas that the cleansing sandal sacred flame passed by, the fire poison got instantaneously cleansed. Back then, Xiongzhan was thinking that if there was no trouble, how fast would the speed of this brat removing the fire poison have to be? Fortunately, Yi Yuan's speed was really very fast. He rushed over here in time, too. If it were any later, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. With this, Zifeng's face immediately became like a chameleon, all sorts of colors repeatedly changing. He finally understood why Xiongtai kept on dawdling with him earlier. Turns out that he was stalling for time. What was more hateful was that because he was filled with suspicions, he really fell for it and missed the optimum timing. Coincidence or not, right at this crucial time, Xiongzhan actually recovered. This timing was really grasped too brilliantly. Even if he came a bit later, it would also not be as depressing as right now. Yet, it was only missing just this one step. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. This situation right now, the difference was huge. Seeing Zifeng's expression, Xiongzhan laughed even more delightedly. Both sides had fought for so many years, and they had always been suppressed by the purple flood dragons. Today, seeing Zifeng deflated, there was no need to mention how liberating Xiongzhan felt in his heart. Zifeng's gaze suddenly drifted onto Yi Yuan, and he asked with a solemn face, "Don't tell me that it was this boy who treated the poison in your body? So what if yes? With me, Xiongzhan, around, can you still harm a hair of his?" Xiongzhan said arrogantly. Zifeng looked at Yi Yuan hatefully and said, "Boy, you're very gutsy. To actually dare make an enemy out of our purple flood dragon clan." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just an alchemist. I saw that there was a patient and just treated him. If it offended Lord Zifeng because of this, then come and beat me." When he was saying the first half of the sentence, everyone, including Xiongzhan, all thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and conceited. All the way until the final sentence came out, each and every one of the bear clan all could not resist laughing loudly. Why did these words sound so liberating? While Zifeng's face was already black like the bottom of a pot already, he looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Fine lad, you're courting death." Boom! The aura belonging to a Tier 6 expert suddenly erupted. Zifeng was going to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. "Old man Zifeng, your opponent is me. What capability does it count as to bully juniors? How could Xiongzhan possibly let Zifeng prevail?" He directly made a move and stopped him. The two people instantly tangled up in battle together. Two great Tier 6 experts fighting. That might was truly earth-shaking. The others hurriedly backed away to avoid being affected. While Zifeng was tangled up with Xiongzhan, he roared, "Zilin, what are you still in a daze for? Kill that boy for me." Zilin was precisely the Purple Flood Dragon clan's young lord. With this roar, how could the Bear clan and Purple Flood Dragon clan still sit still? The two clans officially started the great battle. The Purple Flood Dragon clan also brought another Tier 6 First Elder over here. This time, while the Bear clan's Tier 6 First Elder also showed up at this time, tangling together with him. When Zilin got Zifeng's order, he dashed straight for Yi Yuan. Yet, Xiongtai had long viewed Yi Yuan as his benefactor. How could he possibly give him the opportunity to approach Yi Yuan? He directly attacked. To stop him. For a moment, the two clans' battle cries rend the air. Such a scale of fighting was not often seen in the outside world. A great battle with so many Tier 5 experts and Tier 6 experts, even when adding the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, two worlds together, there was also not such a scale. Yi Yuan became the idlest one in the battlefield instead and actually became weary with boredom. Occasionally, there were blind ones who came to find trouble with him and were all casually disposed of by him. Apart from a few Tier 6 experts, there were really not many who could threaten him here. Even if that Zilin really found him, he would not attach importance to him either. Yi Yuan's attention right now was placed on that great battle in the sky. Xiongzhan refined 100 over pieces of fire source crystals. Originally, his strength should advance with leaps and bounds. But due to the fire poison, he was unable to break through to middle stage Tier 6 all along. But after Yi Yuan helped him remove the fire poison, the effects of Xiongzhan absorbing the fire source power started to showcase. The fire source true Dipper Bears were originally fire attribute demons. Xiongzhan absorbed that many fire source crystals, breaking through to middle stage. Tier 6 was already something in due course. Even if he had not broken through right now, Zifeng was no longer his match. As well. In the air, Zifeng became more alarmed the more he fought. When did this Xiongzhan's strength become so powerful? You're going to break through soon, Zifeng said in shock. Xiongzhan laughed wildly and said, "Thanks to you. After crippling you, I'll be able to break through with a peace of mind. Ha ha ha, I fought with you, this stinking purple flood dragon, for so many years. There has yet to be such a liberating time once before. Wait until you're Father breaks through to the middle stage tier 6. I'll definitely beat you. Until your mom can't recognize you. Xiongzhan said as he laughed wildly in the air. Xiongzhan broke the stalemate very quickly, chasing Zifeng and beating him up in an overwhelming ferocity. But the two people's cultivation realms did not have a great difference. There was not such a great disparity in terms of strength. For Xiongzhan to want to take down Zifeng in a short time, it was not something easy. In reality, Yi Yuan also knew that the current Xiongzhan could not kill Zifeng at all, unless he could break through to middle stage tier 6. Old man Xiong, don't get cocky. Do you really think that you've stumped me? Zifeng yelled at the top of his voice as he fled. So what if stumped you? This old man being stronger than you right now is stumping you. Ha ha ha. See if you dare to be rampant in front of your father. Again, Xiongzhan said. Xiongzhan decided to definitely thank Yi Yuan properly after the matter. If not for Yi Yuan, the Bear Clan would be in danger right now. Currently, not only was the Bear Clan's crisis fully resolved, he even utterly suppressed his old foe of many years. This sort of liberating feeling Xiongzhan had never encountered before in so many years of cultivation. Zifeng warded off Xiongzhan's pursuit and attack while being secretly anxious. Why hasn't the Rock Clan's young lord here? Still not coming? This old man really won't be able to withstand it. Taking everything to considerations, I didn't calculate that such a brat would pop out and could actually completely resolve the poison in Xiongzhan's body. The two people's battle commotion in the air was extremely great. But under Xiongzhan's wanton and indiscriminate bombardment, Zifeng already sustained a fair bit of injuries on his body. Xiongzhan was currently fighting fervently and did not think so much at all. But Yi Yuan's brows gradually furrowed together. Zifeng clearly had the ability to escape, but he forcefully endured it and did not leave. If this continued, he would not even have the chance to escape. This Zifeng was evidently a cunning old fox. Logically speaking, he should value his life infinitely. But why did he remain behind? There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. This Zifeng would rather sustain heavy injuries and also wanted to stay behind. There must be an even greater scheme. Could it be that the Purple Flood Dragon clan still had some way out? A foreboding premonition gradually welled up in Yi Yuan's heart. Just as Yi Yuan was wondering on his own, a small black dot appeared far away. On the horizons, Yi Yuan discovered this tiny black dot right away. His heart could not help sinking gradually. The small black dot gradually enlarged. Yi Yuan strained his eyes to look at the distance. Turns out that it was a flying carriage. The flying carriage was pulled along by 9 tier 4 flying demonic beasts. The spectacle was extremely grand. This ostentatious display was not an ordinary kind of extravagant. Following the approach of the flying carriage, Xiongzhan and Zifeng clearly noticed it too. When Zifeng saw the flying carriage arriving, his face could not help revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha! Xiongzhan, young Lord Pengyun has arrived. I'll see how you still be arrogant. Today will be the day of extermination of your fire source True Dipper Bear Clan. The moment Xiongzhan heard the name Pengyun, his expression involuntarily changed greatly. With a gloomy look, he looked at Zifeng and said, "You, this fellow actually dared to betray Lord Huyen and call in the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan. Bah! Huyen, that fellow might have long be dead already. These dozen over years, their Dark Fiend Tiger Clan did not look after us the tiniest bit at all. On what basis should my Purple Flood Dragon Clan still work ourselves to the bone for them for?" Zifeng said. "You shut your jinx mouth. Lord Huyan's might is immensely formidable. How can he possibly die? You dared to betray Lord Huyen. Prepare to have an awareness of death then," Xiongzhan said in an uncontrollable rage. "Hehe, you this dumb bear. Who knows how many demon races in the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory have already given rise to the thought. Do you think that there's only my Purple Flood Dragon Clan? Only you, this dumb bear, would be foolishly loyal to Hu Yen, that fellow. Today, exterminating you, this big, dumb bear, there will naturally be the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan to back me up, Zifeng said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation and could not help recalling Yu Huan's repeated warnings. He also did not think that he would bump into the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan so quickly. If he let them know that he possessed the dragon race's bloodline, his outcome would probably not be good. Listening to it, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan and the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clans seemed to be sworn enemies, and the Dark Fiend Tiger clan's boss, life or death, was unknown currently, resulting in the thoughts of the various subordinate demon clans to drift. The Bear clan was all very simple and honest and did not give rise to this thought at all. But the Purple Flood Dragon clan adjacent to them probably had the intent to rebel long ago already. That was why they threw their lots in with the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan in secret. Yi Yuan saw that an old man accompanied by that flying carriage's side. His strength was unfathomable. He was probably still even stronger than Xiong Zhan. This matter today was likely unable to be settled already. That flying carriage came close in front very quickly. A hawk-nosed young man sat in the carriage, looking very haughty, as if everyone in his eyes were like ants. This person was naturally the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord, Peng Yun. At this time, a youth on the other side of the carriage came in front and said to everybody very arrogantly, "Young Lord Peng Yun has arrived. Why haven't you all paid respects?" Zifeng disregarded the wounds on his body and hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lesser Clan's Zifeng pays respects to young Lord Peng Yun, Elder Peng Hai, the clan head of a clan." That attitude was unbelievably obsequious. While Xiong Zhan had a somber look and did not have the intention of paying respects at all. That youth said in a great rage when he saw the situation, "You, this lowly Bear clan, saw young Lord Peng Yun and still not paying respects." The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan also possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Their divine beast bloodline was extremely thick. It was much stronger than the Purple Flood Dragons, Fire Source True Dipper Bears, and the others. Xiong Zhan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I, Xiong Zhan, only recognizes Lord Hu Yen, and I don't recognize any young Lord Peng Yun. Wanna make me old Xiong pay respects? Dream on." When Yi Yuan heard Xiong Zhan's words, he nodded his head slightly too. Among the demon clans, to have such integrity was not easy. One had to know that offending Peng Yun now was risking the danger of clan extermination. But Xiong Zhan did not even furrow his brows. The youth exclaimed in a great rage, "Creature that refuses face when given, to actually dare be disrespectful towards young lord. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan is already nearing its end. In the future, this Dongming region, only my 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan have the final say. You still don't know how to appreciate favors. We'll exterminate your clan. F***CK your bullshit. Lord Hu Yan's means are immensely formidable. You all dare to jump around. You'll be taken care of by him sooner or later one day." Xiong Zhan said, "Ha ha ha. You, this dumb bear, to actually still harbor illusions about Hu Yen. Let me tell you, Hu Yen was hurt by the Azure Spirit Tree over 10 years ago. Right now, even if he's not dead, he's pretty much a cripple too. This young Lord will give you a chance right now, if you're still impervious to sense. Today will be the day of your Fire Source True Dipper Bear clans extermination." The Peng Yun, who had not spoken the entire time, finally opened his mouth. Xiong Zhan's expression changed, and he could not help looking at the clansman behind him, his face showing a look of reluctance. "Ho-ho, that's it. You, as the clan head, if all your clansmen die at your hands, then you'll be the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's eternal sinner. Can you accept that?" Peng Yun seemed to be able to see through thoughts, guiding gently. Xiong Zhan suddenly turned around. Yi Yuan saw it plainly. A drop of tear. Water actually flowed down from his eye. "Children, Do you all fear death or not? Xiongzhan asked, sonorously and imposingly. Not afraid. Not afraid. These two words, those bears virtually uttered it in unison from different mouths without the slightest hesitation, bringing along a moving and tragic aura surging towards the sky. The moment these two words came out, it was expressing their will with death. Don't look at how each and every one of these bears was all slow-witted. Normally, at this time, all of them had lofty and unyielding characters that reached the clouds. To say that they were doomsday heroes was not over the top. 2. Each and every one of that expression, in Yi Yuan's view, was actually somewhat cute. When Xiongzhan saw this scene, tears involuntarily coursed down his old face. He nodded and said, Good children. Lord Hu Yan's debt of gratitude towards our bear clan is as weighty as a mountain. Today we'll repay the favor with death. Xiongzhan turned around abruptly, stared at Peng Yun, and said, Did you hear? That brat? Want to make my bear clan surrender? Can't do that. Peng Yun originally had a look like everything was under control, but the expression currently was frighteningly grim. Xiongzhan's actions were truly flinging a resounding slap on his face, making him lose all face. Since that's the case, this young lord will fulfill your wishes. Bang hai. Exterminate them for me. Peng Yun said each word slowly. Young Lord Peng Yun. Zifeng has a presumptuous request. Peng Hai was just about to make a move when Zifeng suddenly came forward and said. Peng Yun did not even give him a glance and said coldly, Speak! But Zifeng's gaze was looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, Young Lord, can you hand that punk over to me? Xiongzhan, he was originally inflicted with a deadly poison. My purple flood dragon clan could have originally taken down the bear clan as easy as overturning one's hands. Yet, this punk opposed young lord and cured Xiongzhan. Hearing Zifeng's words, Xiongzhan's expression could not help changing. Drastically, Yi Yuan was his benefactor. It was fine if they died. But if they implicated Yi Yuan, he would die with endless regrets. Zifeng, don't you sow discord here. Yi Yuan doesn't know our two clans matters at all. He only came to help out of goodwill. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Xiongzhan glared fiercely at Zifeng and said. Peng Yun, hearing Zifeng's words, looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, and he said, Oh, human, this boy only has merely tier 4 strength and he could actually resolve the poison in the body of a tier 6 demon? Looks like he's quite capable. A pity that he's a human. Otherwise he could work for me. Since that's the case, kill him then. When Zifeng heard the first half of the sentence, his heart leaped to his throat. He even thought that Peng Yun took fancy upon Yi Yuan's capability. Only upon hearing the last sentence did he finally set his mind at ease. Getting the order, Zifeng had indescribable satisfaction in his heart as he looked at Yi Yuan with a hideous grin and said, Boy, didn't you want me to come and beat you earlier? Now I'll see what you have to be stubborn. I'm going to tear this mouth of yours to shreds today and see if it's really that hard. Xiongzhan was secretly anxious when he saw the situation. He was just about to make a move when he felt an extremely powerful aura lock onto him. This Peng Hai strength was middle stage tier 6. Moreover, the rock clan's bloodline strength was exceptionally formidable. Xiongzhan was not a match at all. Xiongzhan hated in his heart. If he could break through to middle stage tier 6 earlier, he wouldn't be at the extent of being so helpless right now too. Xiongzhan had the resolve to die long ago, but seeing that Zifeng actually implicated Yi Yuan at this time, the remorse in his heart was indescribable. If he knew that it was this kind of situation long ago, he should have let him leave first after Yi Yuan treated him.
Yi Yuan.
Quickly leave. What old Xiong I owe you I'll definitely pay back. In my next life. Xiongzhan shouted. Run? Running where? With this old man here, can he still run? Ha ha ha. Z. Feng chuckled madly. Yi Yuan did not move there the whole time and did not speak either. But at this time, he shot Zi Feng a nonchalant glance and said, "Lowly purple. Flood dragon bloodline is fit to be my opponent too." Even if Zi Feng was cunning and experienced with age, he was also infuriated by Yi Yuan's scornful attitude. His purple flood dragon bloodline was one of the branches of the dragon races. Bloodlines. Even though the bloodline was very impure, he had the chance to transform from a flood dragon to become a dragon too. Even though this chance was very slim, it did not seem to have any relations with lowly. This word, right? Lowly? You, a puny little human, actually dare to utter such wild ravings. Yi Yuan was completely disinclined to even give him a glance. His body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming dragon pressure. The expressions of all the people present, after witnessing Yi Yuan's dragon pressure, changed drastically. Now, do you still have complaints about me saying that your bloodline is lowly? Yi Yuan said coolly. Zi Feng's expression changed. The embarrassment on his face could not be concealed no matter what. In front of Yi Yuan wasn't this purple flood dragon race, a lowly bloodline? Flood dragon race, no matter how pure a bloodline flood dragon race, could not compare to the tiniest speck of the dragon race at all. In front of the dragon race, the flood dragon race bloodline was trash. Yi Yuan calling his bloodline lowly was not wrong at all. All of the demon races present, nobody could refute this sentence of Yi Yuan's, including Peng Yang. Zi Feng's face flushed scarlet, wanting to say something, but discovered how feeble words were currently. Yi Yuan did not bother with him but slowly pulled aside his collar, revealing that piece of reverse scale below his neck. Seeing that piece of emerald green reverse scale, Peng Yun and Xiongzhan's expression changed once more as they cried out in concert, "Dragon Lord!" Xiongzhan did not think that Yi Yuan was actually this generation's dragon lord. He cursed secretly in his heart. The Dragon Lord and the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan were incompatible. Like water and fire, the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan had once sent out the news that as long as the next Dragon Lord came into being, they would kill the Dragon Lord at all costs. Now, Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to expose his own status as Dragon Lord. Wasn't this courting death? Indeed, Peng Yun's and Peng Hai's expressions currently both changed, becoming rather terrifying. Very clearly, the current Yi Yuan's weight in their eyes had already far surpassed Xiongzhan's. Seeing this scene, Xiongzhan's heart involuntarily pounded. Yi Yuan wasn't doing this in order to save the Bear Clan, right? But his strength was only tier 4. Wasn't doing so striking a rock with an egg. It was just that no matter what the result was, the favor that Xiongzhan owed Yi Yuan this time was massive. I heard that my predecessor once killed a rock young lord. Didn't think that I'd run into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan again today. Really quite fated. Hoo-hoo, it's just that I don't know if you have the guts to have a battle with me. Yi Yuan looked straight at Peng Yun. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge Peng Yun. One had to know that Peng Yun was late-stage tier 5, while Yi Yuan was only middle-stage tier 4. This huge disparity in strength was also too great. Even if Yi Yuan was the Dragon Lord and possessed true dragon bloodline, the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's bloodline power was extremely formidable, too. Even though it could not compare to the dragon races, it still belonged to a first-rate bloodline. Adding in that his strength was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan's, there was simply no fight between the two. When Peng Hai saw Yi Yuan challenge Peng Yun, he could not help knitting his brows together slightly. Taking a step forward, he said, "Young lord, this old man will go and kill him. Hang on." Peng Yun slowly got up from the flying carriage, walked in front of Peng Hai with his hands behind his back and said, "The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's humiliation must be washed away by the Rock Clan's young lord. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This young lord will fulfill your wish today." Young lord. You mustn't fall for this boy's trickery. He laid everything bare and challenged you. He probably has ill intent.
Peng Hai Wuner.
Peng Yun smiled confidently and said, Uncle Hai, you're also too cautious. My strength, could you still not be aware? With my strength, if I can't even take down a puny little Tier 4 Dragon Lord, how will I command the Dongming region? In the future, if I don't even dare to accept the challenge of the Dragon Lord, what qualifications do I still have to inherit the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan? Whatever moves he has, just unleash them. This young lord will receive it all. Indeed, this was a certain win battle. Peng Yun had no reason to refuse. Tier 5 against Tier 4. There was a difference of a major boundary. If he could still lose like this, then this Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan successor would also have no face to come out and mix around in the future. Yi Yuan highlighting his Dragon Lord identity, Peng Yun, would have to accept this challenge. The entire Dongming region all knew that the Thousand Mountain Great Rocks young lord had died at the hands of the previous generation's Dragon Lord. Before, if he did not accept Yi Yuan's challenge, he would be a complete and utter wuss. Yi Yuan was forcing him to the bitter end here. Of course, in Peng Yun's view, Yi Yuan was forcing himself to the bitter end. When Peng Hai heard Peng Yun say so, he naturally knew that he could not very well stop this either. But he would be sure to keep an eye tightly on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan had any weird ideas, he must deal a lightning-quick blow. Peng Yun got down from the flying carriage and came before Yi Yuan. Shaking his head disdainfully, he said, Didn't expect that this generation's Dragon Lord's strength is actually so lousy. If not for you flashing the reverse scale, I'd even somewhat suspect that you're a fake. Yi Yuan was obviously fake. How was he some Dragon Lord? But at this time, Yi Yuan was very grateful for this Dragon Lord identity. This Peng Yun's appearance was too sudden. Yi Yuan did not have time to prepare anything. Hence, ever since Peng Yun appeared, Yi Yuan had been pondering on how to respond the entire time. And the Dragon Lord identity was his only choice. Hoo-hoo, your predecessor was slaughtered by my predecessor. And today's results won't have any difference. Although the Great Rock clan has some skill, they are at the very best just an upstart forever too inferior to show in public, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. To the 4 divine beasts, this level of divine beast, the other demon races, were all upstarts. The dragon race had this confidence and also this pride. Yi Yuan's performance made Peng Yun believe his identity even more, because the previous generation Dragon Lord was as rampant as Yi Yuan. Peng Yun's expression was dark as he said, Creature who don't know life from death, to actually dare goad this young lord's baseline. You'll die very horribly, even though the dragon race's might was universally acknowledged. In this God-prohibited demon region, apart from the appearance of a Dragon Lord every few years, there were no dragons existing. Of course, there might be inside there. It was just that inside there was cut off from the world. Regardless of what happened in the outside world, they would not intervene either. Even though they did not know where on earth the Dragon Lord came from, the greatest possibility was there. Because that place, it was the most mysterious place. As mysterious as the Dragon Lord. There had been records of Dragon Lords being killed before in history, but there had been no reaction from that place. It was precisely because of this that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan had the confidence to raise a hue and cry. If from inside there had been any stirrings, what did the Dragon Lord killing the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord count for? Peng Yun's Tier 5 aura was released fully. The pressure of the Great Rock bloodline was released, instantaneously enveloping everybody inside. When Xiongzhan saw the scene, his heart could not help sinking. He also did not expect that Peng Yun's divine beast Kuan Peng bloodline would actually be so thick. It had most probably already surpassed the previous generation's Great Rock young lord. Peng Yun's strength was much stronger compared to ordinary late-stage Tier 5s. Xiongzhan's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and starting worrying. For him, compared to Peng Yun, Yi Yuan's strength was seriously too weak. Furthermore, demons possessing Kuan Peng bloodline, their speed were all very heaven-defying. Xiongzhan could not see the tiniest bit of hope of Yi Yuan obtaining victory at all. Boom! At virtually the same instance, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed too, directly breaking through to peak 6th level. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Initially, Fiery was only Tier 4 and already did not have much effect on the present Yi Yuan. But now Fiery broke through to Tier 5. The power of Yi Yuan's Origin Spirit 9 transformations was manifested once again. Seeing this scene, Peng Hai's brows involuntarily knitted slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by this move of Yi Yuan and also could not help worrying. For Peng Yun, not knowing why, Peng Hai kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was not simple. Peng Yun himself was only slightly surprised. He gave a cold smile, indifferently soon after, and said, "Indeed have some capabilities. It's just that like this is still inadequate." Finished talking, everyone had not reacted to it, but Peng Yun's entire person already vanished from sight. Boom! Peng Yun struck Yi Yuan directly with a palm. Everyone was greatly frightened. This scene seriously happened too suddenly. Could it be that Yi Yuan was finished off effortlessly like this? Yet, only when everyone came to their senses did they notice something amiss. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly fine. A faint smile was still hanging at the corners of his mouth. Then, Yi Yuan's figure gradually dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. Heh! Everyone says that the Kuan Peng divine beast's speed in unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, it's also nothing more than this. Yi Yuan's faint voice drifted over, filled with contempt. Peng Yun's expression fell slightly as he said, "No wonder you dared to challenge this young lord. Turns out that you're quite capable in terms of speed. However, do you think that this is enough? Too naive." Peng Yun's bloodline power undulated out. His speed instantly rose to the peak, dashing straight for Yi Yuan. With this, his speed was several times swifter than just now. This was a deadly tempo. Apart from the few Tier 6 experts present, there was nobody who could see Peng Yun's trajectory clearly at all. The Rock Clan's speed claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. It was, indeed, not for show. Yet, the next instant, something that made everyone's jaws drop even more happened. Yi Yuan's figure also suddenly vanished from sight. The two people were actually like air. Disappeared. How swift a speed does this need? These two people's speed are simply unimaginable. Young Lord Peng Yun's speed being fast is something within expectations. But what's going on with that Yi Yuan? When has the dragon race's speed be this swift too? Young Lord Peng Yun's bloodline power absolutely surpassed the previous generations. This speed is heaven-defying level. This Yi Yuan could actually draw with young Lord Peng Yun in terms of speed, to be able to clash head-on. In speed with the Rock Clan, it's still my first time seeing. Everyone was amazed by Yi Yuan's speed. It was too terrifying. These two people's competition in speed, compared to Yi Yuan's competition in speed with Wolf Fong back then, was simply a great sorcerer meeting a small apprentice. Yet, Peng Yun's speed being fast was within reason. But Yi Yuan's speed made everyone all feel very astounded. Battling with the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan, it basically needed to rely on absolute strength to overwhelm. To want to catch up to them in terms of speed was simply a pipe dream. But now, Yi Yuan swept away the faces of all the rocks resplendently in terms of speed. Peng Yun's mood right now was extremely similar to Wolf Fong's back then. Clearly, his speed was a bit faster than Yi Yuan's. But each time he caught up to Yi Yuan, his body would always sink without rhyme or reason, slowing a tiny bit of speed. Except, just this tiny bit made him forever unable to catch up to Yi Yuan. This sort of feeling, there was no need to talk about how depressing it was. Kuan Peng bloodline was well deserving of being the most skilled in speed among the divine beast bloodlines. Even with Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light shuttling art cultivated to minor accomplishment realm, it was still slightly inferior to Peng Yun. But adding in the origin magnetic field, Peng Yun could forget about catching up to him. With a swoosh, Yi Yuan directly dashed out several miles away. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Peng Yu brought out his true power too, chasing after without any hesitation. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was also an extremely proud race. With his most proficient speed being unable to obtain victory, this made Peng Yun feel an utter loss of face. Yet, when Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. Young Lord, careful. At the same time, Peng Hai attacked like lightning. But even if he was a Tier 6 expert, going from being stationary to movement still needed some time. However, Yi Yuan and Peng Yun were in the midst of high-speed movement. This slight time difference was sufficient. What Yi Yuan was waiting for was this moment. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Explode for me, Yi Yuan roared, directly throwing the last remaining Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman on him at Peng Yun. This change was too sudden. Peng Yun could not react at all. Originally, it was a one-sided situation. How could Peng Yun think that Yi Yuan could release such a horrifying attack? Caught by surprise with this, how could he parry it in time? Only to see dozens of bolts of terrifying lightning land, blasted right onto Peng Yun's body. Arg! Peng Yun suffered heavy injuries straight away, falling down. Young Lord! Right then, Peng Hai arrived. However, how could Yi Yuan give him any chance? Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan already planned out every segment. That far. Escape earlier seemed to be casual. Actually, the distance was planned out long ago. Even though this Peng Hai's speed was fast, Yi Yuan was only 100 feet away from Peng Yun. The moment Peng Yun, got hit, Yi Yuan already sped over with extreme speed. In an instant, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the Peng Yun who was currently falling down rapidly. A finger pointed at the middle of his back. Stop! Yi Yuan grabbed hold of Peng Yun and shouted. Peng Hai's figure stopped abruptly, and he said sternly, "If you dare to harm a hair of young Lord Peng Yun's, I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I've already inserted essence fire into his meridians. As long as you dare to take another step forward, I'll burn him into a roasted great rock first. Do you believe or not?" Peng Hai's expression was frighteningly grim, but really did not dare to come forward. Meridians were not just humans' most fragile area, it was likewise demons' most fragile area. Once the essence fire erupted, it was not a joking matter. Boy, you have such deep scheme. At this time, how could Peng Hai still not tell that the situation in front of him was all cooked up by Yi Yuan single-handedly? To be able to find this ray of hope under such an adverse circumstance. This boy was indeed someone who had great wisdom. If it were other times, Peng Hai would surely have to praise Yi Yuan's performance highly. But right now he was hostile with Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan even captured Peng Yun to be a hostage. Peng Hai wished that he could eat his flesh. Is that so? You guys looting a burning house isn't considered deep scheming. Yi Yuan refuted without any hesitation. Truthfully speaking, today's situation was practically a lost game. Yi Yuan also stumbled upon a Dragon Lord identity by chance to be able to provoke Peng Yun into taking action. Otherwise, even if he had the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman, how could he possibly be Peng Yun's match too? Towards this Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan, Yi Yuan obviously did not have any favorable impression. Enough crap. Quickly let young Lord go. I can spare your life, Peng Hai said. Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Do you take me for a fool? If I released him, would you let me leave alive?" Peng Hai's brows furrowed and he said, "Then what do you want?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "You kill Zifeng first. Then bring your men and get lost from here." By the side, Zifeng was already dazed from watching long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he involuntarily shuddered. He never could have thought that the situation would turn around so quickly. Just now, it was still him wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this short while, it became Yi Yuan wanting to kill him. Lord Peng Hai, don't listen to that brat talking rubbish. Zifeng is loyal and devoted to Lord Peng Tian. The heaven can bear witness. Zifeng said with a mournful face. Ha ha ha. Zifeng, since you say that you're loyal and devoted, then you naturally have to use your life to exchange for young Lord Peng Yun's life, isn't it? Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Zifeng's face immediately became black like the bottom of a pot as he cursed. Inwardly, this boy is really hard to tangle with. Digging a pit for your father to jump. Punk, don't sow discord here. If you don't release young Lord Peng Yun, you can forget about leaving here today. Zifeng said furiously. Facing this sort of non-threatening threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He said with a snigger, looks like in your heart, this old life of yours is still more precious than young Lord Peng Yun's. Sigh. As Yi Yuan said, he even shook his head and sighed. That appearance was simply asking for a beating to the max. Zifeng cursed fervently in his heart. Yet, he was helpless against Yi Yuan. Forget about him, right now even Peng Hai was holding back from taking action. Out of fear, they did not have the capital to bargain at all. As long as Yi Yuan lightly spat out force, Peng Yun would croak right away. Boy, you. Zifeng was just about to curse angrily but was stopped by Peng Hai with a hand gesture. Peng Hai shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, as long as you release young lord, any condition is open for discussion. My 1,000-mountain great rock clan has everything you desire. As long as you open your mouth, we will be able to take it out. Once Zifeng heard that Peng Hai did not have the intention of killing him, he was also considerably more at ease in his heart and shut his mouth sensibly. Yet right at this time a wave of powerful demonic essence erupted out. Suddenly, that instant just now was precisely the instant that Zifeng was the most relaxed. He completely did not think that Peng Hai would suddenly launch an attack. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Bang! An immensely huge palm force directly imprinted onto Zifeng's forehead. Before dying, Zifeng was still glaring with wide, round eyes, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Clan head! Lord Clan head! How could the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's clansmen expect such a change to happen? Each and every one of them looked at Zifeng's corpse with deep hatred and resentment, still not daring to believe everything that happened in front of them. What in the world happened? Wasn't coming today to exterminate the fire source? True Dipper Bear Clan? Why did Clan Head die first instead? The entire incident struck one snag after another. From the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's great army bearing down on the border, to Xiongzhan showing up and overturning the raging tides, then to Peng Yun showing up and overpowering Xiongzhan, then to Yi Yuan trigger young lord and capturing Peng Yun alive. The development of today's situation seriously made everyone unable to take it all in with their eyes. However, Zifeng's death made everyone all understand that today's victor was only one person. That person was Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not think that this Peng Hai would actually be so decisive either, killing right away. But Yi Yuan was clear in his heart. This sly old fox knew that Zifeng must die today. That was why he killed ruthlessly. Yi Yuan was also someone extremely decisive and could not possibly tolerate Zifeng, such a tier 6 expert, to live in the world. This was an immense threat to him. In addition, Peng Hai wanted to use this sort of method to shock him, wishing to make him not act rashly without careful thought. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. Could this bit of method stun him with awe? Zifeng is already dead. Can you release young lord yet? You should know that, even if you really killed young lord, you'll also be buried with him. Not just you. All the people present would all have to be buried with young lord, including me. If Peng Yun were killed by people under Peng Hai's protection, it would surely be hard for Peng Hai to absolve himself from the blame. Then the final outcome was Peng Hai killing all of the people. then committing suicide himself. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Peng Hai as if he was in the middle of struggling inside his heart. I can hand over to you, but how will you ensure my safety? You also know that Peng Yun is my only trump card. If after I release him you don't acknowledge what you said, won't I have to stretch my neck out to be chopped off? Yi Yuan said. Peng Hai, seeing that Yi Yuan seemed to be loosening up, could not help being overjoyed in his heart. He was still too young in the end, even though he was decisive in going for the kill and highly intelligent, slightly scaring him a bit, and his confidence spilled out. But Peng Hai did not show the slightest hint on his face and said seriously, "That's easy. I can swear a heavenly Tao oath. This way you can put your mind at ease, right?" Once Yi Yuan heard, the expression on his face involuntarily eased up and said, "You swear a heavenly Tao oath first, then talk." Peng Hai seemed to be eager to save his master, and he did not hesitate, either directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. "I, Peng Hai, take an oath in the name of heavenly Tao, as long as Yi Yuan releases young Lord Peng Yun, I, Peng Hai, absolutely won't kill him. If I violate this oath, heavenly Tao, please rain down punishment." Finished talking, Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said, "How is it? Now you can relax, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and seemed to have finally set his mind at ease. Towards Peng Hai, he was just about to hand Peng Yun to Peng Hai, but heard Xiongzhan yell out, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him. This fellow definitely has ill intentions." Peng Hai did not expect for Xiongzhan to cut in rudely at this time. His expression could not help darkening slightly as he said, "Xiongzhan, you don't slander people. I've already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. What else do you still want? Could it be that you want me to commit suicide before you're satisfied?" Xiongzhan could not help choking up when he heard this. He could not find words to refute. He only faintly sensed that there was something amiss. That was why he voiced out to warn. But to really want him to say, he also could not say what was amiss. In the end, the Bear Clan's head was still not too useful. Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Senior Peng Hai even swore a deadly oath, and Zifeng was killed too. Of course he can be trusted. Catch well." As he said, Yi Yuan pushed lightly, pushing Peng Yun to Peng Hai. Peng Hai gently received the unconscious Peng Yun, his expression instantly becoming grim. He handed Peng Yun to that youth behind him and said with a cold smile, Heh, you're still too young, believing people so easily, to dare hurt young Lord Peng Yun. Everyone present today, apart from Yi Yuan, all have to die." Peng Hai was a notable figure of a region too. When had he been coerced by people like this before? Regarding Yi Yuan, he wished that he could kill and be merry after. But due to the heavenly Tao oath just now, he did not dare to make a move. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Senior, you already swore the heavenly Tao oath. How can you go against it?" Peng Hai said with a loud guffaw, "Young man, I only said to not kill you, but didn't say to not harm you, as long as I don't kill you and capture you back to slowly torture, the heavenly Tao oath won't descend punishment." Ha ha ha. At the thought of being proud of himself, Peng Hai could not help bursting into laughter, but did not detect a hint of sneer flash across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The laughter gradually stopped. Peng Hai seethed with killing intent and said, "Boy, you have much to learn." Peng Hai's overwhelming aura was released, making everyone's faces all change color, including Xiongzhan. But right at this time, a tragic cry broke apart this abnormal atmosphere. Peng Hai's imposing momentum suddenly ceased, instantly vanishing without a trace. The pressure on everyone's body suddenly lightened. This miserable cry was naturally emitted out of Peng Yun. When Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Boy, what did you do to him?" Peng Hai questioned. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I already gave you a chance, but you yourself don't know how to grasp it well. This time I even showed leniency. His injuries still have a chance to be treated. However, there won't be a next chance. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually became icy, killing intent. Seething. How could Peng Hai's tiny trick possibly hoodwink Yi Yuan? This sort of hole to crawl through in a heavenly Tao oath it was long played. Rotten at the divine realm. This Peng Hai actually still used this sort of small trick to bluff him, simply courting death. Yi Yuan and Fiery's thoughts were already interconnected. Earlier, Yi Yuan inserted a wisp of Fiery's clone into Peng Yun's meridians. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take Peng Yun's little life at any time. Hence, whether or not Peng Yun was in Yi Yuan's hands, it was actually all the same. Peng Hai took back Peng Yun and thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but never dreamed that he was actually being toyed with within Yi Yuan's palm all along. As long as Peng Yun did not die, even if Peng Hai had greater fury, he had to force it back too. You! What a terrific lad! What a fine dragon lord! Today's matter, this Peng has remembered it. Make sure not to fall into this Peng's hands. Let's go. Finished talking, Peng Hai brought Peng Yun and left without even turning back. After Peng Hai left, the Purple Flood Dragon clan immediately scattered like birds and animals. They had already betrayed the Dark Fiend Tiger clan and could not possibly be accepted by the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan too. In the future they could only find a place to tuck their tails and live. Xiongzhan came to Yi Yuan's side. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was filled with veneration. Yes, a Tier 6 expert produced a mentality called veneration towards a Tier 4 Soul Sea Realm martial artist. Today's matter's unforeseen accidents were too great. Xiongzhan had already made the preparations for his entire clan to die. But this Tier 4 youth before his eyes actually relied on his own strength to overturn the raging tides. Truly heaven-defying. The entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan only survived thanks to Yi Yuan. Counting in Yi Yuan helping him to remove fire poison prior to this, within one short day, Yi Yuan already saved him, this Tier 6 powerhouse, twice. This favor was massive. Xiongzhan represents the entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan to thank. Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Xiongzhan came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed deeply. Yi Yuan supported Xiongzhan and said smilingly, Clan head Xiongzhan, don't need to be courteous. I'm not some Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Just now I only passed off as the Dragon Lord due to circumstances. Xiongzhan said in amazement, You possess Orthodox dragon race bloodline and also have a reverse scale on your body. How could you possibly not be Dragon Lord, His Excellency? Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. Yes means yes, no means no. Why would I need to be pretentious? Alright, this matter is over. I should move out and head for the Dark Fiend Tiger clan. Will the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stage a comeback and take revenge on us or not? Xiongzhan said with a heart loaded with anxiety. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan was famed for being domineering. Losing such an immense amount of face here today, it was impossible for it to be dropped like this. Once they came to take revenge, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan would be the first to bear the brunt. With the Bear clan's present strength, they could not even resist a Peng Hai. It was completely impossible to be their match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need to worry. If that Great Rock clan really cares about this whatever young Lord Peng Yun's life, they shouldn't come over. In the short term. Xiongzhan raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the meaning of that, Dragon Lord? Having the meridians burned by my essence fire, how can wanting to treat it be that easy? If the Great Rock clan doesn't have a shaman with superb alchemy path strength, they would most likely still have to come and beg me in the end. Yi Yuan said confidently. Burning the meridians could be divided into many different types. Since Yi Yuan took action, how could he finish the job carelessly and leave behind future trouble for himself? After that Peng Yun returned, he more or less had to suffer for a while too. How could the Great Rock clan be in the mood to deal with a puny little bear clan? The moment Xiongzhan recalled Yi Yuan's fire-controlling measures that reached the acme of perfection, he could not help shuddering. This essence fire could treat people. It could naturally also ruin people. If Yi Yuan gave him a shot when he was treating him, he would have long been burned to ashes now. With Yi Yuan's ability, wanting to perform a bit of trickery in Peng Yun's meridians was simply too easy. Dragon Lord indeed has great skills. Xiongzhan admires. However, since Dragon Lord wants to go to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, I'll travel together with you then. The Rock Clan is concocting a sinister plot. I must inform Lord Hu Yen. Additionally, I'm also a little worried about Lord Hu Yen. Xiongzhan said. Peng Yun's words made Xiongzhan very concerned about Hu Yan's safety. He definitely would not be at ease without going to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan to take a look. Regarding Xiongzhan insisting on addressing him as Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan did not rectify. He already explained it before. Whether Xiongzhan believed or not was his matter. As for Xiongzhan accompanying him to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, Yi Yuan naturally did not have any objections. With Xiongzhan, this head clan's recommendation, presumably going to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, would be much easier. At this time, Uxin and Yushu's guide mission was naturally considered completed too. Under Yi Yuan's request, Xiongzhan arranged for Xiong Tai to personally send the two of them back to the clan. In between this naturally still could not dispense with reluctance to part. But the two of them were considered sensible too and knew that the matters at the back were not what they could get involved in. Of course, Yi Yuan refined a few kinds of medicinal pills for the two of them. Guaranteeing them to break through to middle stage tier 5 naturally did not have too big an issue. Settling everything, Yi Yuan headed for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory, together with Xiongzhan. Arg! Pain! It hurts to death. Let me die. Sea Clan head. Kill me. In the Rock Clan, a series of miserable wails transmitted out from time to time, sounding incomparably pitiful and shrill. These miserable wails were naturally from none other than precisely the Peng Yun, whose meridians were burned by Yi Yuan. Seeing that wretched appearance of Peng Yun's, clan head Peng Tian's brows involuntarily knitted together. What are you all getting paid for? Yuner only had his meridians burned by a tier 5 essence fire. You guys are all tier 6 shamans and are actually at a loss on what to do. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was one of the two strongest demon clans in Dongming region. Among them, tier 6 powerhouses were plenty. There was naturally no lack of tier 6 shamans. It was just that among these tier 6 shamans, there was actually not a single one who could treat Peng Yun's injuries, leaving him no choice but to be furious. Peng Yun's Kuan Peng bloodline was hard to come by in hundreds of years. If there were any mishap, Peng Tian would really rampage. A tier 6 shaman among them came forward and said, Clan head, Peng Yun's meridian burns are extraordinary. The methods of the person who executed the skill are extremely ingenious. The positions of some burns are very sensitive. A careless move, and not only will it not treat his injuries, but it might also even damage his meridians instead, making a fool of oneself by trying to be clever. Currently, this sort of situation, we can only suppress his injuries with medicinal pills to prevent them from deteriorating. Peng Tian's expression was dark. Clearly, he was very displeased towards such an excuse. Then your meaning is to let Yuner carry on like this all the way? That shaman hurriedly said. This, in order to untie the knot, the one who tied it is required. This person's skills is exceedingly exquisite and understands the meridians of demons extremely well. His shamanic path strength is absolutely above ours. If he came, he would surely be able to treat young Lord's meridians. The alchemy path was called the shamanic path among demons, but it was merely the form of address that was different. The principle was all interlinked. What was different was that the division of the demon race's meridians was vastly different from the human race. In the entire divine realm, those able to cultivate both the human races and demon races' alchemy path to this sort of realm was also just Yi Yuan. During his previous life, Ji Qingyun had no shortage of being invited by the demon race's major powers to refine pills to save people. He had a massive number of connections among the demon races too. Peng Tian suddenly waved his hand, indicating for those shamans to withdraw. After they left, Peng Tian suddenly said, "Peng Hai, you're certain that the one you guys ran into was the Dragon Lord?" Peng Hai had been standing at one side with his hands by the sides all along, not daring to speak. Only seeing Peng Tian question at this time did he answer. He said, "Yes, clan head. This subordinate saw the reverse scale on his body with my own eyes. I absolutely won't be mistaken." Peng Tian said with a cold smile. "Is that so? Then why have I already received news on my side that the Dragon Lord has already appeared at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan?" Peng Hai could not help being greatly surprised when he heard. Calculating. According to the time, Yi Yuan should just be reaching the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan right now. But the news Peng Tian received was clearly already several days ago. Didn't that mean that two Dragon Lords appeared at the same time? What in the world was going on here? Clan head. This. Peng Hai knew that Peng Tian absolutely would not be joking with him, and could not help becoming absent-minded. Heh, looks like the Dragon Lord coming into being this time will be quite fun. Peng Hai, you immediately depart for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan now, and find that boy called Yi Yuan. No matter how great a price you expend, you must make him treat Peng Yun, Peng Tian said. This, Peng Hai said worriedly. Rest assured, even if Hu Yen isn't dead right now, he definitely can't even fend for himself too. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll only give you 4 words. Act according to circumstances. Got it, Peng Tian said. Peng Hai knew that this calamity could not be avoided and could only nod his head and said, "Yes, subordinate understands." Halt! Who are you people? Yi Yuan and Xiongzhan arrived at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan and was stopped by people very quickly. Xiongzhan took a step forward and reported his family clan. "I'm the Fire Source True Dipper Bear Clan's clan head, Xiongzhan. I have important matters to request an audience with Lord Hu Rong. This one beside me is this generation's Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan." But who knew that Tiger Clan member's expression changed, and he said, "Xiongzhan, such immense gall you have. What are your motives for bringing a fake Dragon Lord forward to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan?" Xiongzhan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. Taking a look at the Yi Yuan beside him, then glancing at that Tiger Clan member, he said, "You don't make slanderous remarks. Yi Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline and has a reverse scale on him too. Who is he if not the Dragon Lord? Then that's strange. The Dragon Lord is clearly a guest inside my Tiger Clan. Currently, why would another Dragon Lord appear out of thin air? Come, men, take down these 2 people concocting a sinister plot for me, and await disposal," the Tiger Clan member said with a cold smile. In his view, this Xiongzhan fabricating a Dragon Lord definitely had malicious motives. Right then, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You see, I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord, right? But you just didn't believe. Now we've made a fool out of ourselves, right?" When Yi Yuan said these words, the Tiger Clan member naturally felt that he was weaseling his way out. Wicked plot failed to prevail, so he wanted to use such a method to escape. How could it be that easy? Heh! Thinking of going back on your words now? Too late. The Tiger Clan member's expression changed as he extended his hand like capturing Yi Yuan. Away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. The dragon pressure in his body erupted out. Abruptly. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm directly sent that Tiger Clan member flying. This tiger was an initial stage tier 5 who originally thought that taking down Yi Yuan wasn't it still easily done? But who knew that Yi Yuan actually defeated him in one move? Very clearly, Yi Yuan did not wish to blow the matter up and already pulled his punches. Yi Yuan's attack was not heavy. The injuries on this tiger's body were not severe. It was just that the dragon pressure Yi Yuan emitted made him greatly astonished. This dragon pressure was extremely pure. What was this if not orthodox dragon? Race bloodline? This? How could there be two dragon lords showing up? Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my dark fiend tiger clan. The commotion here finally attracted quite a number of tiger clan members. A youth took the lead and came forward to rebuke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "We came to deliver news out of goodwill, and your tiger clan wants to capture people right away. Is this your way of treating guests?" "Human?" said that youth in surprise. "Young Lord Hu Shao. This person possess extremely pure dragon blood. Just now he even called himself a dragon lord." That tiger who was beaten down by Yi Yuan already recovered at this time and came forward to clarify the situation. This youth was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's young lord. Hearing his clansman say so, Hu Zhao's brows raised up, and he said with a mocking laugh, "Dragon Lord? What a joke." Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Shao and said coolly, "Young Lord Hu Shao, is it? It's just a misunderstanding. I possess dragon blood and gave birth to a reverse scale. Previously, I was forced to impersonate as the Dragon Lord and fought a great battle with Peng Yun. That's why Senior Xiongzhan would be mistaken about me. You exchanged blows with Peng Yun? Haha, what a colossal joke. How could your bit of strength possibly be Peng Yun's match?" Hu Shao seemed to have heard some hilarious joke. Yi Yuan was merely just middle stage tier 4. How could he possibly be Peng Yun's match? When boasting, one needed to boast something a bit more believable too. Xiongzhan did not speak the entire time, but hearing Hu Shao be so contemptuous towards Yi Yuan at this time, he was displeased. "Young Lord Hu Shao, this matter is absolutely true. My entire fire source true. Dipper Bear clan can bear witness for him. If not for Yi Yuan, my fire source true Dipper Bear clan would have been fully exterminated already. Old Xiong, I came here today in order to report this matter to Lord Hu Rong. Didn't expect that I was actually taken to have ulterior motives. Humph, Yi Yuan, let's go. Didn't think that after my bear clan resisted foreign enemies with a will to die, what it exchanged for was such a result. Lord Hu Yen had no news for many years. Looks like the Dark Fiend Tiger clan has really gone sour." The Tiger clan's attitude also deeply hurt Xiongzhan's heart, making him, a high elder, feel bitterly disappointed. Recalling back then when Lord Hu Yen was around, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan quashed the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan until they could not even lift their heads. Now, haha. Xiongzhan did not bother with Hu Shao either, turning right around and left. Xiongzhan was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert. There were really not many people able to stop him. Right then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Xiongzhan since who knows when and blocked his path. "Younger brother Xiongzhan, don't get angry. Young people are insensible. Don't haggle about it with them. You're my Dark Fiend Tiger clan domain's high elder. Anyone might have ulterior motives, but you won't even have any," the person said to Xiongzhan with a smile, like old friends catching up. When Xiongzhan saw the arrival, his eyes involuntarily reddened as he said, "Lord, Hu Rong long time no see." Hu Rong sighed lightly and said, "Sigh. Yes, really long time no see." Inside the clan, when Hu Rong heard Xiongzhan's battle report, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan deeply. He was seriously unable to imagine how this tier 4 youth before his eyes accomplished to this step. Xiongzhan's words sounded just like talking about a book from the heaven. There was no proof whatsoever. In the middle of a bunch of tier 5 and tier 6 experts, a tier 4 youth led the battle situation, making use of another person's hands to kill a tier 6 expert, and severely injuring Peng Yun. This series of events sounded somewhat preposterous no matter what When Xiongzhan finished talking, Hu Rong nodded his head and said, "Turns out that in between this so many things actually happened. Younger brother Xiongzhan has worked hard. It's getting late today. You and this little brother rest in the clan first. I'll reward the two of you tomorrow with a feast." Tomorrow. Xiongzhan was not a fool and naturally could tell that Hu Rong did not believe the words he said. But Xiongzhan also knew that all of this that he said was seriously somewhat too fantastical to imagine. Listening to it really seemed like weaving a story. If he did not see with his own eyes but was relayed to him by other people, he definitely would not believe it. Xiongzhan nodded his head and turned around and left with Yi Yuan. After the two left, Hu Rong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Shower how much of Xiongzhan's words do you think can be trusted?" Hu Shao scurried out from inside and shook his head and said, "This child feels that there isn't an iota of credibility, that Yi Yuan only has tier 4 strength. Even if he really had the ability to cross boundaries to battle, how could he possibly defeat Peng Yun? Furthermore, what the Rock Clan is most proficient in is speed. To let a tier 4 martial artist go and compete in speed with a late-stage tier 5 Peng Yun. Isn't this a joke?" Hu Rong nodded his head, but he did not comment anything. He then asked, "Is the person sent out already?" Hu Shao nodded and said, "Already sent out, but the quickest most likely also. Needs 3 to 4 days' time before it can be thoroughly investigated. N. Xiongzhan is our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's elder. Back then, he received Big Brother's great grace. Presumably, he won't betray the Tiger Clan. Rather, that youth has unclear origins. There's no choice but to guard against him. If there's really any problem, it's almost certain to have been planned by that youth. Sigh. If Big Brother could take a turn for the better, we wouldn't be at an extent of quaking in our boots these few years, either akin to treading on thin ice." Hu Rong said, "Sigh. That's also something that can't be helped." Hu Shao followed up with a sigh. Suddenly, his eyeballs swiveled around, and he moved closer to Hu Rong and said, "Uncle Rong, why not send somebody to go and test that boy a bit? Whether he's really capable or bragging, wouldn't it be out with a probe? You're saying, didn't that boy claim to be the Dragon Lord? Then let's make the Real Dragon Lord exchange blows with him and see who's the real Dragon Lord." Hu Shao felt that this idea was pretty good and said proudly. Hu Rong's eyes lit up, and he said, "This idea is not bad. The Dragon Lord's identity is extraordinary. Once he knows that somebody impersonated him, he probably won't tolerate the other party's existence." "Yi Yuan, you're really not the Dragon Lord?" After settling down, the first question Xiongzhan asked was ascertaining the issue of Yi Yuan's identity. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord long ago. But you clearly have a reverse scale on you. Apart from the Dragon Lord, how can a reverse scale possibly appear on the bodies of other people?" Xiongzhan could not figure it out even after racking his brain. In this god-prohibited demon region, a reverse scale would only appear on the bodies of the genuine dragon race. If Yi Yuan was not the Dragon Lord, who on earth was he? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who said that having a reverse scale is the Dragon Lord? Anyway, I'm indeed not the Dragon Lord." Xiongzhan was speechless and only said after a long time, "All right then, drop this matter for now. The news that we brought Lord Hu Rong doesn't believe it at all. Talking about it is vexing too. If Lord Hu Yen was around, why would there be a need for me, this puny little bear race, to worry about this matter? What do you think we should do now?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "One word, wait." "Wait," Xiongzhan said, baffled. "That's right. Just set your mind at ease and stay here will do. After a few days, we'll naturally see the outcome," Yi Yuan said coolly, seemingly indifferent. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, and he entered. Inside the vast heaven pagoda. "Senior Longtongue, you're looking for me?" A person appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. It was precisely Long Tung. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the vast heaven pagoda, this fellow had always been deep in slumber. This was still his first time coming out to speak but did not know for what. But Long Tung frowned slightly and said, "There's a dragon race's little bastard nearby." Yi Yuan gave Long Tung a glance rather surprisedly, thinking to himself why did this fellow have such a great grievance towards the dragon race? Long Tung normally appeared to be unwilling to expend the tiniest speck of energy. That was why he was in a state of deep sleep all along. Today, for the sake of a nearby dragon, he actually materialized a clone out. Yi Yuan reckoned that this dragon lord was roughly similar in strength with that Hu Xiao and Peng Yun too. To Long Tung he was just a junior. Was there a need to raise such a big ruckus? Senior is impressive. There is indeed a dragon nearby. He claims to be the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan said honestly. Even though he had not met the Dragon Lord, without a doubt that fellow was definitely a dragon. Long Tang's expression turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Dragon Lord? Heh, a creature who has an unduly high opinion of himself. What high-sounding sentiments. Yi Yuan, I don't care what method you use, you must thrash this fellow brutally for me. Beat him until he cries for his daddy and mummy." What a terrific fellow. Yi Yuan had not even met with him yet, and Long Tung made him be so ruthless. How great an enmity was this? Yi Yuan said smilingly, Hoo, this doesn't need much work. If my conjectures are right, that Dragon Lord will probably come to find trouble with me tomorrow. This Dragon Lord clearly had pretty good relations with the Tiger Clan. With Xiong Zhan's protection, the Tiger Clan could not very well make a move on him. To want to ascertain his actual situation, the Dragon Lord was undoubtedly the best option. As long as they disclosed the matter of Yi Yuan impersonating the Dragon Lord, most likely the Dragon Lord definitely would not take things lying down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Long Tung's eyes lit up, and he said, "Like that? Huh. Then that's for the best. That punk's strength is a little stronger than yours. Let's begin special training now. You train properly for me. You must beat him down for me." Yi Yuan could not help being confused when he heard and said, making a frantic last-minute effort, "There's no time, right?" But Yi Yuan was still secretly quite startled in his heart. Long Tung should be very clear about his strength. He actually said that he was not that Dragon Lord's match. Looks like this Dragon Lord truly had a well-deserved reputation. No wonder every generation's Dragon Lord could all leave behind a legend in the God-prohibited demon region. Looks like their strength could not be underestimated. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans in Yi Yuan's hands were already used up. Dealing with late-stage Tier 5 demons was still rather taxing. Long Tung casually fished out a piece of crystal stone and said, "I say can. Make it. Means can make it." Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he saw the crystal stone in Long Tung's hand. "Akiyos Jing. Hoo, this brat really knows quite a bit to actually even recognize chaos gems. One piece of chaos gem can make the vast heaven pagoda's time flow slow down 60 times. Furthermore, it can last for 3 days. Therefore, you still have a night's time, which is also roughly 20 days' time," Long Tung said excitedly. Yi Yuan's face could not help turning black when he heard that and said, "You said before previously that there's no way to make time flow become slow." Long Tung appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, The chaos gems I have on hand are not many already. I naturally have to use them sparingly. Since you know about the chaos gem, you should also know its preciousness. Furthermore, with your comprehension abilities, you actually don't need to control time flow. Isn't it so?" Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Is that so? Does Senior feel that I'm so easy to hoodwink? Apologies, I don't wish to establish a powerful foe for no reason at all. This match, can I not fight?" Longtongue hurriedly said when he heard that. Don't, don't, don't. I'm really not bluffing you. The chaos gems I have on hand are really not many already. Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. Hoo-hoo, is that so? Longtongue could not help choking up as he said dejectedly. Speak then. What terms do you want? Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard and said smilingly. Wouldn't it be done if you were so straightforward in advance? I don't want much either, just 10 pieces are enough. No way. At most 2 pieces. 8 pieces. Any lesser and there's nothing to talk about. Consider yourself ruthless. 5 pieces. Can't be any higher. I also just have a total of 20 pieces of chaos gems on hand. You know that I still have use for it myself. Fine. Deal. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Longtongue felt his flesh hurt. The muscles on his face were all spasming. Yi Yuan held the chaos gem in his hand and asked, How to use this thing? Longtongue said with a black face. Insert the chaos gem into the vast heaven. Steel will do. You're the vast heaven steel's owner now. This 180 days you can use them freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and inserted the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel, according to what was said. Indeed, Yi Yuan very quickly sensed the time flow around him become slow. Right then, Longtongue fished out another small bottle and threw it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and in delight he said, Heaven's heart, earth nether milk. You only have 20 days time. Break through to the 6th level soul C4. Me. Then bash that fellow down for me. With this, there's no issue, right? Longtongue said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, If I can't even beat down the Dragon Lord like this, then what face do I still have to come and see, Senior? You just wait. Here for my good news. Heaven's heart earth nether milk contained incomparably, extremely titanic amounts of essence energy. It was a superb item to use for cultivation. This one small bottle of Heaven's heart earth nether milk was extremely precious. To think that Longtongue actually brought it out casually. Looks like the treasures on this fellow's body was really quite a fair bit. In the past, what was given to those geniuses was most likely some trash goods. The genuinely good stuff was all stashed away himself. Looks like in the future got to find a time to properly squeeze this old fellow. In the vast heaven pagoda 20 days passed in a flash. In these 20 days Yi Yuan relied on the Heaven's heart earth nether milk to successfully break through 2 levels in a row, finally breaking through to the 6th level soul C. As long as he had sufficient essence energy to support Yi Yuan's breakthroughs would only follow as a matter of course. But the Heaven's heart earth nether milk that Yi Yuan expended was also rather considerable. The essence energy he required to break through was too terrifying. Do you remember all that I've told you? Longtongue said. Yi Yuan shot Longtongue a strange look and said, Senior is really going through painstaking efforts. You already said this much. If I don't pummel that fellow to a pig's head, wouldn't I let you down too much? Longtongue did not have any intention of being embarrassed. He burst into laughter when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha! What I want is this sentence of yours. This time that Longtongue came out, Yi Yuan discovered that his temperament simply changed drastically. There was no hint at all of that sort of taciturn and steadiness from before. One could tell that Longtongue did not want to kill that Dragon Lord either, just purely harboring the thought of beating up and humiliating the other party. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan became his hired thug. Of course, regardless of whether Yi Yuan was willing or not, this hired thug, could not run away. The next day early morning, Yi Yuan just came out of the vast heaven pagoda and heard a loud roar from outside the house. Little thief Yi Yuan, scram outside for this Dragon Lord, a mere human, actually dares to pass off as the Dragon Lord? I think that you're tired of living. Yi Yuan left the house but just happened to bump into Xiongzhan. When Xiongzhan saw Yi Yuan, he was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You broke through 2 minor boundaries. Breaking through 2 minor boundaries overnight. This This was simply heaven-defying. Yi Yuan smiled but did not explain anything. This sort of thing, the more one explained, the more confusing it became. Might as well make it a mystery. Yi Yuan came outside the house and saw a young man in azure clothing. He said, coolly, "Where is this dog from? Barking madly here early in the morning and disturbing people's sweet dreams." The azure clothing youth snorted coldly and said, "I was wondering what kind of expert he was to actually dare impersonate the name of Dragon Lord. Turns out that it's just a tier 4 rookie. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before this Dragon Lord, and I can spare you from death." Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "So, you're this generation's V? Previously, I kept hearing how every generation's Dragon Lord is a hero of the world. Seeing it today, it really makes me too disappointed." The Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he said in a solemn voice, "How this Dragon Lord isn't up to you, this sort of trash to comment. Looking at your appearance, you aren't planning on giving this Dragon Lord an account." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want me to give an account? Sure, that we'll have to see if you have that capability. Heh. Truly not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you off." The Dragon Lord did not say another word. An outrageous dragon pressure directly erupted out, truly incomparably stunning. The two people's commotion was so great that there had already been quite a number of Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members crowding over long ago. Even though the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan had Divine Beast bloodline too, furthermore considered a very powerful clan in the God-prohibited demon region, compared to the Dragon Lord, it was still far too lacking. It was precisely because Dragon's bloodline was extremely pure that they could become every generation's king. Yi Yuan could not help smiling coldly when he saw the situation. The dragon pressure in his body abruptly erupted out at the same time. With this, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. What's going on here? The dragon race bloodline power in this boy's body is actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. Really seeing ghosts. This boy is clearly a human. How can his bloodline power possibly be stronger than the Dragon Lord's? Could it be that the Dragon Lord in our clan all along was fake? The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were discussing animatedly. It naturally could not hide from Dragon Lord's ears. These commenting sounds sounded so ear-piercing to him. He seriously could not figure out why the bloodline power in the body of a human would be even more powerful than his. How could he know that the dragon blood Yi Yuan refined was a half-divine beast blood essence? What kind of notion was a half-divine beast? That was an existence whose bloodline had already evolved towards the divine beast. The might and power were already formidable to an unimaginable extent. Their bloodline power already infinitely approached divine beast. Forget about him, a puny little dragon lord. Even if those dragon race major powers in the divine realm came, they might not be more powerful than Yi Yuan's bloodline power. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low, just based on his bloodline power, he would be able to crush this dragon lord until he could not lift his head. Furthermore, the dragon blood that Yi Yuan refined, there was still a large portion of energy incubating within his body. Following Yi Yuan's strength becoming increasingly stronger, the bloodline power in his body would also get more and more powerful. Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries overnight and stimulated another portion of dragon blood out. To want to suppress the Dragon Lord in terms of bloodline power, wasn't it still like playing? A mere human actually dares to steal dragon race bloodline? Death penalty. The Dragon Lord roared furiously and directly transformed into a phantom.
Attachking Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted, directly breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage Soul C, reaching 8th level Soul C. Boom! The Dragon Lord, who had a tumultuous, imposing momentum, was directly struck, flying out. Then, the entire battle became Yi Yuan's solo performance. The insufferably arrogant Dragon Lord was directly reduced to Yi Yuan's sandbag, being beaten until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Each and every one of the surrounding Dark Fiend Tiger clan all had wide gaping mouths. Clearly, they were dumbfounded by this scene. In their view, the Dragon Lord was an ever-victorious existence. This battle should be a one-sided one. And right now it was indeed one-sided. It was just that the winning and losing sides were reversed. The Dragon Lord really wanted to explode. Yet he already lost the initiative, and did not even have the leeway to retaliate. How terrifying was Yi Yuan's strength. Disregarding others just solely on the subject of speed, the Dragon Lord could not even catch up by whipping his horse. Yi Yuan's speed was what even Peng Yun was powerless against, let alone the Dragon Lord. Though the dragon race's strength was formidable, speed was not their strong point. Just in terms of speed, Yi Yuan was established in an undefeatable position. Often, when Yi Yuan's attack landed, the Dragon Lord had yet to hit the ground, and was directly intercepted in midair by Yi Yuan already. Under such a speed, it was practically something impossible for the Dragon Lord to want to counterattack. When experts exchanged moves, losing the initiative was equivalent to losing one's life. The Dragon Lord's evaluation of Yi Yuan's strength in the beginning was severely lacking, resulting in somewhat underestimating the opponent. Who could have thought that once Yi Yuan made a move it would be earth-shattering? Actually, even if Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries originally, adding in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also not possible to beat the Dragon Lord until like this. In between this naturally still had some matters that had no need to let others know. At the same time that the Dragon Lord was getting a beating, he was unbelievably perplexed. He was puzzled why Yi Yuan was so clear about his weak points. He just stuck his butt out, and Yi Yuan knew what was going to come out. In addition, losing the initiative right from the beginning, the Dragon Lord was passive in all respects right now, getting a beating all over. It was also uncertain how long had passed. Yi Yuan's attacks suddenly ceased. Only then did those surrounding Tiger Clan members finally come back to their sense. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. Looking at the Dragon Lord again, he was already pummeled until looking like a pig's head. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were speechless for a long while. Each generation's Dragon Lord were all legends. This was a sentence passed down in the God-prohibited demon region. However, what happened here now? Too subverting. If let's say the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan fought until neither could gain an upper hand, they could accept it. To say that the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan had a great battle for hundreds of rounds, then was defeated, they could accept that too. However, how was this some fight? It was simply Yi Yuan's one-sided abusing. When did Dragon Lords become so noob? Bloodline power can't match up to this little lord, so you say that little lord's dragon race bloodline power was stolen. If you have the capabilities, steal one for me to see. Yi Yuan looked at the pighead-like Dragon Lord and said with a cold smile, "Yeah." To talk about stealing inferior dragon blood, that was not impossible. But the dragon blood in Yi Yuan's body was too pure, even purer than the Dragon Lord's. Dragon blood like this, regardless of whether it was placed, it would be a supreme treasure. Wanting to steal was simply impossible. Such slandering was way too groundless. Uncle Rong, isn't this Yi Yuan's strength too formidable? The Dragon Lord didn't have the strength to counterattack in front of him at all. Hu Zhao's tone was somewhat quivering. Clearly, he was alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength. Hu Zhao's strength and the Dragon Lord's were also almost the same.
Yi Yuan
could easily defeat the Dragon Lord, indicating that his strength was definitely above his. Previously, he doubted if Yi Yuan had the strength to defeat Peng Yun or not. But now, Yi Yuan used strength to prove everything. Hu Rong had a look of astonishment too, but he shook his head and said, "This Yi Yuan's fighting style seems to curb the Dragon Lord quite a lot. Plus, his own strength is super strong. That's why the Dragon Lord could not use the slightest strength to retaliate. If judging according to both parties' strength, the Dragon Lord might not lose to him much. It's just that
예,
Yuan seems to be intentionally humiliating the Dragon Lord. This isn't some good sign. This fellow isn't deliberately sowing dissension between the Dragon Lord and our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's relationship, right? Hu Zhao's expression changed and he said, when he came yesterday he was clearly only 4th level Soul C. He actually broke through 2 minor realms. Overnight. Too bizarre. This fellow's origins are unclear, and his strength is formidable. We must be on guard. Su Rong frowned and said, could it be the Bear Clan really betrayed us? Uncle Rong. People's heart is hard to fathom. Him not betraying in the past doesn't mean not betraying now. This boy called Yi Yuan, the timing he appeared is too coincidental. In my view, he's definitely here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Our Tiger Clan has been plotting all along for these 10 years in order to capture this Azure Spirit Tree. Now, when it's finally time to draw the net in, not the tiniest bit of accident can be tolerated. Hu Rong nodded and said, Shower, what you said is right. This boy's origins are unclear. Even if we don't kill him, we also have to detain him first. Before talking, wait until we capture the Azure Spirit Tree and save Big Brother. It's not too late to release him then. Finished talking, Hu Rong's figure flashed and stared at Yi Yuan with a dark expression as he said, Boy, you actually dare to beat our Tiger Clan's esteemed guest until like this. What intentions do you have? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but he had yet to speak when Xiongzhan came forward and beat him to it. It was this fellow himself who provoked first. It was plain for everybody to see. Who can be blamed for his strength to be lacking? Himself and getting beaten until like this by Yi Yuan? Hu Rong, aren't you going too far like this? Unknowingly, Xiongzhan's address towards Hu Rong also quietly underwent a change. Very clearly, he felt very disappointed by the Tiger Clan's current sort of situation. Otherwise, with Xiongzhan's forthrightness, a personality that would rather sacrifice the entire clan than be willing to surrender, he definitely would not be this way. Hu Rong clearly also did not expect that the all-along staunch and steadfast Xiongzhan would actually take the lead to rebuke him. His expression involuntarily darkened as he reproached, Xiongzhan, looks if you've really changed. Say then, just what intentions do you have for entering the Tiger Clan in collusion with this boy this time? Hu Rong's words were like a knife, cutting viciously on Xiongzhan's heart. That sort of pain, there was no way of using words to describe it. Senior Xiongzhan, no need to waste your breath. This person is prone to suspicion. The more you explain, the more he feels that you have ulterior motives. Since this place doesn't welcome us, let's go, Yi Yuan said coolly. Showed your true colors, right? Heh, brat who overestimated his own ability. You don't think that you can leave this place by relying on the strength of you too, right? Hu Rong said with a cold smile. As he said, Hu Rong's powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan duo inside fully. This Hu Rong was late-stage Tier 6 strength. It was totally not what Yi Yuan duo could withstand. Right at this time, a pure, yet powerful pressure crept over everyone's faces. Changed. Those Tiger Clan members whose strength slightly weaker all knelt down in submission without prior consultation. This was the divine beast pressure belonging to the tiger race. It was not strong. Only initial stage Tier 5 strength. But this pressure was much more unadulterated compared to Hu Rong, this sort of inferior brand. Hu Rong's face changed as he said, this. Once this person appeared, the atmosphere immediately became tense. The Tiger Clan members had a look akin to facing a great enemy. They were clearly very fearful of the arrival. The moment that person saw the Tiger Clan members' appearances, he could not help laughing. Haha, everyone, I don't have ill intentions. I'm here to find Mr. Yi. Hu Rong's expression changed once more. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on alert. The arrival was none other than precisely the Peng Hai who was sent over by Peng Tian. Yi Yuan, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Tiger Lord, this person is harboring malicious intent, colluding with the Rock clan with intent to attack the Tiger clan. Hu Rong gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised looking by the side. White light was clearly only Tier 5 cultivation, but Hu Rong seemed to be very fearful of him. Already to this sort of extent, and he actually had not fallen out with White Light yet. White Light snorted coldly and said, Explain about what? Whatever my big brother says, that's how it is. With me around, how can my big brother be detrimental towards the Tiger clan? Shut your mouth up and listen to what he has to say. White Light had a childish voice when talking, but was imposing and domineering, making Yi Yuan keep on wanting to laugh. Yi Yuan shot Peng Hai a nonchalant look and said, Since you came, you still dare to play this sort of petty tricks with me? I think you're complaining that Peng Yun has lived for too long, right? Peng Hai was still snickering just now. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression suddenly changed. Indeed, he was rash just now and purely wanted to implicate Yi Yuan a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually guessed his purpose for coming long ago. Looks like the injuries on Peng Yun's body was totally intentional by Yi Yuan. Having such a precise grasp on Peng Yun's injuries, this Yi Yuan was simply too terrifying. Cough, cough that. Didn't I not have chance to say yet? Ha ha ha. Bang. Hai landed in the field as he said awkwardly. Hu Rong and the others still had a manner as if they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, they became even more cautious. Although Hu Rong's strength was above Peng Hai's, who knew if he had brought numerous Rock clan experts over behind him or not. Moreover, they did not receive any news beforehand. This was the scariest. Since Lord Hu Rong wants an explanation, then you give it to him. Yi Yuan said it coolly, but everyone was anxious and uncertain. Hu Rong and the others were not fools either. They could also tell from Peng Hai's look that he was very wary of Yi Yuan. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, Peng Yun's small life seemed to be grasped in the hands of Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan and Peng Hai were not together? Could it be that those words Yi Yuan said previously were all true? Once the thought hit, Hu Rong's entire person was somewhat ruffled. Peng Hai smiled awkwardly and said, Hu Rong, you don't need to be like this. I'm here to make peace with your Tiger clan on behalf of the Rock clan. Make peace. Hu Rong doubted if his own ears heard wrongly or not. Now at this time it was precisely when the Tiger clan was the weakest and the Rock clan the stronger. Peng Hai actually came to find him to negotiate peace. This bunch of fellows wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? Hu Rong unwittingly looked over towards Yi Yuan once more. What in the world did this fellow do to actually be able to let the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan make peace at any cost? That's right. It's make peace. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation. Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, What has it got to do with me whether you guys make peace or not? What I want isn't this explanation. Peng Hai's heart went slightly cold. Could it be that kissing ass kissed onto the foot? He saw that Yi Yuan and that Tiger Lord's relationship was very intimate and would definitely stand on the Tiger clan standpoint. That was why he gave rise to this idea. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not buy it at all? Looks like the Tiger clan offended Yi Yuan badly. Yet Yi Yuan's words made Hu Rong's heart quiver. This peace negotiation that had come to an agreement was gone just like that? Honestly speaking, the Rock clan suggesting peace negotiations right now, they were more than happy to welcome it. Why would they refuse? But Yi Yuan, this fellow, actually messed up the peace negotiations with one sentence. Like the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. Actually, Peng Hai also did not wish to let the Tiger clan know about the news of Peng Yun almost getting crippled. But at this time, he clearly could not hide it anymore, and could only come clean. Actually, I came here this time to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest at our Rock clan. and treat our young Lord Peng Yun's injuries with your addit. Previously we had understandings between us resulting in causing some unnecessary trouble. Peng Hai spoke with fervor and assurance, briefly describing the events that happened on that day. It was actually not much different from Xiongzhan's. Forget about being a guest. I don't wish to cross the Rubicon one. Anyway, why should I treat Peng Yun's injuries? If you didn't harbor devious thoughts back then, you also wouldn't have ended up coming to beg me in an obsequious manner now, Yi Yuan said coolly. Peng Hai had an awkward look as he said, whatever terms Mr. Yi has, feel free to state them. As long as my rock clan can accomplish it, we absolutely won't shirk. Yi Yuan smiled rather wickedly as he said, really? Seeing Yi Yuan's smile, Peng Hai's heart involuntarily palpitated a bit and had a foreboding premonition. But upon recalling Peng Tian's words before setting off, Peng Hai could not help nodding his head fiercely. Yi Yuan said, I want 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence. Don't tell me you don't have. Peng Hai nearly jumped up. He pointed at Yi Yuan and said, you're looting a burning house here. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I knew that you'd have this reaction. I only stated the price. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Furthermore, I feel that using 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence to exchange for Peng Yun's life, it's still you guys who got off real cheap. You think about it. The Kuan Peng blood essence that you all expended on him far surpassed 3 drops, right? Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about the demon race's situation and knew that in demonic beasts' progeny clans, they generally had their own sacred ground. That was the place to enshrine and worship forefathers. Before demons died, they would normally all enter the sacred ground and contribute a portion of their own blood essence. Inside the sacred ground had this power that could cleanse and purify bloodline, letting the blood essence rank rise. But this process was exceedingly slow. Furthermore, every generation's demon clan would expend blood essence. Hence, the blood essence that every clan stored in reserve was not considered much. Actually, Yi Yuan only want to probe a bit just now, because what he understood was just the divine realm's demon clan situation. He did not think that the demon clans inside the god-prohibited demon region really had blood essence reserves. Kuan Peng blood essence was an extremely valuable divine beast bloodline too. Although it could not compare to dragon race bloodline, it was also an exceptionally high-grade bloodline. Of course, the Kuan Peng blood essence that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stored was definitely unable to compare to the dragon blood that Yi Yuan swallowed. The two were not on the same level at all. Peng Hai's expression changed several times, and he said, this matter's stake is too significant. I can't make the decision and must ask for instructions from the clan head. If clan head agrees, the Kuan Peng blood essence should be able to be delivered within 3 days. Yi Yuan nodded and said, all right, I'll wait for your news. Matter is settled. You guys continue. How it should be, let it happen. Make sure not to give me face. Hu Rong's expression changed when he heard that. His gaze involuntarily looked towards White Light embarrassedly and said, Tiger Lord. White Light turned the whites of his eyes up at him and said crossly, who asked you all to not know good from bad and offended my big brother? Now you know his prowess, right? White Light's words made Hu Rong have an embarrassed look. This, Tiger Lord, you also know that the Tiger clan right now is experiencing extraordinary times. White Light waved his hand and said, all right, so much crap. The matters in the past, I won't care about them. But you remember it now, anybody can be provoked, but make sure not to provoke my big brother. White Light paused for a bit and said, because you can't afford to provoke him. White Light's words made everyone shocked. But at this time, there was already nobody who doubted this sentence. Yi Yuan's origins were mysterious, beat Peng Yun to heavy injuries when it was impossible, and kept the entire Rock clan in check. Now, Peng Hai was begging in front of Yi Yuan like a grandson. The Dragon Lord ran in front of Yi Yuan and raised a racket. In the end, he was bashed until turning into a pig's head. The Tiger clan wanted to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, who knew that he and the Tiger Lord were actually bosom friends. Looking at it now, if they made White Light choose between Yi Yuan and the Tiger clan, he would definitely choose Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. Such a person who could afford to provoke. Yi Yuan's strength was clearly not strong. Yet anyone present was all unable to do anything to him. Hu Rong showed a difficult look and said, "But this way we're bound to offend the Dragon Lord." Dragon Lord? The Dragon Lord is nothing in front of my big brother. Also, if you guys don't want to offend the Dragon Lord, you'll have to offend me. This Tiger Lord. Up to yourself. White Light said disdainfully. This? What this? Why haven't you apologized to my big brother yet? If not for my sake just based on your actions, do you think that my big brother would be willing to let it go? Currently, the Tiger clan's fate depended on just a word from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined hands with the Rock clan to attack the Tiger clan, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. Hence, White Light's words did not have areas that were the slightest bit exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Hu Rong was not a fool either. After struggling with it for a while, he finally still lowered his head. He came before Yi Yuan and said, "Mr. Yi, it was all Hu Rong measuring the stature of a great man by the yardstick of a petty man. Mr. Yi, please stay. Your hand in mercy." With White Light around, Yi Yuan naturally would not really do anything to the Tiger clan. Furthermore, the present situation, it was clearly better for both sides to keep each other in check than for one side be annihilated. The card in other people's hands and on his own hand was of course different. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Today, I was taking into consideration on account of White Light's face. Otherwise, I really wouldn't mind going to the Rock clan to be a guest." When Peng Hai heard, he was naturally filled with unwillingness in his heart. But at this time there was nothing he could do to Yi Yuan as well. He had planned out well in his heart long ago. Once young Lord Peng Yun's injuries recover, he would definitely show Yi Yuan some colors. But Peng Hai obviously would not bring it out on the surface. He went forward and said, "Mr. Yi, young Lord Peng Yun's injuries." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "As long as you all bring the Kuan Peng blood essence, here there's naturally no issue. I'll start a furnace and refine pills in a while to refine the medicinal pills to treat Peng Yun's wounds." Peng Hai could not help being overjoyed when he heard those words and said, "I'll send a message to clan head right away." "Hang on." Peng Hai was just about to leave when Yi Yuan stopped him. "Does Mr. Yi still have any instructions?" Peng Hai inquired cautiously. I haven't finished talking yet." When Peng Hai heard, his heart thumped, and he cried out inwardly, "Not good." Indeed, he heard Yi Yuan say leisurely, "Previously, my attack wasn't light, nor heavy, resulting in Peng Yun's injuries to be somewhat severe. Although my medicinal pills can treat him, the medicinal effect of one medicinal pill is definitely not enough." When Peng Hai heard, his expression was indescribably nasty. What was called one medicinal pill was not enough. To be able to hurt Peng Yun until like that, but not cripple him, how precise did the attack have to be? Yi Yuan even calculated him coming before he came. Such precise skill, he would be neither light nor heavy? Only a ghost would believe you. However, that did not seem to have any use at all. Whatever Yi Yuan said now was what it was. Then, roughly how long is needed before he can recover? Peng Hai asked, with a quivering voice. Roughly half a year or so, I guess. Take a medicinal pill once every 2 months. 3 pills should be sufficient." Peng Hai left with a dispirited look. Inside the Tiger clan's hidden chamber, Yi Yuan and White Light had another bear hug. The two people were clearly both very agitated. "Haha, big brother. Really didn't expect to be able to see you here. I just broke through not long ago and was just thinking of deploying the tiger clans. Strength to go find you. I knew that with your capabilities you could definitely walk out of the essence-devouring, confounding fog. White light said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile. I also didn't expect it. How did you walk out of the essence-devouring, confounding fog and also become the Tiger Lord? Yi Yuan guessed that a Tiger Lord should be an existence similar to a dragon Lord. It was just that no idea why Hu Rong would be so fearful towards the White Light, who was only tier 5. Only under White Light's explanation did Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turns out that, after White Light entered the essence-devouring confounding fog, the essence-devouring confounding fog actually did not have any effect on him at all. Yi Yuan had exhausted all the essence energy recovery medicinal pills back then and broke through to heart like monolith realm before barely managing to charge out. Listening to White Light's encounters, Yi Yuan was also speechless. But after White Light walked out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, he went rather far away from Yi Yuan and actually appeared in the vicinity of the Tiger Clan directly. White Light's bloodline power made all of the Tiger Clan fall head over heels. White Light's Tiger race bloodline was even much more powerful and pure compared to that Dragon Lord who got beaten up. Not only that, White Light's bloodline power was even purer than the blood essence in the Tiger Clan's sacred ground. Such pure White Tiger bloodline, he was naturally deified as a god by the Tiger Clan, thinking that White Light came out from there. The Dragon Lord coming to the Tiger Clan was at most just a friend. But White Light in the Tiger Clan, his position was entirely different. He was like a prince descending to the mortal realm, revered by the Tiger Clan. Ever since I entered the God-prohibited demon region, I kept on hearing about that place. Only now do I know that that place is called the Dark Forest. No idea just what kind of place this Dark Forest is, to actually make all of the demon clans guard the secret so closely, Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. One had to know that in this God-prohibited demon region, tier 6 experts were everywhere. Legends had it that there were even tier 7 powerhouses. Such powerful existence was actually all very fearful of the Dark Forest. White Light shook his head and said, This, I don't know either, but I heard. Hu Rong, they all say that the Dark Forest is the God-prohibited demon region's forbidden land. Nobody can get close. Even if one's strength were any greater, one would also die mysteriously when approaching there. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Even tier 7 powerhouses can't enter? White Light shook his head and said, Can't enter, but under my curiosity I once ran to the peripherals of the Dark Forest. At that time the bloodline within my body actually faintly stirred. Seems like that place and my origins have a great relation. Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan was also slightly startled in his heart. Could it be that White Light actually walked out from the Forbidden Land in the Endless Forest's Forbidden Land? But White Light also said that once he came close to the Dark Forest, dangerous aura came with it too. It seemed to be a warning to him. Hence he did not dare to enter too deep as well. Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Looks like this endless world was truly hiding secrets everywhere. Listening to what White Light said, this Dark Forest was simply even more perilous than the essence-devouring, confounding fog. With their present strength, they were simply unable to enter. Perhaps that Dragon Lord, that fellow, knew some things, but he probably would not say over his dead body. If the Dragon Lord would disclose information, then the God-prohibited demon region would definitely have long known some of the state of affairs inside. However, it looked like the Dark Forest was an enigma to the God-prohibited demon region. Since that's the case, then let's better not attempt to enter that Dark Forest. Wait until our strength is sufficient someday, then go exploring it. Isn't too late either, Yi Yuan said. This Dark Forest definitely held in store a massive secret. But with Yi Yuan's current strength, he was unable to explore it at all. Yi Yuan was curious, but these curiosities needed for his deep hatred to be avenged before it could be fulfilled. Big brother, you should have come to the Tiger Clan for the Azure Spirit Tree, right? White Light walked all the way along with Yi Yuan and was very clear about Yi Yuan's affairs. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I originally wanted to pay a visit to Hu Yan. Looks like his situation isn't so great. I'm not very concerned about this either, that's why I didn't inquire much well, but looks like he's indeed not doing too good. But I know that the Tiger Clan has been plotting to deal with the Azure Spirit Tree all along these few years. Now it's just about time to reel in the net already," White Light said. White Light knew that Yi Yuan wanted to find the Azure Spirit Tree, so he would obviously inquire about news in this area. With his status, inquiring about these was not hard. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, "Good brother, you were so considerate. Haha, traveling the entire way until now, it was all Big Brother helping me. Now that I finally managed to have a chance to help Big Brother, what are you being courteous with me for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, Hoo, then I won't be melodramatic, but the Tiger Clan could actually ascertain the Azure Spirit Tree's position under the situation where Hu Yan isn't around. Not that Yi Yuan was looking down on the Tiger Clan, but the Azure Spirit Tree's whereabouts were erratic and extremely hard to grasp. Knowing the approximate position, Yi Yuan could naturally determine the Azure Spirit Tree's position. But to say that the Tiger Clan had this ability, Yi Yuan did not believe. The place nearby the Dark Forest in the Tiger Clan's territory has a piece of wood attribute spirit vein. The Azure Spirit Tree seemed to have taken fancy on that piece of land. Hence, it has been lingering in that area all along, White Light said. Only then did Yi Yuan suddenly came to a realization. This Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. What it needed the most was wood attribute, heaven and earth quintessence. In the Tiger Clan's territory, there was actually a chunk of wood attribute, spirit vein. No wonder it hung around there and did not leave. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to White Light, "I'll have a talk with who? Wrong. What? You want to take part in rounding up the Azure Spirit Tree? You're indeed here for the Azure Spirit Tree, even though you're Tiger Lords. Brother, our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan has already plotted for a full 10 years for the sake of this day. Why should we give you a cut of the loot?" When Hu Rong heard Yi Yuan's request, he nearly jumped up. If not for White Light by the side, he would have long made a move against Yi Yuan. He previously judged that Yi Yuan came for the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was indeed like so. Hu Rong was still puzzled previously why the Tiger Lord would be especially interested in the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was actually for the sake of this boy in front of him. Yi Yuan had long guessed Hu Rong's reaction and said with a faint smile, 10 years and only laid down with Spirit Dragon imprisoning array. Yi Yuan's smile carried thick mockery, greatly stimulating Hu Rong. Hu Rong gave a cold snort and said furiously, "What do you know? That Azure Spirit Tree's strength is incomparably powerful. Even Big Brother Hu Yan isn't a match either. We have to be very wary when laying down the array. Once we let it find out, all the effort would be all for naught. Now the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array is only missing one final step. As long as the grand array is formed, the Azure Spirit Tree will be an item in our bags. You foreign boy wants to sit idly and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with just a sentence. Do you really take our Tiger Clan to be easy to bully?" In Hu Rong's view, Yi Yuan was relying on his ties with White Light to demand an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good, but surrounding and sieging the Azure Spirit Tree, that was Tier 6 experts matters. Tier 5 experts did not even have the qualifications to take part. What was Yi Yuan worming his way in at this time for other than reaping what he had not sown? Yi Yuan said, "It's true that the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array is powerful, but wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, it's still a little inadequate. With the likes of your strength right now to want to capture the Azure Spirit Tree, that's impossible. Don't blame me for not warning, and you fail to beat the tiger and get hurt instead when the time comes. Even if I have Peng Yun, this chip right now, it most likely can't protect the Dark Fiend Tiger clan either. Hu Rong's expression changed, and he immediately snorted coldly and said, exaggerating to scare people. The Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a peak Tier 6 Grand Array. Furthermore, it has immensely great restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. On what basis can it not subdue the Azure Spirit Tree? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, what you said is right, but you've neglected one point. Hu Rong gave a cold laugh but did not follow up. Yi Yuan continued, the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a fire attribute grand array. I do indeed have extremely powerful restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. If it were changed to another place, you guys would definitely be able to succeed. But sadly, what the Azure Spirit Tree took over is a wood attribute spirit vein. It's true that myriad things under the heavens reinforce and counteract each other, but that's not absolute. On this chunk of wood attribute spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree can draw out an inexhaustible flow of wood essence power. When the power of the wood essence exceeds the limits that the Grand Array can withstand, your Grand Array will collapse all the same. At the minimum, the Azure Spirit Tree can also draw on the immense wood essence power to deplete the Grand Array's constraints. You all are likewise not its match. Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Hu Rong's expression changed. Again and again, the matter that was originally almost in the bag, now with Yi Yuan saying this, many issues were added on. Every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. They really had not thought about this point. Humph. Even if it's like this, what can you do if you went? Hu Rong said, stubbornly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, this you don't need to care. I naturally have my ways. However, I can help you all catch the Azure Spirit Tree and help you guys treat Hu Yan's injuries. But the Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Hu Rong's expression changed. In your dreams. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I've already stated the terms. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you don't believe in heresy and insist on giving it a shot, it's also up to you. But the Azure Spirit Tree, I'm determined to get it. If you come to find me again when the time comes, the price will be raised. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and went out, leaving behind Hu Rong with that angry expression flickering incessantly. The moonlight was obscured. Hu Rong's figure quietly appeared in the Tiger clan's sacred ground. In an empty hall, a slightly aged-looking figure was seated on the ground. A blood light revolved around him, carrying a thick tiger race aura. It was just that his two eyes were tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the outside world's situation. This person was precisely the Hu Yan who had already vanished for 10 years in front of outsiders. Hu Rong looked at Hu Yan and said, Big brother, the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array will be set up complete tomorrow. This time I'll definitely bring the Azure Spirit Tree back for you. As Hu Rong said, Hu Yan did not respond, as if he did not hear what he was saying at all. Before long, Hu Rong turned around and left. However, what he did not notice was that not long after he left, Hu Yan's eyes actually silently opened. Ahead was a stretch of lush green forest. The wood essence power emitting out of there made people feel refreshed. Hu Rong looked at the clansmen currently bustling about, his gaze filled with anticipation. Yi Yuan said that the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array could not deal with the Azure Spirit Tree. But Hu Rong did not believe in this heresy. How could 10 years of effort be handed over on a platter? Today he brought over 10 Dark Fiend Tiger Clan Tier 6 experts. Apart from a few staying in the clan to hold down the fort, it could be said to be moving out in full force. Lord Hu Rong, the array formation is done. A clansman came in front of Hu Rong, with a face full of wild elation. This array formation was laid down for 10 years. Today it was finally completed. How could they not be excited? The demon race was not skilled in the path of formations. Plus laying down the formation needed to avoid the azure spirit tree's eyes and ears. The progress of this array formation was naturally very slow. When Hu Rong heard, he was thrilled in his heart too. But he forcefully suppressed it. Prepare to activate the array formation. Don't lower your guard. This azure spirit tree's strength is extraordinary, and no mistakes can be tolerated. Hu Rong instructed. Even though Hu Rong did not believe Yi Yuan's words, he was also not as optimistic at this time. Instead, he bucked all the spirits up. Yes, Lord Hu Rong. The clansmen received the order and left. When all the preparations were ready, Hu Rong waved his hand and said, "Activate the array formation." Rumble. A violent sound spread throughout the entire forest very quickly. A grand array instantly enveloped this wood attribute spirit vein. In an instant, a boundless fire essence power pervaded inside the grand array. Those lush green trees drooped and withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hu Rong took this spectacle fully into his eyes and was excited and worried. Honestly speaking, he was really very afraid that Yi Yuan's words would come true. Although Yi Yuan, this youth, was young, he completely could not be measured with common sense. But looking at the current situation, Yi Yuan's concern was clearly uncalled. For the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array perfectly restrained those plants. Inside, Hu Rong did not see the slightest possibility of the azure spirit tree retaliating at all. Ha ha ha! The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array is indeed powerful. The azure spirit tree is already an object in our tiger clan's bags. It was not in vain for us to spend the price of 10 years to set up the formation. Today, we've indeed achieved the effects. When we capture the azure spirit tree, Lord Hu Yen will be able to recover to his peak state. Our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan will be able to roam the God-prohibited demon region unhindered again. These Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were all unbelievably agitated. When it was time for 10 years of plowing and weeding to receive the harvest, agitation was hard to avoid too. Hu Rong was a little calmer than them, but this sort of composure was also gradually being whittled away to nothing by the might of the grand array. But he was not anxious, because the azure spirit tree had not shown itself. Yet, it was definitely impossible for the azure spirit tree, this sort of powerful spirit tree, to resign itself to death like this. He would definitely come. As was expected, before long, a great towering tree suddenly grew up in the grand array. This tree was originally inconspicuous among all of the trees, but at this time it covered everything. To be able to still have such vibrant energies within the wood spirit dragon imprisonment array, there was only the azure spirit tree. It was only to see the azure spirit tree extended out many vines and violently bombarded the grand array. But the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was indeed extraordinary. Those vines had yet to come into contact with the grand array when they were suddenly ignited by flames. Those vines danced in the air just like humans, waving their hands and stomping their feet when in pain. Ha ha ha! This wood spirit dragon imprisoning array is indeed extraordinary. Even if here is the wood attribute spirit vein, so what? Isn't the azure spirit tree still going to submit to us without resistance obediently? Hu Rong said ecstatically when he saw the situation. At this time, the last trace of worry in his heart also melted away into nothing along with it. Deploy the grand array. Beat the azure spirit tree to heavy injuries first. Hu Rong immediately gave the order. Yes. The clansman presiding over the grand array received the order and immediately went forward to deploy the grand array. Thick fire essence power crept towards the azure spirit tree very quickly. The azure spirit tree suddenly radiated a resplendent azure light, wanting to isolate these fire essence power. Yet all of this was a futile effort. This azure light only resisted for a little hole and was breached by the great fire. The flames ignited the great towering tree very quickly. This scene made all of the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members' hot blood boil over. While they watched, The azure spirit tree inside the grand array was peak tier 6. This fire looked to be incomparably powerful. But to talk about burning it to death, that was
Impossible.
what wrong they all wanted was for the azure spirit tree to be severely injured. This moment did not let them wait for too long. That azure spirit tree wilted away very quickly under the attack of the flames. Right at this moment, Hurong gave the order. Charge inside. Capture the azure spirit tree. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan members had long been raring to have a go. Under Hurong's command, over 10 figures leaped, directly entering inside the grand array. These 10 figures were all tier 6 experts. Their movements were extremely swift, arriving in the proximity of the azure spirit tree in a blink of an eye. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. The azure spirit tree suddenly gave off a dazzling azure light. Thick wood essence power welled up from under the ground, surging to an extent where it was practically going to burst forth. Sensing such thick wood essence power, Hurong's expression changed drastically and he roared madly, "Quickly retreat! We fell into a trap. This fellow wasn't tricked at all." At this moment, Yi Yuan's words suddenly flashed across Hurong's mind, regretting until his intestines went green. But at this sort of critical moment, he could not be allowed to think too much at all, bringing his clansmen far away immediately. Yet, how could the azure spirit tree be easy to bully? How was there still any hint of waning on the azure spirit tree's body? It was even more powerful than before. Countless rows of vines zigzagged out from the azure spirit tree, intertwining over towards those dozen figures with extreme speed. Boom! This attack, Hurong brought out all of his might. Luckily, he was a late-stage Tai 6 expert too. Even though he could not compare to the azure spirit tree, slightly withstanding a bit was still achievable. This attack of Hurong's proved effective, delaying those vines a moment of time. But even so, there were still 3 or 4 clansmen with slightly weaker strength who were tangled up by the vines. They did not even get to yell out a cry for help and were drowned by countless vines. How could Hurong still dare to remain at this time? He brought the remaining clansmen and charged right out of the grand array. Once out of the grand array, Hurong's entire person was dead exhausted, directly kneeling onto the ground. Bang! Hurong's fist smashed onto the ground with unspeakable remorse and vexation. Looking at the other clansmen again, how was there still any trace of excitement from before? In the Tiger clan, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. This Kuan Peng blood essence can't compare to the dragon blood refined previously in the end. The difference between the two is too great.
Ye Yuan
Sighed. Big brother, can your cultivation speed be a little slower? Your speed, I can't catch up even by whipping my horse. By the side, White Light said gloomily. Yi Yuan had just refined the Kuan Peng blood essence the Rock clan sent over and directly broke through to the 7th level Soul Sea. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're a tier 5, taking form, expert now. Why are you saying that my cultivation speed is fast instead?" White Light said huffily, "Even though I succeeded in taking form, the strength disparity between us became even greater instead. Forget it. Forget it. Not talking about this anymore. Big brother, could it be that you're not worried at all?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I'm indeed quite worried. Worried that not one of them will return." Cough, cough. Is Mr. Yi around? Yi Yuan and White Light were currently chatting when Hurong's embarrassed voice came from outside the door. White Light gave Yi Yuan an odd look. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's prophecy had, unfortunately, came true once again. "Come in." Yi Yuan did not seem to be very surprised and said nonchalantly. After Hurong entered, his entire person was somewhat bashful and his gaze dodging nonstop, not daring to look straight at Yi Yuan. His face was even somewhat burning. A late-stage tier 6 powerhouse was rather like a girl, shy to meet people at this time, making people's jaws drop. After entering, Hu Rong did not speak. Yi Yuan naturally would not open his mouth first either. For a moment the atmosphere became quite awkward. Finally, it was still Hu Rong who could not endure this awkward atmosphere and broke the silence. I wonder if Mr. Yi has any ways to be able to capture the Azure Spirit Tree. Uttering this sentence was equivalent to admitting his mistake from before. A Tier 6 powerhouse lowering his head to a Tier 4 martial artist. This was not a scene that should appear under normal circumstances. Evidently, Hu Rong was already utterly helpless about the Azure Spirit Tree. The Azure Spirit Trees might far surpass his imaginations. It was no wonder that Lord Hu Yen also suffered a huge loss at his hands. Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Yen and said coolly, "You should remember the words that I said before, right?" Hu Rong's face revealed a struggling look. The function of the Azure Spirit Tree was not just able to treat Hu Yan's wounds. Otherwise, why would Hu Yen expend such a great price to capture him back? Then, the Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. The wood essence power was incomparably powerful. Wood attribute's cardinal characteristic was life. Regardless of whether it was for humans or demonic beasts, it had immensely beneficial aspects. And the Azure Spirit Tree was even different from ordinary spirit woods. Had extremely great nourishing effects on martial artists' divine soul. Tier 6 breaking through to Tier 7, there was a massive barrier. That was the huge bottleneck from the middle 3 realms breaking through to the upper 3 realms. Regardless of whether human or demon, there were countless people stopped by this barrier. This degree of difficulty was much harder compared to the difficulty of Sea Transformation Realm breaking through to Soul Sea Realm. And the crux of breaking through this step was the divine soul. Therefore, Hu Yen wanting to catch the Azure Spirit Tree back then was surely in order to break through to Tier 7. It was just that he never expected that the Azure Spirit Tree's strength was so formidable, could truly be called tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. This point Hu Rong was definitely aware as well. Hence, to make him give up on the Azure Spirit Tree he really could not do this. Can Mr. Yi change to another condition? The Azure Spirit Tree has immense significance to my clan, and we really can't yield.
Misteriejan.
State other terms. Even if the price is equal to the Azure Spirit Tree, it's fine, Hu Rong said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, the Azure Spirit Tree is useless to me, but it's a life-saving item to a friend of mine. If you all insist on the Azure Spirit Tree, then think of a way yourself. Towards Hu Rong's attitude, Yi Yuan was not concerned. Even the wood spirit dragon imprisoning Array was powerless. The Dark Fiend, Tiger Clan already had no other tricks left to play. Hence, he was not worried about Hu Rong refusing to give in. As long as he did not make a move, Hu Rong could forget about getting the Azure Spirit Tree. Hu Rong was incredibly aggrieved right now. He very much wanted to subdue Yi Yuan and force him to go capture the Azure Spirit Tree. But White Light's existence made him very wary. White Light's strength was not powerful, but his bloodline was too noble. To their Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, White Light's identity was not much different from their master. And what made Hu Rong most fearful was about what happened that day when he accompanied White Light together to the outer regions of the Dark Forest. When White Light went near the Dark Forest, that aura emitting off of his body actually echoed together with the Dark Forest across a great distance. Furthermore, White Light himself did not know that there were no demons in the God-prohibited demon region who dared to walk so near like him at all. To say that White Light did not have any relations with inside there at all, Hu Rong would not believe even if he was beaten to death. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree, Hu Yen would only lose the chance to become Tier 7. But if any mishap happened to White Light, his Dark Fiend Tiger Clan would probably be at risk of clan extermination to divine beast progenies. These lesser clans with impure bloodlines, were existences that could be blotted out at will. This point was determined from before they were born. If not for this case, even if the Tiger Lord appeared, on what basis should he, Hu Rong, be so respectful towards a junior? Divine beast progenies were born proud. This. Alright then, but you must promise me to treat big brother Hu Yan's injuries. Struggling for a long time, Hu Rong still made this difficult decision. Because he discovered that he could not do anything to this tier 4 brat at all. His background was too tough. Own self-possessing terrifying dragon race bloodline, even pummeling the dragon lord to a pig's head, and was even a life or death good brother of Tiger Lord, His Excellency. Such a person, who among the demon clans dared to provoke. Yi Yuan nodded and said, rest assured about that. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid will naturally distribute to you guys some. Hu Rong felt his flesh hurt as he nodded and said, all right, deal. Hang on, I never said deal. Did you forget the words that I said before?
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong froze and could not help recalling Yi Yuan's words the last time. His expression became even uglier. Yi Yuan said that if they came to find him again, he would raise the price. This. Mr. Yi, you and Lord Tiger Lord are life and death good brothers and are also considered the Tiger clan's honored guest. We already plotted for as long as 10 years for the sake of this Azure Spirit Tree. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree is already a great loss of vitality to our Tiger clan. If you list any more conditions. Hu Rong showed a difficult look but turned his imploring gaze towards White Light. White Light said huffily, you, this fellow are really forgetful. That day, when you wanted to be detrimental to Big Brother, what did I warn you? Hu Rong could not help sweating profusely when he heard, secretly protesting, against the injustice in his heart. Not that I wished to provoke this great deity, but he demanded an exorbitant price. Moreover, the Tiger clan plotted for 10 years for the Azure Spirit Tree. How could he possibly give up hope without giving it a shot? Yi Yuan said, on account of White Light's face, I won't make things difficult. For you, this is a spirit medicine list. You take it and help me prepare it. Will do. Hu Rong was overjoyed when he heard and said, just preparing some spirit medicines? My Tiger clan still has some forces in the God-prohibited demon region. Preparing some spirit medicines is naturally nothing difficult. Yi Yuan just smiled. After Hu Rong checked the list, the smile on his face instantly became stiff. The spirit medicines on the list had a large stack written densely. Among them, even had quite a number that he had not even heard of the names before. Some were Tier 5 spirit medicines, some were Tier 6 spirit medicines. Moreover, the quantity asked for was quite a bit. This was simply robbery. What? Just now, you were still saying that it's nothing difficult. Regretting. So fast. Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hu Rong wished that he could give himself a tight slap. Clearly aware that this boy was a great robber, why did he still brag? Now it was great. He could not smack his own mouth, right? Furthermore, with this boy's personality, if he refused, he might even do something. Haha. And no problem. I'll do my best to prepare. Hu Rong said with an awkward look. Yi Yuan's temper was like this. Other people give him a unit of respect, he would return them 10. If Hu Rong did not repeatedly make things difficult for him back then, not only would he not put Hu Rong in an awkward situation right now, he would even give Hu Yen a pointer or two after treating him to help him break through to Tier 7. But now, everything was naturally off the table. Actually, what Yi Yuan made Hu Rong prepare was primarily still the spirit medicines to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill. Even though Yi Yuan had obtained the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, the spirit medicines needed for the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill was very rare.
Ye Yuan
had not managed to gather them up. As it happened, making use of this chance, Yi Yuan could gather up these spirit medicines in the Tiger clan and extort a sum while he was at it. Where was the sense in not doing this? But Yi Yuan did not go to capture the Azure Spirit Tree right away. He waited for Hu Rong and asked for another large amount of materials and only exited seclusion after fiddling around alone in his room for 2 days. Upon leaving seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered a large group of people surrounding his entrance. They were all Tier 6 experts. Very clearly, these Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were all waiting for him to go to the Spirit Vein together to catch the Azure Spirit Tree. Furthermore, quite a number of them were still carrying injuries on them. It was clearly caused by catching the Azure Spirit Tree the last time. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "No need for so many people. I'll rest at home. Hu Rong, you bring 3 to 5 people along will do." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's reactions either, bringing White Light along and left right away. Hu Rong was helpless and could only pick out a few clansmen whose strength were the strongest and followed after. The party came to the Spirit Vein area once more. The scene before their eyes involuntarily made their expressions change drastically. The Azure Spirit Tree was surrounded by a magnificent azure light, attacking the Grand Array non-stop. Under the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks, the Grand Array actually had a feeling of teetering on edge. This Azure Spirit Tree's strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Already, Hu Rong and the others all sucked in a cold breath. Recalling the scene that day, they still had some lingering fear. Heh, looks like this Azure Spirit Tree is already just a step away from breaking through. The might of his strength is likely much more daunting than even peak Tier 6, if not for the Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array having restraining effects on him. A mere peak Tier 6 Grand Array would likely still be powerless against him. Even so, this Grand Array can't sustain for much longer too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The few people by the side looked at him like looking at a monster. This fellow was really calm. One had to know that Yi Yuan himself was merely just Tier 6. Facing the peak Tier 6 Azure Spirit Tree, he actually did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. Did this fellow not care about anything? To face such a spectacle and keep a straight face, other than not caring about anything, it could only be that his own strength was already powerful until there was no need to fear. Yi Yuan's understanding towards these heaven and earth spiritual objects was entirely not what the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan people could imagine. In the entire divine realm, no one was worthy of being placed alongside him too. His knowledge and experience in the field of alchemy were not just limited to those low-ranking medicinal herbs. Mr. Yi, quickly take action. I'm afraid that the Grand Array almost can't hold on anymore. Hu Rong could not refrain from urging. The Wood Spirit Dragon imprisoning array was already tottering on the verge of collapse and could be breached by the Azure Spirit Tree at any time. How could Hu Rong still be in the mood to listen to Yi Yuan sigh with admiration at the Azure Spirit Tree's might here? Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually pulled out a small bottle. In the bottle was some powder-like stuff. Sprinkle this powder on your bodies. Those vines naturally won't come and harass you guys, Yi Yuan said. Is this reliable? A Dark Fiend Tiger Clan member looked at the powder in the small bottle with a face full of disbelief. He had witnessed the prowess of those vines. Even a Tier 6 power like him could not resist. A tiny bottle of powder could shield against those vines? Wasn't this joke a little too big as well? Yi Yuan darted him a nonchalant glance and said, "If you're self-confident in being able to avoid those vines, you can choose not to sprinkle. Don't blame me for not warning you. Those vines can secrete poison which can damage the divine soul. Once tangled up, it is a certain death." The few people's expressions all changed when they heard. They really did not know that these vines were actually able to secrete poison. Wasn't this Azure Spirit Tree able to secrete Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid? Why was it able to secrete poison still? But Hu Rong's expression became apprehensive and he said, No wonder. After Big Brother Hu Yen returned, he became dispirited and inert and could not even speak. Turns out that he was actually inflicted by this Azure Spirit Tree's poison. Back then, after Hu Yen came back, he only said a few words. Catch Azure Spirit Tree. Save me. Ever since then, he never woke up again either. However, when the shamans in the clan inspected Hu Yan's body, they could not find the reason at all. They only knew that Hu Yan's divine soul was low, spirited and inert. Clearly, he had suffered very severe injuries. Only with no other alternatives did the Tiger clan lay down the wood spirit. Dragon imprisoning array, planning on catching the azure spirit tree in one stroke. Who knew that it still fell short of success at the last stage. Yi Yuan said, "How can this sort of heaven and earth spiritual object possibly not have any ace in the whole measures? The poison of the azure spirit tree is named traceless soul poison. It specifically targets the divine soul. Using ordinary methods simply can't detect it. Once the azure spirit tree reaches the borders of life and death, it's able to force the traceless soul poison out of its body and let the air be filled with this toxin everywhere. This toxin has no color or smell and is extremely hard to be on guard for. Presumably, clan head Hu Yan must have forced it into a crisis back then. As a result, he fell into the trap himself instead. Even though Yi Yuan had never met Hu Yan, he had surmises about his illness. Long ago, hearing Hu Rong said so at this time, it was naturally not far off. This traceless soul poison was the trump card means of the azure spirit tree. It was extremely formidable. If one was unfamiliar with the azure spirit tree, it was very easy to succumb to the move. But this sort of heaven and earth spiritual objects were extremely rare to begin with. How many really understood it? However, Yi Yuan also knew that once the azure spirit tree forced the traceless soul poison out of its body, its strength would also be greatly diminished. Fortunately, this place was a wood attribute spirit vein. At present, not only did the azure spirit tree's strength recover to its peak state, it even advanced a step further. Now, if that Hu Yan came again, the azure spirit tree would not need to employ this trump card move at all. The few people were all taken aback with shock after listening to Yi Yuan's words. This azure spirit tree was really not easy to deal with. If the azure spirit tree also used this move on that day, none of them would be able to escape and all would have to die here. Fortunately, their strength was not strong enough and could not force the azure spirit tree to use its ultimate move at all. That's all I have. Up to you all to sprinkle. The grand array can't hold on much longer already. I don't have the time to waste with you guys. If you guys still don't make a move, I'm going to go in myself. Yi Yuan said impatiently. Hu Rong knew that this little lord was not to be provoked and instructed with a solemn face. Tell you all to sprinkle, then sprinkle. What's with all the crap? After the few people heard Yi Yuan's words, they had an even deeper understanding towards the azure spirit tree's might. But it was precisely because so that they were even less confident in this powder of Yi Yuan's. But with Hu Rong's order, they could only act accordingly and scattered quite a bit of powder on their own bodies. The powder carried an intensely pungent smell, making them feel dizzy and their eyes blurry for a while. This powder is poisonous, but the toxicity isn't high. Just get used to it. For a while will do. You all don't circulate your powers to force the poison. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. These people were just about to circulate their skills to force the poison out. When Yi Yuan's words arrived already, Hu Rong's expression flickered incessantly as he said, Why are you perfectly fine? Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, Because I'm handsome. Yi Yuan was good-looking, but it was definitely not because he was good-looking that there was no reaction. But Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them about the matter of him possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood. This bit of poison was not considered much. To Tier 6 experts, endure a bit and it would pass. It was just that they still held a distrustful attitude towards the effects of this powder. When they entered the grand array, each and every one of them was standing by with their full power, fearful of those vines intertwining over towards them. But Yi Yuan walked very confidently, swaggering his way into the grand array. When they approached the azure spirit tree, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members discovered that not only did those vines not harass them, they avoided like the plague instead. Seeing this scene, these few people finally knew that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He had genuine ability. No wonder a Tier 4 boy dared to boast shamelessly and came to capture the Azure Spirit Tree. Just a tiny bottle of power resolved the thing which gave them, these Tier 6 experts, a huge headache. Big brother, this power of yours is really magical. Those vines actually really ignored us. White Light clicked his tongue in wonder too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. It's true that this Azure Spirit Tree is formidable, but there are some things that he is fearful of. This powder was refined and formed with deer birthgrass as the lead and mixing together some other materials. Its name is deer birth powder, precisely one of the things that the Azure Spirit Tree dreads. The deer birthgrass's rank isn't high. It is just Tier 5. But once its toxins enter the Azure Spirit Tree, it will be like a plague, curbing the wood essence power in his body. These vines are all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies and are naturally very fearful towards the scent of the deer birth powder. Hu Rong and the clansmen were all dazed from listening by the side. Didn't this Yi Yuan understand the Azure Spirit Tree a little too much? The logic of myriad things in the world reinforcing and counteracting each other anybody understood. But who could know the natural enemy of the Azure Spirit Tree, this sort of seldom-seen object? Could this boy be a living dictionary? White Light extended his thumb and sighed with admiration. Big brother is big, brother. Really impressive. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. Is this your first day knowing me? What does this small thing count as? Hu Rong and the clansmen exchanged glances, all feeling very speechless. The matter then the Tiger Clan set up for 10 years and did not settle. Yi Yuan got it done with a bottle of powder. This also did not count as much. Then what kind of thing could be considered remarkable in Yi Yuan's eyes? Almost approaching the Azure Spirit Tree's main body already. You all be a little careful. This stretch of spirit vein is already completely occupied by the Azure Spirit Tree. His tentacles can extend to every corner. In a while, you guys help me to tie down these children bodies. I'll deal with the main body, Yi Yuan said solemnly. You deal with the main body? Hu Rong's eyes turned into wide saucers, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hu Rong knew that Yi Yuan's capabilities was not small and should be able to restrain a very large portion of the Azure Spirit Tree's energy. But according to Hu Rong's envisage, the main attack still needed him to carry. After all, Yi Yuan's strength was too meager. But what the hell was going on now? Why was it the other way round from his envisage? I wanted to let you go. But are you his match? The Azure Spirit Tree is attacking the Grand Array with all its strength right now. These children bodies are relying completely on instincts to act. Once the main body comes back to its senses, it's also useless no matter how powerful this deer birth powder is, Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong was rendered speechless by the question. He did not have the slightest strength to counterattack in front of the Azure Spirit Tree at all. All right, don't waste any more time. In a while, the bigger the commotion you all stir up, the better. Draw his attention and leave the rest to me. Big brother, you be careful, White Light said concernedly. Relax, I'll be fine. Finish talking. Yi Yuan leaped, approaching towards the Azure Spirit Tree's body with extreme speed. With this, Hu Rong and the rest were not as relaxed as before anymore. Each one of them heightened their vigilance akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan's swift approach finally startled the Azure Spirit Tree. But the Azure Spirit Tree did not pay much attention to Yi Yuan. It just sent all of the vines to intertwine over towards Yi Yuan, while it itself continued attacking the Grand Array. In his eyes, Yi Yuan, this Tier 4 brat, was also not much different from ants. Yet Yi Yuan's concept of wind flow was released fully, avoiding those vines extremely dexterously, and still headed towards the Azure Spirit Tree at high speed. By the time the Azure Spirit Tree reacted, Yi Yuan was less than 1,000 feet away from the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. 1,000 feet's distance was merely a blink of an eye to the present Yi Yuan. With this, the Azure Spirit Tree finally took this ant-like Yi Yuan seriously, and ceased attacking the Grand Array, placed its focus on Yi Yuan. With the Azure Spirit Tree shifting his focus here, the Grand Array finally got a breather and directly suppressed the Azure Spirit Tree's Azure Light. Down a lot. Even so, with the Azure Spirit Tree's strength, it was still plenty to deal with Yi Yuan. It was only to see the main body radiate a brilliant azure light once more. After that, countless vines tore out of the ground, flooding the entire stretch of space. Even if Yi Yuan's movement technique was at the zenith, it was also impossible to charge over in a place without gaps. In front of Yi Yuan right now was like a high wall. No matter how it strove, it was also unable to leap over. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Waving a hand, countless fire lotuses suddenly appeared around him, wrapping Yi Yuan up tightly. Once those fire lotuses appeared, they burned towards those vines without any hesitation. Fiery was already a Tier 5 essence fire at this time. The power of its flames was incomparably daunting. Those vines were all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies and also just around Tier 5 strength. But in terms of attributes, the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely restrained those vines. It was only to hear crackling sounds coming from those vines. They were burned to ashes by Yi Yuan's essence fire very quickly. But the headache was that this region was the wood attribute spirit vein. Those vines were completely grass that could not be burned out by a prairie fire growing again with the spring breeze. They grew frenziedly. Then they were burned entirely by fiery without mercy. Afterward, Hu Rong and the others were also terribly busy at this time, tangled in battle with those vines. But their few people's commotions over here was also not as great as what Yi Yuan caused when added up together. Even though these few people were all Tier 6 experts, facing such frenziedly growing vines, they were at a loss on what to do as well. Originally, the Azure Spirit Tree placed his focus on Hu Rong they all. But at this time, how could he still have the time to bother with Hu Rong, those few people? He directly placed all of his energy on Yi Yuan. With this, the vines over on Hu Rong's side lost control, making the pressure on them lessen abruptly. Hu Rong could not help being flabbergasted with his mouth gaping when he saw the huge commotion over at Yi Yuan's side. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan possessed essence fire, but that Yi Yuan's degree of control towards the essence fire had already reached the acme of perfection. Even if ordinary martial artists owned essence fire, they absolutely could not do it to the extent of completely isolating the vine attacks too. Furthermore, this place was the wood attribute spirit vein. Even if ordinary essence fires could stop the vines, it was also impossible to burn them into ashes instantaneously. This essence fire was not simple too. This young man was really too terrifying. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was also slowed down by these frenziedly growing vines. The distance of 1,000 feet was not that easy to rush over. Yi Yuan's footsteps forward were very slow but moved very solidly. On this stretch of spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power was virtually limitless. Hence, it was able to deploy vines to attack Yi Yuan endlessly. But Yi Yuan's essence fire was seemingly limitless too. No matter how many came, Yi Yuan could still burn it all away. Utilizing essence fire to this sort of degree, Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was also extremely rapid. But coming here this time, Yi Yuan made ample preparations and replenished quite a number of medicinal pills. At this time, he was downing pills crazily. There was no worry about essence energy drying up. At this time, the cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was manifested beyond all doubt. Those incomparably sturdy vines were directly burned cleanly by the cleansing sandal sacred flame. This speed of burning was absolutely much more powerful than ordinary Tier 5 essence fires. Fiery gave birth to intelligence after evolving. The power of the cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame naturally became much stronger compared to ordinary Tier 5. Essence Fires too. This was, for instance, a grand array controlled consciously by people versus operating automatically. The power was absolutely different. Very soon, Yi Yuan crossed a distance of 500 feet and was increasingly closer to the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. All of a sudden, the Azure Spirit Tree vines around Yi Yuan retreated like tidewater. Looks like it was thoroughly frightened by Yi Yuan. Over at Hu Rong's side, the pressure was reduced tremendously now. Seeing this scene, he could not help being overjoyed. Looks like the Azure Spirit Tree could not hold on anymore. This Yi Yuan was truly incomparably formidable to actually be able to kill. Until the Azure Spirit Tree threw away its helmet and coat of mail. Lord Hu Rong, what's he doing? Why isn't he moving? Yeah, such an opportune chance. How can one let it slip by? After the vines retreated, Yi Yuan did not continue the triumphant pursuit. Previously, he was still advancing forward. But at this time, he stopped completely, making the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members all very puzzled. You pig heads! The Azure Spirit Tree is a peak Tier 6 spirit wood. How can it be so easy to deal with? Shut your mouths and stir up a bigger commotion. Make the Azure Spirit Tree get a little more distracted, and you'll all have rendered merits. White Light suddenly roared. White Light's speed was extremely quick. Shuttling back and forth between the vines was accomplished with ease. Those vines could not catch his figure at all. Hu Rong's and the others' hearts tightened when they heard this. The strength in their hands increased a few more parts. They all understood that it had reached a critical moment at this time and must go all out. Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle, but not that he did not do anything. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's pressure currently was even greater than before. Only Yi Yuan knew that the Azure Spirit Tree's most powerful aspect was not those pestering vines, but the divine soul attack, which was as elusive as a ghost. The Azure Spirit Tree to martial artists was like a piece of rare treasure, because it could nourish the martial artist's divine soul, helping the martial artist to break through realms. But likewise, the Azure Spirit Tree regarding divine soul attacks was similarly incomparably daunting too. Disregarding the traceless soul poison which Hu Yen was inflicted with, the Azure Spirit Tree's main body could even secrete a type of colorless, scentless and formless substance which specifically attacked the martial artist's divine soul. This sort of means was kind of similar to human martial artist's divine soul. Mystic art, but also somewhat different, because the Azure Spirit Tree had no divine soul. This sort of attack method, it was just born with it. But this kind of attack method was even harder to defend than divine soul attacks, let alone that this Azure Spirit Tree in front of him was a Tier 6 existence. Yi Yuan was in full gear at this time, fully immersed in the heart-like monolith heart realm. Any trace of undulation in the surroundings was unable to escape his perception. Coming! Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure suddenly vanishing from sight. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, he was unable to withstand this kind of attack at all, so he could only evade. Regarding those golden characters and the black bead, Yi Yuan seriously did not have much confidence. Attack missed target every time. The Azure Spirit Tree unleashed frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art was unleashed to the limits, continuously moving in a wide area, avoiding the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks. But Yi Yuan was not fleeing in disorder aimlessly. He was advancing forward in a roundabout manner consciously. This point, probably even the Azure Spirit Tree did not notice. The Azure Spirit Tree was not only a heaven and earth spiritual object, but also an object without intellect. It was just that it had clearly already unlocked wisdom cultivating until now. Furthermore, its intellect was rather high. Hu Rong they all activated the Grand Array wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, but was schemed and ambushed by the Azure Spirit Tree instead, and nearly got completely annihilated. From this point, one could tell how high the Azure Spirit Tree's intelligence was. It discovered to its dismay at this time that the ant which it looked down on, the most actually really had the strength to threaten it. This time the azure spirit tree really became anxious. All of a sudden, the azure spirit tree stopped the divine soul attacks towards
Ye Yuan.
At the same time, some faintly perceptible things seemed to have started brewing in the air. Now is the time. Yi Yuan had grasped the timing long ago, right when the azure spirit tree was about to release its final ultimate move, throwing the traceless soul poison into the air. Yi Yuan stimulated his speed to the limits. At the same time, Yi Yuan activated the Kuan Peng bloodline in his body. Frenziedly, coupled with the wind thunder extreme light shuttling art, his speed immediately surged immensely. In practically a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived near the front of the azure spirit tree's main body. It was not certain when Yi Yuan had an additional dozen over silver needles in his hands. He fired them into the positions of the azure spirit tree's roots without hesitation at this time. Huff, huff, huff. Hu Rong and the others all suddenly panted heavily for air. Right then, their scalps all tingled. An extremely dangerous aura came from the air, making each and every one of them hold their breaths. But this dangerous aura vanished without a trace under Yi Yuan's dozen over silver needles. Hu Rong looked towards that back view in the distance, his gaze filled with fear. This young man was too powerful. The azure spirit tree which made the entire tiger clan wring their hands in dismay was actually locked down by him just like this. Lord Hu Rong, the azure spirit tree got captured. The clansman asked rather disbelievingly. Hu Rong nodded his head solemnly and said, "Definitely so. If he weren't caught, we would already be dead men just now. Don't need to doubt it. Big Brother said that he could capture him, means he definitely can capture." White Light had a proud look like this azure spirit tree was caught by him. Hu Rong and the others came close, seeing the few silver needles inserted in the tree roots area. They could not help marveling. Really hard to imagine that such a great towering tree was actually locked down by a few tiny little silver needles. Just as they were speaking, this massive tree that towered into the clouds actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming a small tree the size of the rim of a bowl very quickly. The azure spirit tree cultivating to this sort of level changing size is naturally as easy as overturning one's hands. He got hit by my spirit sealing needle. The wood essence power within his body is already hard to be maneuvered, Yi Yuan said coolly. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that a peak tier 6 azure spirit tree was actually subdued by a tier 4 youth. Hu Rong sighed with admiration. He could be said to have his horizons broadened today. The azure spirit tree, which even clan head Hu Yen could do nothing about, was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when his expression changed greatly. A terrifying aura arrived close from far away in a blink, heading towards them. That speed was inconceivably swift. White Light, quickly retreat. Without time to think much at all, Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively. White Light's reaction was not slow either, following Yi Yuan and retreating. Very clearly, that person's target was the azure spirit tree. The person's strength was too strong. Hu Rong and the others did not dare to clash head-on with him either, and they also chose to yield one after another. In front of the azure spirit tree, a figure gradually emerged. When Hu Rong and the others saw the arrival, their faces all changed greatly. "Ha ha ha, it's been hard on the few of you. This gift isn't bad. I'll accept it," the person said with a big laugh. "Peng Tian, you're so despicable." Hu Rong simmered with anger. The arrival was none other than precisely the 1,000-mountain great rock clan's clan head, Peng Tian. This fellow was actually lurking nearby the entire time. After waiting for Yi Yuan they all to succeed, he then seized the azure spirit tree with a momentum as forceful as a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering the ears. Pang Tian said with a delighted look. Despicable? Spiritual objects under the heavens, fated ones get it. Very clearly, you guys aren't that fated one. As he said this, his gaze actually looked towards Yi Yuan and said, Boy, you really didn't let me down. To actually really restrain the azure spirit tree. But you never would have thought that your actions would become other people's wedding dress, right? Ha ha ha. Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Pang Tian could not resist, chortling with laughter. Hu Rong and the others, their expressions were indescribably ugly. This azure spirit tree landing in Pang Tian's hands, Hu Yen would be dead for certain. This outcome was what they could not bear. Yi Yuan's face did not have an overly dejected expression, but he asked, calmly, Clan head Pang Tian, nice scheming. This Yi admires you. I wonder how. You knew that I could restrain the azure spirit tree. Pang Tian said delightedly. I initially wasn't fully certain either, but the timing that you appeared was too coincidental. Coming to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan at this time, the goal can only be the azure spirit tree. Even though your strength is meager, you're able to turn something rotten into magical and are bound to have areas surpassing others in. Therefore, I decided to let you give it a try. I didn't expect that you really succeeded. Even if you didn't succeed with the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, to be cannon fodders for me isn't bad. As well? Ha ha ha. Pang Tian had evidently known the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's activities long ago. Yet, the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan still pretended to be mysterious. It was simply a joke. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Looks like you sending Peng Hai to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan and satisfying my every request was in order to lower our guard, right? And these few years you've actually long investigated the Tiger Clan's situation clearly in the dark. Halting the troops and not moving all along was because you were not confident in dealing with the azure spirit tree, so you wanted to let the Tiger Clan charge in front to be cannon fodders. Pang Tian said with a loud laugh. Haha, you, this boy, are too clever. What you said is perfectly accurate. This old man is a figure as famous as Hu Yen. In this Dongming region, how could I not even be a match for Hu Rong, this fool? This fellow fancied himself clever and used all kinds of measures to delude the Rock Clan and even thought that his plans were seamless. But he didn't know that I was just meeting one ruse with another, letting the Tiger Clan be the scapegoat, that's all. Hearing Pang Tian's words, Hu Rong's expression was indescribably ugly. These 10 years he spared no efforts. Who knew that in the end he actually became a clown? Now that it fell just short of complete success, how could he be worthy of Clan head Hu Yen? Once Pang Tian acquires the azure spirit tree, he was bound to break through to Tier 7. At that time, who else could be his match in the entire Dongming region? When his thought reached here, Hu Rong even had the intention to fight to the death. If the final outcome was the Tiger Clan's destruction, then he was the entire Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's eternal sinner. Clan head Pang Tian is indeed impressive. Truly took every conceivable possibility into account. However, Peng Yun's small life, could it be that you don't care? Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. Pang Tian said with a cold snort. As long as I break through to Tier 7, what do Yun'er's injuries count as? Furthermore, do you think that it's still up to you at this time? Boy, hand over the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan looked at Pang Tian with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, If I don't hand them over. If you don't hand them over, you'll be unable to pray for life nor beg for death. Pang Tian threatened. Like that, huh? Looks like I must hand over no matter what. Enough nonsense. Quickly hand over. Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness and fished out 2 medicinal pills from his storage ring. It was precisely those remaining 2 to treat Peng Yun. Pang Tian, seeing Yi Yuan submit, his face involuntarily revealed a smug smile, and reached his hand out in preparation to receive the medicinal pills. Yi Yuan raised his hand but did not throw the medicinal pills out. His right hand suddenly clenched in a fist, holding the 2 medicinal pills in the center of his palm and kneaded a few times hard. Yi Yuan had a smile on his face as he looked at Peng Tian, slowly opening up. His hand, a light breeze blew. Wisps of powder went with the wind. Yi Yuan destroyed the medicinal pills just like this. Hu Rong and the others, their expressions changed when they saw the situation and secretly thought to themselves that Yi Yuan was indeed gutsy, to actually dare provoke Peng Tian at this time. Peng Tian's smile froze on his face. The hand that extended out was incomparably awkward, clenching into a fist shape, displaying his fury. Currently, fine lad, you dare to fool me? Peng Tian gnashed his teeth as he said it. Word by word. Yi Yuan smiled unconcernedly and said, Little lord, I have a problem that is I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If you talk to me nicely, this little lord might just give them you if my mood becomes happy. But your attitude makes me very displeased. Ha ha ha. It's really been so long since anybody dared to speak to this clan. Head like this. Boy, you're excellent. Since you dare to say so, you probably have some sort of understanding what will happen, right? Peng Tian laughed. Out of extreme rage. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, Understanding? What understanding? This little lords, my understanding is very limited and can't understand your words. Can't understand, is it? Then this clan head will let you understand what's called understanding right now. Finished talking, Peng Tian's entire person's aura directly rose to the peak, crushing over towards Yi Yuan in a manner that blotted out the skies and covered the earth. The Peng Tian currently was already infuriated to the extreme. The joy of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree was completely swept away by Yi Yuan's actions. His palm smacked towards Yi Yuan. This palm could topple mountains and overturn the seas during the whole process, displaying the strength of a peak. Tier 6 demon completely. This palm movement, Peng Tian did not hold back in the slightest. He wanted to crush Yi Yuan into dregs, only then could it get rid of the hatred in his heart. Towards Peng Tian's actions, Yi Yuan seemingly did not see it and did not have the intention of dodging at all. Just as Peng Tian's palm was about to slap out, his scalp tingled all of a sudden. All the pores on his body shuddered. A sense of extreme danger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Right then, an even more violent attack arrived with a howl, aiming right at the center of Peng Tian's back. Even though Peng Tian had his back facing this attack, he could feel that this attack could absolutely deal lethal damage to him. That aura was even above his. How could Peng Tian still care about dealing with Yi Yuan? He immediately pushed his Kuan Peng bloodline to the limits, wanting to receive this attack. At present, Peng Tian's greatest reliance was his speed. He wanted to use speed to receive this attack. That attack speed was exceedingly fast. It arrived at Peng Tian's back in a blink of an eye, but Peng Tian's reaction speed could not be said to not be fast. His figure had already fuzzily vanished from where he was. However, right at this time a strange force attacked by surprise, and it actually made Peng Tian's figure stagnate for a tiny bit of time. Rumble. This short bit of time was sufficient. That attack made it just in time currently, slamming right onto Peng Tian's back. Peng Tian spat out a large mouthful of blood with a cough, his figure flying forward like a kite with a broken string. But Yi Yuan did not turn his head to look at Peng Tian's wretched appearance, but looked towards that figure standing beside the Azure Spirit Tree at present. There stood a well-built middle-aged man with a full beard on his face, looking awe-inspiring. Yi Yuan had yet to speak when Hu Rong and the others cried out in surprise. Big brother Hu Yen, clan head Hu Yen, Lord Hu Yen, you're all right. That's really great. This burly middle-aged man was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's clan head, Hu Yen. This was truly the mantis stalking the cicada, being unaware of the oriole behind. Peng Tian never would have dreamed that Hu Yen would actually appear here in perfectly good condition. Without Hu Yen, Peng Tian was the Dongming region's most powerful existence. These 10 years under subtle influence, Peng Tian regarded it this way. If not for the sake of obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, how could he wait patiently until now? It was just that this way the lowering of one's vigilance with Peng Tian's thoughts was unavoidable, especially after obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree. Peng Tian was complacent with success. How could he still take any precaution? Therefore, Hu Yan's sneak attack succeeded. Actually, it was not considered a success either. If there weren't Yi Yuan's last bit there, even if Peng Tian was injured, it would not be so severe either. Yi Yuan did not even need to turn his head back to look and also knew that this blow of Hu Yan's was absolutely not light. Even if Peng Tian did not die, he absolutely could not crawl with his feet either. This fellow's attack was not an ordinary kind of ruthless. Of course, regarding Peng Tian, Yi Yuan did not have much of a favorable impression too, and obviously would not have any compassion towards him. Hu Yan said coolly, "Hu Rong, it's been hard on you these few years." Just one sentence made Hu Rong's tears flow down his aged face. He felt that the efforts expended these few years were all worth it. All along, Hu Yan had been the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's spiritual pillar. Even when he had no news for 10 years, this point did not change either. The moment he appeared, Hu Rong felt the heavy load on his shoulders lift off completely, because Hu Yan was the Tiger Clan's backbone. As long as Big Brother Hu Yan is well, what does this bit of hardship count as? Hu Rong said tearfully. Hu Yan gave him an encouraging smile, but his gaze turned towards Yi Yuan. Truly quite interesting. So many Tier 6 experts present all did not detect my
Existence.
You, a puny little Tier 4 martial artist, could actually sense me? Hu Yan asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was expressionless and did not have the intention of responding. He perked his spirits up fully too. Very clearly, to talk about the most scheming person, it was none other than Hu Yan. Peng Tian was not some individual with an undeserved reputation but was played by Hu Yan in the palm of his hands. He lacked power far too much. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that Hu Yan's strength seemed to be even above Peng Tian's, already touching the threshold of Tier 7. Under the circumstances where his strength was stronger than the other party, and still waited patiently the entire time until now, waiting for when Peng Tian's guard was at the lowest to make a move, the depth of his schemes could be seen at a glance. Towards such a person, Yi Yuan had no choice but to take precaution. Maybe he was still laughing and talking with you the previous moment, and the next instant he would suddenly deal a killing move. Such a person, Yi Yuan did not feel that white light could ensure his safety. But Yi Yuan had indeed discovered Hu Yan's existence long ago, ignoring his divine soul being powerful, being under heart like monolith heart realm all along. Just now, everything in his surroundings was fully grasped under control. Even though Hu Yan hid very covertly that even Peng Tian did not detect, Yi Yuan had long perceived that there was a very powerful existence in the vicinity. Seeing Yi Yuan's vigilant appearance, Hu Yan smiled and said, "Relax a little. No need to be so nervous. Your Tiger Lord's good brother, so naturally my Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's friend too. To be able to capture the Azure Spirit Tree today, it was all thanks to you as well." The meaning in Hu Yan's words was actually wanting to directly take the Azure Spirit Tree for his own, and did not have the intention of seeking Yi Yuan's opinion at all. Yi Yuan was not surprised. Hu Yan had schemed for so many years. Wasn't the objective for the sake of the Azure Spirit Tree? For him to hand over the Azure Spirit Tree without misgivings, that was
Obviously impossible.
I'm very curious though. According to Hu Rong's description, you should have been hit by the traceless soul poison at that time. But looking at your appearance, not only did your divine soul not deteriorate, your strength advanced a step further instead. Could it be that you only acted out a show for your clansmen to see back then, and the goal was in order to implicate Peng Tian inside, to let him spearhead the attack for you?
Yi Yuan suddenly
beamed and said. Hu Yan did not have much of a surprised look on his face when he heard, but it Gleam of cold light flashed past his eyes. Yi Yuan's words had some ulterior motives. They were clearly to drive a wedge on the relationship between him and his clansmen. Indeed, after Hu Rong and the others heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, revealing a complicated look on their faces. Your words are only half correct. I did indeed plan on making Peng Tian spearhead the attack for me, but I had also indeed been hit by the traceless soul poison back then. It's just that I myself didn't expect either that not only did I pull through, my strength even advanced a step further because of the traceless soul poison's persecution. This process lasted for roughly 4 years' time. In these 4 years, I was suffering the tormenting agony of the divine soul daily. It could be said to be days of darkness without sun. Hu Yan explained. Hearing Hu Yan's explanation, Hu Rong and the rest revealed expressions of relief very quickly. Clan head Hu Yan, it was all us who were incapable and had no way to help. You? Yeah. We used 10 years' time to lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array. Didn't expect that, in the end, we were still not the azure spirit tree's match. Big brother Hu Yan I. After a round of words, Hu Rong and the rest all condemned themselves deeply. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sneering coldly in his heart. This fellow's methods to win people's hearts was unexpectedly impressive. It was just that Hu Yan's words Yi Yuan would not believe even if he was beaten to death. It might be true that Hu Yan got inflicted by the poison, but it was definitely not as severe as imagined. The prowess of the traceless soul poison, Yi Yuan was perfectly clear. Even if Hu Yan were a tier 6 powerhouse, if he were poisoned thoroughly, he would not be able to hold on either. Spending 4 years living in darkness without light, these words could only hoodwink Hu Rong, these naive rookies. The only explanation was that Hu Yan was not poisoned deeply. Even though small quantities of traceless soul poison was powerful, Hu Yan advancing a step further because of this turning point was instead something that happened without extra effort. If it were really like he had said, Hu Yan would have croaked long ago. But Yi Yuan did not plan on exposing Hu Yan, because he knew that this was without meaning at all. This sowing of discord that he used just now, the goal was just to take a look at Hu Yan's character. As expected, very hypocritical. No matter. You guys have already done well enough. Your hard work these few years, I've taken it all into sight. Really, thank everybody so much. Alright, this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk again after returning to the clan. As Hu Yan said, he was just about to go collect the azure spirit tree. But Yi Yuan yelled out untimely. Clan head Hu Yan is really not courteous. Hu Rong and I had an agreement long ago. This azure spirit tree belongs to me. Don't tell me that you don't know this arrangement. A single sentence, and the atmosphere, which had just eased up immediately, became dangerously explosive again. Yi Yuan's words could be said to be touching the sore spot. It was just that to Yi Yuan. The azure spirit tree was Yu Mengli's life-saving item. He was hell-bent on it. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Hu Yan's expression turned cold. Young man, I've already given you a way out. Are you rejecting face when it's given here? Hu Yan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Heh. Given me a way out? Clan head Hu Yan's meaning is to renege on the agreement. So what if reneging on the agreement? Hu Rong isn't the clan head either. His agreement with you naturally doesn't count. Furthermore, the time and manpower that my Dark Fiend Tiger clan expended for the azure spirit tree are already incalculable. What right do you have to demand for the azure spirit tree? By the side, White Light seriously could not carry on listening. He reproached. Hu Yan, you're really shameless enough. I'll tell you what right. My big brother has to dare ask for the azure spirit tree. Without my big brother taking action, forget that you prepared for 10 years. Even if you prepared for 100 years, you could forget about subduing the azure spirit tree too. One sentence, said until Hu Yan was rendered speechless. He dared to extort the azure spirit tree was still relying on that his Strength was powerful in the end, and he felt that Yi Yuan did not dare to make a sound. Yet, once Yi Yuan made a sound, any reason of his had no footing. The reason was just as White Light said. This azure spirit tree was subdued by Yi Yuan. It did not have any relation to do with his Dark Fiend Tiger clan at all. Even Hu Rong, the few of them, were merely just supporting roles too. Hu Yen pulled a long face and said, "Tiger Lord, don't forget about your identity." The undertone meaning Hu Yen wanted to express in his words was that, "You're a member of the Tiger clan. Why are you helping outsiders?" It was just that White Light's words just now were already said very nastily. Hu Yen could not very well say bluntly. Who knew that White Light suddenly flashed a bright smile and said, "I didn't forget my identity. I'm my big brother's good brother. This point will never change till the end of my life." It was true that White Light was from the tiger race. But at his lowest, when he needed help the most, where was the tiger race? If not for Yi Yuan, he would have long become the seven-colored flowing cloud, python's meal in its abdomen. How could there still be this powerful divine beast progeny White Light today? Could be said that everything of White Light's today was all given by Yi Yuan and not the tiger race. These few years, White Light and Yi Yuan depended on each other for survival. He had long treated him as his own kin. Forget that the Dark Fiend Tiger clan was just a lesser race with thin bloodline. Even if the true White Tiger race were here, White Light would also choose to stand on Yi Yuan's side without any hesitation. Hu Yan's expression became increasingly ugly. White Light's actions were no different from betrayal in his view. "Good. Very good. Want the azure spirit tree, is it? It's right here. If you have the capabilities, you guys take it back yourselves," Hu Yan said with a sneer. Finishing off Peng Tian, "Forget about this stretch of spirit vein. Even in the entire Dongming region, nobody was his match either. These two brats in front of him who were still wet behind their ears. Could it be that they could still overturn the heavens? Hoo-hoo. Are you going to carry on being shameless all the way here?" Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. At this time, both parties clearly did not have the possibility of reconciling. Already, the azure spirit tree, both parties were determined to get it. The azure spirit tree was originally my tiger clan's item. Where's the talk about being shameless? Heaven and earth spiritual objects, fated ones get them. If you're fated with him, you can very well bring it away. Hu Yen had a mocking look. Clearly, he did not feel that Yi Yuan had this capability. It was true that Yi Yuan could deal with the azure spirit tree, but that was just a special case. If the opponent changed to him, Hu Yen, Yi Yuan absolutely had no chances of victory. If a peak tier 6 demon could not even beat a tier 4 brat, he could immediately find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan nodded his head as if approving of Hu Yan's words. Who knew that he changed the topic? "On account of White Light's face, I've already been tolerating enough of your Dark Fiend Tiger clan. Civil means before resorting to force. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then it can't be blamed on me either." Hu Yen could not refrain from bursting into laughter when he heard these words. Shameless boasting. What qualifications do you have to say civil means before resorting to force in front of me? What a joke, Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. "I'll tell you right away what qualifications. I have to put civil means before resorting to force." Yi Yuan's voice had just faded when an intense tremor suddenly came from under Hu Yan's foot. Hu Yan's expression changed abruptly, directly fleeing far away. Yet, how could Yi Yuan give him this chance? His origin magnetic field was unleashed instantly. The effect of Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field was next to nothing to peak tier 6 powerhouses. If it was during an actual battle, it could be ignored entirely. However, when two peak tier 6 experts were facing off, this tiny bit of effect might even have the possibility of becoming the last straw that crushed the camel's back. Previously, Peng Tian, falling prey to a plot, fell for this. Under Yi Yuan's heart like monolith heart realm, His grasp regarding timing could be said to be accurate to the pinnacle. Bang! Countless vines broke out of the earth from beneath the ground and intertwined. Over towards Hu Yen and Hu Rong they all frenziedly. This came too suddenly. Hu Rong they all completely did not expect that the azure spirit tree which was restrained would actually attack once more. Their reactions were a little slow and were bounded up tightly by those innumerable vines instantaneously, while Hu Yen was just that little bit sluggish and both his feet got wrapped around by a vine. But Hu Yan's reaction was also exceedingly quick. He directly chopped off the vine with a palm hand and fled towards the distance. Hu Yen was floating on air when a strange kind of feeling suddenly came from within his body. This sort of feeling he was very familiar. What could it be if not the traceless soul poison? The time was very short. He was not poisoned deeply, much lighter than even the last time he got poisoned. But being poisoned at this time right now was clearly not any good omen. The might of the azure spirit tree he had experienced profoundly. Being accidentally poisoned again, his chances of winning became even bleaker. It was just that he could not figure it out no matter. The azure spirit tree's main body was clearly restrained by Yi Yuan. How did he break free? He already confirmed it earlier. The azure spirit tree's wood essence power had indeed stopped circulating. Logically speaking, he could not possibly attack again. What was this? Hu Yen looked towards Yi Yuan with a loathing gaze. Although he did not know what trick this punk used, without a doubt it was him playing tricks. Once the azure spirit tree broke free, Hu Yen did not have assurance in dealing with him at all. If he had that capability, how could he possibly wait until now? Boy, consider yourself ruthless. Hope that you don't land in my hands. We'll meet again another day. As he said, Hu Yan's figure moved and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan watched his back view. A hint of a cold sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. Hu Yan's figure did not escape out very far when a powerful flame force attacked straight towards him. Hu Yan's expression changed, and he hurriedly dodged. What's the matter? The clan member presiding over the grand array was already killed by Peng Tian. Who's controlling the grand array to stop me? Hu Yan's expression became very ugly. Clan head Hu Yan, what's the hurry to leave for? There's still an old friend here wanting to catch up with you. Yi Yuan caught up at this time too, saying to Hu Yan with a smile. And behind Yi Yuan, apart from white light, there was youth wearing azure colored shirt standing there. No one knew since when he was there. How could Hu Yan expect that the grand array which the Tiger clan set up for 10 years actually became his stumbling block? Speaking of which, this was really a situation where a person was getting entangled in one's own web. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was a kind of trapping formation. Trapping formation's lethality was not great. But under the situation where there were people managing the grand array wanting to shake off the grand array within a short time was very difficult. Around Yi Yuan were all a bunch of tier 6 experts. How could he possibly not hold some trick in reserve? He did not have the habit of handing his own fate over to other people's hands. As far back as when he entered the grand array, he already controlled the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array in secret. It was just that he did not launch it all along. Hence, even if Hu Yan did not appear, Yi Yuan had ample confidence to escape. 2. For this grand array to want to kill Peng Tian was naturally not easy. But, under Yi Yuan's control, for Peng Tian to want to escape was also hard. But at this time, Hu Yan's attention was not placed on Yi Yuan but placed on that azure shirt youth behind him. His expression was indescribably ugly. I didn't think that the azure spirit tree actually gave birth to a primordial spirit. Hu Yan said word by word. The old friend Yi Yuan talked about was naturally this azure shirt youth. And this azure shirt youth was transformed by none other than precisely the azure spirit tree. Even Hu Yan also did not expect that the azure spirit tree had actually cultivated out a primordial spirit already and was able to take human form. This unforeseen event was what he did not anticipate from start to end. Cultivating out a primordial spirit meant that the azure spirit tree's intelligence did not lose to humans already. He was originally a heaven and earth spirit wood, with strength far surpassing same ranks. Now that he had intelligence that did not lose to humans, he was even harder to deal with. The gaze that the azure shirt youth looked at Hu Yen with were very unfriendly. Back then, his strength was not as strong as now. It was even slightly inferior to Hu Yan's. If not for him relying on his own powerful traceless soul poison, he would probably have been captured by Hu Yen long ago. Even so, the azure spirit tree also cultivated for a very long time on this stretch of spirit vein before recovering. This grudge between the two people was a big one. You, the stinking old tiger. Let's settle this score properly today. The azure spirit tree said candidly. Hu Yan's expression was rather ugly. He was very fearful of the azure spirit tree. Seeing his hostile look at this time, it was clearly unable to be reconciled today. This azure spirit tree, it was all a misunderstanding between us. Back then, even though I almost caught you, I also nearly perished, my Tao. Dispersed because of the incident too. Isn't it so? You should know you're a heaven and earth spirit wood. Moreover, you have a tremendous effect on us. Demons breaking through to tier 7. So the people hankering after you isn't just me alone. That Peng Tian, wasn't he like that too? Don't get hoodwinked by this brat. Hu Yen explained as he wanted to redirect the troubled waters, pointing the spearhead at Yi Yuan. He knew that this sort of situation appearing today they definitely could not dispensed with Yi Yuan's doing in between. But to talk about a glib tongue, he was confident that he was not lousy either. Furthermore, even though the azure spirit tree gave birth to a primordial spirit, the time was definitely not long. At the very most, it was equivalent to a human teenage youth, very easy to bluff. Yi Yuan could deceive the azure spirit tree. He definitely could too. Indeed, once the azure spirit tree heard, he could not help turning his head towards Yi Yuan and asked, Yi Yuan, did you hear that? He says that you're bluffing me. The moment Hu Yen heard that there was a chance, he immediately added, embellishment. Yeah, he must be bluffing you. He's a human. Humans are much craftier than our demon race. Furthermore, compared to me, he has the strength to threaten you. He wants to make use of you to deal with me right now, then deal with you later. Do you feel that a human can resist the allure of the azure spirit tree? His final goal is definitely still you. The azure spirit tree looked at Yi Yuan and asked, Yi Yuan, he said that. You're making use of me. Hu Yen originally thought that Yi Yuan would deny it outright. He already prepared a whole bunch of incisive words to vilify Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan just flashed a brilliant smile and admitted it very scoundrelly. Haha, saying it like that isn't wrong too. I indeed can't beat him, so I can only rely on you. Hu Yen was stunned. His stomach full of words had no place to showcase its skill for a moment and nearly stifled out internal injuries. But Hu Yen recovered very quickly and said with an excited look, You hear, he admitted it himself. Humans, there aren't any good ones. The azure spirit tree did not take notice of Hu Yen. Looking at Yi Yuan. Without paying heed to other things, he said, Yi Yuan, why do you think there's such a dumb old tiger? Yi Yuan said laughingly, Some fellows just like to fancy themselves clever, but you should be a little understanding too. After all, when death is at hand, one would always jump around a little. The azure spirit tree nodded his head, seemingly approving of Yi Yuan's words very much, and said, All right then. I really can't understand. He himself is dumb, and even thinks that the entire world is as foolish as him. Hu Yen still had an excited look just now, but as he listened, it felt amiss. These two people were totally making a fool out of him. He talked for so long, and the azure spirit tree did not even listen to a word. But why? Hu Yen was certain that this was the azure spirit tree's first time meeting Yi Yuan. On what basis did he trust Yi Yuan so much and feel that Yi Yuan would not be detrimental to him? All right, The nonsense has already been said enough. I can send you on your way now, the Azure Spirit Tree said coolly. Hu Yen still did not give up hope and yelled loudly to the Azure Spirit Tree. This boy is clearly harboring ill intentions. Why do you trust him so? The Azure Spirit Tree rolled his eyes and said to him, I've already drawn up a divine soul agreement with Yi Yuan. Stop wasting your energy in vain. Hu Yan's pupils constricted when he heard that, revealing a disbelieving expression. He had been lying in concealment all along nearby and took all of Yi Yuan's actions into his sights. But Yi Yuan actually completed a divine soul contract with the Azure Spirit Tree under his eyes? How was this possible? Hu Yen obviously did not know that right from the first glance Yi Yuan saw the Azure Spirit Tree. He knew that he already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Since he gave birth to a primordial spirit, Yi Yuan obviously would not use extreme measures to subdue the Azure Spirit Tree. Moreover, after Yi Yuan entered Heart-like Monolith Heart Realm, he discovered that there were two very powerful auras lurking nearby. If he really subdued the Azure Spirit Tree, wouldn't he be seeking death himself? Therefore, Yi Yuan cast a divine soul mystic art at that time and started communicating with the Azure Spirit Tree. Yi Yuan analyzed the current situation for the Azure Spirit Tree to listen, and promised the Azure Spirit Tree that as long as he guarded Yu Mengli for 10 years' time, he would surely aid him to break through to Tier 9. This kind of heavy promise only Yi Yuan dared to make. But Yi Yuan was not bragging. The Tier 9 spiritual objects that he had seen before were too many to enumerate. He was also very familiar with the Azure Spirit Tree. Helping him to break through to Tier 9 was not something
Impossible.
In order to demonstrate his strength, Yi Yuan used the Spirit Sealing Needle and inserted them into the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Except, the function of the Spirit Sealing Needle was not to shackle the Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power, but to stimulate the Azure Spirit Tree's potential, to let him absorb the wood essence power on this stretch of spirit vein even faster. The wood essence power ceasing revolving was just the Azure Spirit Tree doing it on purpose. Yi Yuan and the Azure Spirit Tree joined hands and deceived everybody here. Starting now, instead of using it to refer to the Azure Spirit Tree, we will be using he as he already took form and have intelligence. Didn't think that I, Hu Yen, would actually have a day where I would succumb at the hands of a brat still wet behind his ears. Hu Yen looked at Yi Yuan, his gaze filled with hatred. 10 years of forbearance was for the sake of today. Who knew that it would actually fail on the verge of success? This disgrace filled his heart with unwillingness. I already warned Hu Rong at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. No idea if you heard it or not, that is to not provoke my big brother. Because you can't afford to provoke him at all. White Light said coldly. You shut your mouth for this old man, a creature that lives off people while secretly helping others. What qualifications do you have to lecture this old man? Don't think that you're really something by calling you Tiger Lord. The current Hu Yen had already lost his reason. How could he still care what identity White Light had? But White Light said with a cold smile, being cocky in front of this little Lord. Isn't it just relying on your cultivation realm being a little higher? Do you really think that you're very impressive? Little Lord, I will tell you today, in less than 3 years, this little Lord will be able to eradicate you with a flip of my hand. It's just that you can't wait for that day. White Light was extremely confident in both his cultivation speed and strength. As long as he followed Yi Yuan, killing Hu Yen 3 years later would be akin to killing a dog. But this sort of situation today was already unable to be reconciled. Yi Yuan would not let Hu Yen off. Releasing a Tier 6 powerhouse out there was too dangerous. Hu Yen naturally knew that White Light was not joking. His bloodline was too powerful. Cultivation was like playing around. After White Light arrived at the Tiger Clan, Hu Yen had observed White Light before and discovered that his cultivation speed was really too terrifying. After the shock, Hu Yen was deeply jealous in his heart. This was the disparity between bloodline grades. he was unable to make up for, forever, unless he could rely on his own strength to affirm his Tao and become a deity. Otherwise, he could only look up to white light forever. And in this world, which demon could still become a divine beast? Inferiority complex, unwillingness, envy, resentment, all kinds of negative emotions mingled together. Hu Yan's entire person was almost exploding. He gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Even if I can't wait until that day, I'll have to exterminate you guys, these two little bastards today." As he said, Hu Yan directly transformed into a powerful and magnificent large tiger. This fellow chose demonic transformation right away. After the Azure Spirit Tree took form, it could naturally fight same as humans as well. This made his combat power increase greatly too. Seeing Hu Yan demonize at this time, he unleashed a divine soul attack without any hesitation. The peak tier 6 Hu Yan was also not somebody easy to deal with. He could actually judge these attacks accurately and dodge them. And Hu Yan's target was not the Azure Spirit Tree, but the Yi Yuan and White Light opposite. Hu Yan was a peak tier 6 powerhouse. His strength was God knows how many times more powerful than Zhao Tianin's. Yet Yi Yuan did not care at all facing Hu Yan's attack. Yi Yuan's current formation's path attainments were even more powerful than his previous life. Now that there was a ready-made grand array for him to control, how could it be something that easy for Hu Yan to want to hit Yi Yuan? Boom! Hu Yan's formidable attack passed right through Yi Yuan, slamming onto the ground behind Yi Yuan. A large pit appeared immediately, yet Yi Yuan and White Light were perfectly unscathed. While at this time, the Azure Spirit Tree's attack had arrived once more, only to see him gesture with both hands. Countless vines broke out of the ground and intertwined over towards Hu Yan. Hu Yan's expression changed. He was just thinking of moving when he was caught unawares by the origin magnetic field again. In the end, he avoided the entanglement of the vines by a narrow escape. Repeatedly, Hu Yan hated immensely in his heart right now. These two little fellows were clearly right under his noses, but he just could not do anything to them. Not just so, that bizarre force field was really damnable sometimes. Originally, when he ambushed Peng Tian, he did not hope for that attack to be able to cripple Peng Tian. At that time, after it went smoothly, he was still very suspicious. Only now did he know that it was actually Yi Yuan who gave him a helping hand back. Then, it was just that Hu Yan could never have thought that this sort of bizarre force field would be used on him so soon. Yi Yuan looked at Hu Yan from a distance and said smilingly, "Inside the wood, Spirit Dragon imprisoning array, for you to want to kill me it's even harder than ascending to heaven. But for the Azure Spirit Tree and me to kill you, it's effortless. Now I'll let you take a look at the Wood Spirit Dragon. Imprisoning array's true power." Hu Yan's expression could not help changing drastically once he heard. But he had yet to have time to take any action when the grand array was unleashed. Already, countless flames flooded towards Hu Yan from all directions, directly wrapping him up tightly. These flames formed a cage, directly binding Hu Yan up inside. How could Hu Yan be willing to submit? Mustering up essence energy fully, he slapped a palm out directly. But right at this time, the flame cage similarly burst forth with powerful energy, obliterating Hu Yan's attack immediately. Stop wasting energy. This flame cage maneuvered the entire grand array's energy to besiege you alone. For you to want to crack it without a few days, it simply can't be done. Therefore, wait to die inside there obediently. Yuan sentenced Hu Yan's death penalty very indifferently. Hu Yan's entire person was almost crazy. How could he be willing to believe? He roared furiously. "Want to trap me to death? No way. Arg!" Hu Yan was like a lunatic, unleashing all of his energy and attacking the flame cage crazily. But no matter how he attacked, this flame cage did not budge an inch. The words that Yi Yuan said, when did he go back on his words before? Yi Yuan looked towards the Azure Spirit Tree and said with a smile, "The rest is up to you." The azure spirit tree had a stomach full of animosity towards Hu Yan. Seeing Hu Yan's crazed appearance at present, he was euphoric in his heart too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he said rather excitedly, "Thanks. This time, Count. It is I owe you a favor. Otherwise, it would really be rather hard for me to want to kill him." Hu Yan's cultivation realm was more or less the same as the azure spirit trees, even though the azure spirit trees was innately incomparably powerful. If Hu Yan risked everything to escape, wanting to kill him would really not be too easy. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "No need to be courteous. You look at his appearance. He's bound to want to come and kill me as well. I'm just protecting myself." The azure spirit tree was no longer long-winded and directly condensed a powerful divine soul attack. Soul exterminating sword. The azure spirit tree condensed an invisible sword that could not be seen with the naked eye at all. Yet, Yi Yuan could sense how terrifying this attack was. The moment the invisible sword moved, it pierced through the flame cage, instantly shooting right onto Hu Yan's divine soul. Arg! A miserable cry sounded out. Afterward, there was no longer any activity inside the flame cage. A fierce and ambitious person of his generation in the Dongming region died in the end under the partnering up of the azure spirit tree and Yi Yuan. The azure spirit tree looked at Yi Yuan and said, "I really didn't expect that. A puny little tear for human actually possessed such heaven-defying abilities." Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "If I didn't have heaven-defying abilities, how could I dare to promise to let you break through to Tier 9? 2. The azure spirit tree was stunned when he heard this, and he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha! Makes sense. Initially, I was still somewhat doubtful about your words, but now my misgivings are all gone and I have unbounded confidence in you instead. Yi Yuan, I hope that you won't disappoint me. Naturally, I won't let you down. These few days I'll use the spirit sealing needle to help you tidy up your meridians and let your speed of absorbing wood essence power increase 10 times. This way, you breaking through to Tier 7 would probably be during these few days as well," Yi Yuan said. The so-called spirit sealing needle was actually that set of profound artifact gold needles which Yi Yuan brought out from Ren Xingchuan's place. It was just that, in order to deal with the azure spirit tree, he sanctified it with special means again. Azure spirit tree could not help being overjoyed when he heard, "Truly," Yi Yuan said with a smile, "you already had half a foot stepped into Tier 7 in the first place. Me using the needles now is just pushing the boat along with the current. You don't need to be so happy. With my current strength, what I can help you with is also just this much." The azure spirit tree hurriedly said, "How can I not be happy? I've already been stuck at this step for a very long time but did not break through for so long. Once my speed of absorbing wood essence power increases 10 times, breaking through the Tier 7 bottleneck will be an effortless matter." Bottlenecks to all cultivators was a hard-to-surmount chasm. Especially from Tier 6 to Tier 7 there was a huge threshold. Even though the azure spirit tree was a heaven and earth spirit would wanting to cross this hurdle was also absolutely not something that easy. The azure spirit tree's cultivation could be calculated in units of centuries. Don't look at how the azure spirit tree was just a half-grown child. Appearance. Actually, he was totally an old tree demon. It was just that the time he gave birth to a primordial spirit was not long, so his mind was not very mature. Absorbing wood essence power to break through bottlenecks was actually about the same as martial artists breaking through bottlenecks. When martial artists were breaking through this sort of major checkpoint, they needed titanic amounts of essence energy as support. Otherwise, it was very easy to fail the breakthrough. This was also the reason why medicinal pills were so important when breaking through bottlenecks. If Yi Yuan did not help the azure spirit tree apply the needles this distance of half a step, the azure spirit tree might not even break through for dozens of years, even a century. But his speed of absorbing wood essence power increasing 10 times, this difficult problem would be easily resolved. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This stretch of spirit vein is indeed your optimal place to break through bottlenecks. It's also no wonder that you entrenched here all along and not leave. The matter should not be delayed. Let's begin. Yi Yuan did not plan on wasting time. It had been roughly over half a year's time since he was out. No idea what situation the endless world was in right now either. He must make the best use of his time to get out. The following few days, Yi Yuan frequently used the needles on the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. Indeed, the Azure Spirit Tree's aura gradually became violent, looking like it was going to break through to Tier 7 soon. On the 8th day, tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. The Azure Spirit Tree finally welcomed the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation came. You be careful yourself. You're a heaven and earth spirit wood. The might of this heavenly tribulation is bound to be extraordinary. Even though this would spirit dragon imprisoning arrays. Offensive power isn't high, using it to defend is pretty decent. I'll control the grand array to help you block a portion of the heavenly tribulation's power. The rest will be up to yourself, Yi Yuan said, sensing the horrifying aura coming from the tribulation clouds. The Azure Spirit Tree's expression was also a never-before solemn. Good brother, I promise you that after I transcend this tribulation, I'll definitely guard your friend for 10 years. This heavenly tribulation was not so easy to transcend for the Azure Spirit Tree. He finally managed to cultivate out a primordial spirit, unlike when he was muddle-headed back then, relying entirely on instinct to do things. The present Azure Spirit Tree was filled with yearning and curiosity towards this world and did not wish to fall under the heavenly tribulation. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Talk again after this. You don't have to be so nervous either. This isn't beneficial to you transcending the tribulation. Instead, this place is a land of spirit vein. Not only is it your optimal location to cultivate, but it's also likewise your ideal place to transcend tribulations. Unceasing wood essence power, what can the heavenly tribulation do to you?" The Azure Spirit Tree's eyes lit up as he said in annoyance, "This stupid brain of mine, why didn't I think of that?" Before long, the heavenly tribulation descended. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. Yi Yuan controlled the grand array to resist the heavenly tribulation only. Withstood for one round, and the grand array collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan even sustained considerable injuries for this. But on this stretch of spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree's strength was truly by no means insignificant. No matter how the heavenly tribulation wreaked havoc, the Azure Spirit Tree could recover rapidly. Furthermore, through Yi Yuan helping him to tidy up his meridians, the Azure Spirit Tree's speed of drawing on the wood essence power was 10 times than before. Under such circumstances, virtually nothing could destroy him. Even the heavenly tribulation could not as well. Finally, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and the Azure Spirit Tree successfully broke through to Tier 7. Ha ha ha! To think that I feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. Looking at it now, it's also nothing much. The Azure Spirit Tree chortled loudly and arrived beside Yi Yuan with a leap. Tier 7 was already an extremely daunting existence in this expanse of heaven and earth. Even in the divine realm, Tier 7 powerhouses could also own a piece of small territory and lord over a region. The Azure Spirit Tree crossing this threshold, how could it not be happy? Ha ha! Congratulations to Brother Qing. Yi Yuan congratulated as well. Although Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed at this time, the Azure Spirit Tree knew that he played a role of vital importance during the process of him breaking through this time. Yi Yuan, we're good brothers from hereafter. My promise to you will definitely be fulfilled. Here, this is the Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. Take it. The Azure Spirit Tree casually threw toward Yi Yuan a wood material vessel. Inside was filled with some azure-colored liquid. It was precisely the Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. Yi Yuan was ecstatic when he saw and said, "High-grade Azure Spirit Heart Fusing Fluid. Brother Qing, thanks a lot." My friend is inside the space I carry on me. If Brother Qing doesn't mind, stay inside there from now on as well. The Azure Spirit Tree nodded his head as a show of agreement. Yi Yuan said, Brother Qing, don't resist. I'll put you inside. Yi Yuan's mind willed and directly placed the Azure Spirit Tree and himself inside the vast heaven pagoda. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, Yi Yuan and the Azure Spirit Tree appeared in front of Yu Mengli and the rest. Yi Yuan passed the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid to Yu Mengli and said, Lier, this is the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. You consume it directly. Will do. Yu Mengli said in astonishment. You really found the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Brother Qing and I agreed on a divine soul contract, lasting 10 years. For the next 10 years, he'll guard by your side constantly, and provide Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid for you. In the future, consume this quantity of Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid every month, and you can continuously recover the divine soul being torn. As long as you don't employ the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, it can keep you worry-free for 10 years. Yu Mengli's eyes were wet long ago already. Yi Yuan deliberately cut off the vast heaven pagoda's connection with the outside world and not let the people inside know what was happening outside. But it was precisely because so that Yu Mengli was even more aware of this trip's danger. Putting aside other things, just looking at the Azure Spirit Tree's Tier 7 aura, unimaginable dangers must have been experienced in between this. But Yi Yuan actually really found the Azure Spirit Tree for the sake of a promise back then. Furthermore, making such a divine soul contract with a powerhouse like the Azure Spirit Tree, Yi Yuan definitely paid an immense price too. The emotions in Yu Mengli's heart at present was long unable to be described using words already. Yi Yuan, thank you. Yu Mengli did not hold back. Swiftly planted a light kiss on Yi Yuan's face. Then she turned her head over. Her entire face was burning as if it was on fire. Yi Yuan was somewhat dazed, caught off guard by Yu Mengli's unexpected action. A hint of lingering fragrance reverberated beside his face. The moist red lips were very soft and very exquisite and actually made him somewhat reluctant to part with that action just now. In his past life and this life, it was still Yi Yuan's first time having such intimate actions with a girl. Even he, this alchemy emperor, was kind of at a loss on what to do right now, as well. As for Yu Mengli, she buried her head into her chest quickly, bashful until she wished that she could find a hole in the ground to tunnel in. It was Yi Yuan's first time, but how was it not her first time too? Yu Mengli herself also did not think why she would kiss Yi Yuan earlier at the behest of supernatural powers. This to her, this reserved lady, was simply unimaginable. In the divine realm, how many men were enthralled with longing for her? But she had always turned her nose up at them. But now, why was she so deplorable in front of Yi Yuan? Who she liked was Alchemy Emperor Qing Yunzi. How could she possibly be interested in this boy? Won't. Definitely won't. And she was purely expressing her gratitude. That's it. But why could she always see Qing Yunzi's shadow on Yi Yuan's body? Yu Mengli's mind ran wild. Her entire person was in a mess. The atmosphere seemed rather heavy and kind of stifling. Of course, there was still some ambiguity. Yet, there was still a person with a dumbfounded look by the side. The Azure Spirit Tree did not know what the two of them were doing at all. What's with you guys? You were still perfectly fine just now. Why aren't you speaking all of a sudden? The Azure Spirit Tree asked very stupidly and very naively. Even though the Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit it had only cultivated out a primordial spirit for a few short years. It was even more clueless about the feelings between humans. About Yu Mengli's actions just now, he did not feel that there was any inappropriate area. Cough, cough. Nothing. Brother Qing, I'll have to trouble you in the future. Yi Yuan also came back to his senses at this time and said rather awkwardly. The Azure Spirit Tree, who did not care about anything at all, did not suspect anything else and said with a smile, "This space you carry with you is really quite good. It's good enough to compare to a small world. Looks like Yi Yuan, you indeed have encountered immense fortunes. It's also pretty good for me to stay here. It's just, I wonder where will we be going next?" Yi Yuan said, "I still have a matter to handle. After settling this matter, we'll leave the God-prohibited demon region and return to the endless world." On the second day, Yi Yuan left seclusion and carried an ice-blue medicinal pill in his hand to see Luer. This day Yi Yuan had waited for far too long. Even he himself was somewhat worked up. It was Yi Yuan who brought Luer onto the path of cultivation but did not think that it would harm her because of this. All along, who Yi Yuan felt he owed the most to was Luer. But him walking out of a small little tranquil cloud sect, his strength was seriously too weak. Even refining a medicinal pill could not be done as well. Now, he finally had the strength to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill, and gathered up the medicinal herbs to refine the medicinal pill. He naturally refined it right away. "Luer, what young master promised you is finally accomplished. You eat this medicinal pill, then circulate your skill and give it a try," Yi Yuan said, rather agitatedly. Actually, these few years Luer's days following by Yi Yuan's side were tough. She knew that Yi Yuan was caught in dangerous situations countless times. But she was a good-for-nothing who could not even cultivate and could not help. Young master. This made her very anguished inwardly. Looking at the medicinal pill Yi Yuan passed over, that mopey face of Luer's finally glowed with luster anew. She received the medicinal pill and said tearfully, "Thank you, young master." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you being courteous with? Young master for? Eat the medicinal pill, circulate the heaven illusionary ice soul, and take a look at how the effects are like." Luer nodded her head like a chicken pecking for rice, swallowed the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill accordingly, and started revolving the heaven illusionary ice soul. Ugh! Very soon, a pained expression appeared on Luer's face, while the surrounding temperature also dropped instantly. Luer's body and face actually started to condense a layer of thin frost. Very clearly, Luer's frost poison flared up, but Luer was very stubborn, forcefully enduring it. Before long, the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill finally started to take effect. That 5 Revolutions Ice Heart pill actually formed an ice-blue cyclone inside Luer's dantian, gathering all the frost poison in her body inside the cyclone. Gradually, the frost on Luer's body started to dissipate and finally vanished away. Yi Yuan was very happy when he saw this scene and knew that the frost poison in Luer's body was already thoroughly suppressed inside the dantian cyclone. Now, not only was Luer fully recovered, the frost poison was even stored in the dantian. As long as Luer executed a martial technique, not only would it carry the power of ice, it would even carry frost poison in it. Once invaded into the enemy's body, it would make the opponent be worse off than dying. Not only was this frost poison unable to threaten Luer, it even became a major killing tool of hers. All of a sudden, a violent aura suddenly appeared on Luer's body. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "This little girl pretty obstinate. She actually started breaking through right away." The commotion of this breakthrough was by no means insignificant. The violent essence energy engulfed a huge area, making the temperature in this region fall. Very soon, this area actually started fluttering down pieces of snowflakes. This startled Yu Mengli and the rest to gather around one after another. When Yu Mengli saw that Luer was actually cultivating, she could not help getting a huge shock. Looking at the cultivation method Luer was cultivating, she could not help exclaiming in shock, "Heaven illusionary ice soul. Luer is actually cultivating in the heaven illusionary ice soul." She said it to Yi Yuan. Very clearly, this cultivation method could only be Yi Yuan imparting it to Luer. Yu Mengli knew that the heaven illusionary ice soul was the divine realm's Spirit Snow Divine King's main cultivation method. It was extremely powerful. That's right. It's precisely the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, Yi Yuan said. With a smile, the present Yi Yuan seemed to have already forgotten about yesterday's incident and faced Yu Mengli very calmly. Seeing Yu Mengli's gaze, Yu Mengli's face flushed to the tip of her ears, but she calmed down. Her exquisite eyes suddenly swiveled, and she stared at Yi Yuan and said, "Speaking of this Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, it reminds me of an anecdote in the Divine Realm. I wonder if Brother Yi wants to hear or not." Yi Yuan said with a slight smile, "I'm all ears." Yu Mengli nodded her head and murmured to herself, "The #1 beauty in the Divine Realm back then, Spirit Snow Divine King Mu Lingxue, adored the Peerless Alchemy Emperor of his generation, Qin Yunzi." The two peoples' feelings had been entangled all along for dozens of years, but in the end, the heartless brook babbles on while the dropping flowers pine for love. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King was severely injured by an enemy and almost perished, her Tao dissipating. When Qin Yunzi got the news, he led 10 mighty Divine King experts from the Medicine King Hall and attacked like lightning, directly annihilating the enemy and saving the Spirit Snow Divine King. The Spirit Snow Divine King's injuries were extremely severe at that time and virtually did not have the possibility of surviving.
But Qin Yunzi
Transformed the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, expending 9 days and 9 nights to refine a transcendent grade high-level spirit pill for the Spirit Snow Divine King, forcefully dragging the Spirit Snow Divine King back from King Yama's one hall. As Yu Mengli said, she observed Yi Yuan's expression. However, Yi Yuan was unperturbed, as if listening to a story not related to him. This discovery made her very disappointed. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not have any indication, Yu Mengli continued talking. The Peerless Alchemy Emperor, Qin Yunzi, became furious for a beauty. This became a beautiful story in the entire Divine Realm. There's just no idea why. After the Spirit Snow Divine King stayed for a month at the Medicine King Hall, she still left. Later on, the Spirit Snow Divine King let out the word, saying that she paid the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul as remuneration to Lord
Qin Yunzi.
The two people did not owe each other from then on, ever since. Then, the Spirit Snow Divine King went into close seclusion and did not exit. The entire time, all the way until today. Yu Mengli wanted to test Yi Yuan's reaction and kept on staring at Yi Yuan's eyes. But there was still no changes at all, as if listening to a story, completely unrelated to him. This made Yu Mengli very disappointed. If Yi Yuan was Qin Yunzi, how great would that be? But if he was not Qin Yunzi, the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul, this level of top-tier cultivation method, where did he get it? Yu Mengli had never heard of anyone else who knew this cultivation method in the Divine Realm apart from the Spirit Snow Divine King and her disciples. The only possibility was Lord Qin Yunzi. Yi Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "A Qin Yunzi who is so oblivious to amorous feelings. Haha. The story is pretty good." Yu Mengli was stunned. It was over like this? Right then, Luer stopped cultivating. The breakthrough had completed. She jumped right into Yi Yuan's embrace and said with an exhilarated look, "Young master, I can finally cultivate again." Seeing Luer's cheerful appearance, Yi Yuan was very happy too. Rubbing Luer's head dotingly, he said with a smile, "Ho-ho, looks like you had a lot pent." With this, you directly broke through to the spirit condensation realm. Luer said happily. Yeah, Luer doesn't wish to become a good-for-nothing. Even if Luer can't ever catch up to young master, I also hope to have the ability to protect myself. At least that way I won't become young master's burden. Yi Yuan knocked Luer's head when he heard that and said with a laugh, "What, burden? If you carry on talking like this, young master will really get angry." Luer stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "I won't say any more." But her eyes revealed a fierce desire. That was the desire to become strong. This gentle and sweet scene fell into Yu Mengli's sights. but she was in a trance. Could it be that she really guessed wrongly? This heaven illusionary ice soul was just a coincidence? In Yu Mengli's impression, Lord Qingyunzi was a high and lofty divinity. He always had a very proud and cold character. But the current Yi Yuan was poles apart from that person in her impression. Alright, no matter what, as long as she kept on following Yi Yuan, there would always be the chance to probe it out. With Yi Yuan's heart realm boundary, how could it be that easy for Yu Mengli to feel Yi Yuan out? Not that Yi Yuan did not trust Yu Mengli, but he did not wish to drag Yu Mengli into the dispute. The Medicine King Hall was one of the pinnacle forces in the divine realm. Even though Bright Moon City was powerful, it was still far too lacking compared to the Medicine King Hall, let alone Yu Mengli, who was a weak woman. The more she knew, the more dangerous it actually was for Yu Mengli. Ignoring yesterday's matter, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli had gone through life and death together. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to drag her in. Luer's matter being settled, Yi Yuan was already eager to return home. But inside the God-prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan still had some matters that must be dealt with. There was still something that happened during this period. The Azure Spirit Tree. This fellow said that he had no name, so he gave himself a name called Yi Qing. Yi Yuan brought Yi Qing and charged right up to the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's lair, and gave the Rock Clan a stern warning. If the Rock Clan dared to touch a hair of the Bear Clan and Fox Clan, he would definitely bathe the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan in blood. With Yi Qing, this Tier 7 expert present, the Rock Clan did not even dare to make a chirp. The same thing also happened at the Tiger Clan. Even though the Tiger Clan's strength fell drastically after this incident, it was also stronger than the Bear Clan and Fox Clan no matter what. Giving a bit of warning was a must too. After settling everything, Yi Yuan brought everyone and set off for the essence-devouring confounding fog once more. "Haha, big brother, we're finally out," White Light said with an excitedly look. Yi Yuan looked at him with an odd look and said, "This essence-devouring, confounding fog actually doesn't have any effect on you at all. When I just entered back then, I almost succumbed inside there. If not for breaking through heart like Monolith Heart Realm at the 11th hour, I'd probably have become a skeleton right now already. Hoo-hoo. Big brother, you're a person whose fortunes run deep. How can a puny little essence-devouring confounding fog possibly stump you?" White Light said, with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not say anything. Talking about it was simple, but at that time it was really life hanging by a thread. Whatever fortunes run deep, Yi Yuan did not really believe all along. When it really came down to the wire, what he relied on was still himself. Yi Yuan's mind stirred. Yu Mengli, Yen and Yi Qing appeared beside. These two people had been kicking up a racket to come out and to take a breather when at the God-prohibited demon region. Exiting the essence devouring confounding fog at this time, Yi Yuan let them out. Now that Yu Mengli consumed the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid, her entire person's vigor and condition were much better. Even though she was unable to use ocular powers, occasionally using essence energy was achievable. As expected, Yi Qing was filled with curiosity towards the outside world, making a huge fuss about wanting to come out and take a look. Yi Yuan was helpless and could only promise him. As for Luer and Yuan Fei, they still stayed in the vast heaven pagoda to cultivate.
Especially Luer.
These few days she cultivated desperately like she went.
Mel.
Moreover, her breakthrough speed was unbelievably odd. She was already almost breaking through to the crystal formation realm now. But Yi Yuan also warned Yi Qing that after coming out, he must not use essence energy surpassing Tier 5. Otherwise, it would make the entire endless world's space collapse. Tier 7 strength was sufficient to destroy a small world like the endless world. Each small world had operation rules belonging to their own. The indigenous martial artists here would receive the restrictions of these rules. But to powerhouses that surpassed this world's rules, some of the rules here were not applicable. If Zhao Tianyin came to the endless world, what he could bring would only be destruction and would not be able to ascend from here, because he carried the brand of the fierce Gale world since birth. And Yu Mengli was born in the divine realm. What she carried on her was the divine realm's regulations power. But the divine realm's regulations power was clearly higher level than the endless world's regulations power. Hence, Yu Mengli would not transcend tribulations here but could rip space and enter the divine realm. Before this, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Yi Qing. This place was Yi Yuan's hometown. He did not wish for his parents to die and be destroyed together with the small world. Big brother, since we're already out, let's quickly go back. With half a year's time already passed, I reckon that the war between two worlds has already gotten out of hand. White Light urged. Yi Yuan took a look at the black mark on his palm and said with a smile, "No, Rush. There's still a small trash fish that wants to come over and seek his own doom. Let's send him along his way first." White Light was stunned, then smacked his head immediately and said, "Sigh, look at this memory of mine. I nearly forgot about that mutt trash. Now that both of our strength have improved greatly, we have to wait for this trash well." Somewhere in the endless forest, a martial artist was currently sitting quietly and meditating. All of a sudden, his heart stirred. Snapping open his eyes abruptly, his gaze revealed a look of wild elation. He looked at that black mark on his hand and laughed wildly as he said, "Ha ha ha! Everything comes to him who waits. Finally, I waited until you came. This boy really has the devil's luck, entering this forbidden death zone. And actually not even dying. Looks like the rumors had much falsehood. This so-called forbidden death zone is nothing more than this." This martial artist was precisely the Ding Liang who had guarded bitterly here for over half a year. When Yi Yuan just came out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, the divine soul curse mark, which had no activity for half a year, finally had a reaction. Even though Yi Yuan entered the forbidden death zone, Ding Liang was still quite worried in the end. Yi Yuan's growth was too quick. If this fellow entered the forbidden death zone but did not die, wanting to kill him at that time would be hard. Yi Yuan already had the strength to kill Shangguan Yunrong half a year ago. If he was given a bit more time, who knows to what extent he would grow to. Hence, Ding Lian ultimately decided to stay behind. Want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. During this half a year, Ding Liang wanted to enter the forbidden death zone under impulse a number of times. But each time he arrived in front of it, that death aura came from head-on, practically making him feel asphyxiated. In the end, he still did not have the courage to charge in. Did not expect that after half a year, Yi Yuan actually really came out from inside. Swoosh! Ding Liang directly vanished on the spot and headed in the direction of the mark with rapid speed. The distance of the mark was not far. With his speed, he only needed an hour to reach. But as the distance got increasingly nearer, the uneasiness in Ding Liang's heart became all the more intense. What's going on? This boy is actually stationary and did not move all along. Could it be that he's waiting for me to go find him? But half a year's time. Even if his improvement is any quicker, it's also just middle-stage Soul C strength. Even if he can cross boundaries to battle, it's impossible to be my match too. He thought this way in his heart, but Ding Liang's speed slowed down. His heart was hit with a wave of anxiousness and doubt. This boy is most adept at scheming. Is it having something secure to rely on? Or he deliberately putting up an empty fort strategy? Right now, the distance away from Yi Yuan's place would only take merely 15 minutes to reach. Should he go or stay? After Ding Liang struggled for a while, he finally gritted his teeth and made the decision. I don't believe that he has the strength to threaten me after half a year. When he went in, he was just first-level Soul C. If I let Yi Yuan off this time, I can't escape the word death over at the Wind Emperor. His Majesty's side too. Thinking up to here, Ding Liang revolved his skill, his figure speeding in Yi Yuan's direction. After 15 minutes, several black dots came into view in the distance. these few black dots gradually magnified. Ding Lian's heart sunk with a thud. Half a year of not seeing Yi Yuan actually really broke through to late stage. Soul C. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't he be going to break through to the divine, traversing realm very soon? Would Yi Yuan have the strength to threaten the Wind Emperor, His Majesty, when he broke through to the divine traversing realm? Thinking up to here, Ding Liang could not resist shuddering. But he then quickly expelled this notion out of his head. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang with a grin on his face and said smilingly, "Why? Are you only here now? I've already waited for you for a very long time." Ding Liang did not speak but swept a glance over the few people beside Yi Yuan. With a solemn face, Yu Mengli and White Light, he did not pay any heed to them. Rather, that azure shirt youth actually made him have a feeling of being unable to fathom. But the aura that Yi Qing exhibited out was faintly discernible, somewhat erratic. Ding Liang just took a few glances, then placed his gaze on Yi Yuan anew. Yi Yuan was the target that Ding Liang was the most vigilant of. Ding Liang never would have dreamed that Yi Yuan leaving this time, he would actually rise 2 minor stages when he came back and already advanced to late stage Soul C. But even so, Ding Liang did not feel that he would lose either. Deliberately being mysterious. "You called this woman out again. You can't be thinking that I would fall for it again and let you all escape." Ding Liang looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile. Ding Liang had suffered a loss once previously. If not for Yi Yuan calling Yu Mengli out at that time, he definitely could not escape back then. This matter also made Ding Liang gloomy for very long afterward. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Hoo-hoo, letting you, this old dog, live until now, is already letting you get off cheap. Back then, you actually dared to touch my senior brothers at the Fierce Gale World, and then you chased me down. This score, we have to settle it properly today." Although Yi Yuan had a smile on his face, the words that he uttered were seething with killing intent. Towards Ding Liang, he had indeed endured patiently for too long. As Zhao Tianin's accomplice in crime, this fellow's sin was unforgivable. Even if Ding Liang did not come to find him today, he would also drop in on him and eradicate him. But with Shangguan Yunrong's divine soul curse mark, it saved Yi Yuan some trouble. Ding Liang burst into laughter and said, "You aren't thinking that you're invincible after breaking through to late-stage Soul C, right? Or is your reliance this woman? Could it be that you forever only know how to hide behind women? It was like this at the Fierce Gale World, it was like this when I was hunting you down the last time, and it's still like this now. Ha ha ha." Ding Liang laughed wildly without fear and did not attach importance to Yu Mengli at all. However, these words of his did not infuriate Yi Yuan but utterly enraged the Yu Mengli by the side. Slap! Yu Mengli's dainty palm waved. Essence energy instantly condensed and formed. A slap directly smacking Ding Liang flying. Under Yu Mengli's attack, Ding Liang did not even have time to react. Even if she did not employ ocular powers, Yu Mengli killing Ding Liang was also not much different from killing a dog. If not for leaving Ding Liang for Yi Yuan, Ding Liang would already be a dead man now. Piu-chu, Piu-chu. Ding Liang crawled to his feet very quickly. Even though he was hugging his face with his hand, he spat teeth out non-stop. Turns out that this slap of Yu Mengli's directly smacked out half of his teeth. "If you say any more rubbish, no need for Yi Yuan to make a move and I'll annihilate you first," Yu Mengli warned. To the current Yu Mengli, insulting Yi Yuan was no different from insulting her. How did Ding Liang still have any hint of the imposing air from earlier at this time? Only now did he know that this woman's strength was still that strong. Just based on that one move from Yu Mengli earlier, killing him was simply as easy as blowing away dust. But if Yi Yuan had such a helper, why was he still chased down by him the last time? Ding Liang really even had the heart to die now. Messing with people shouldn't be done like this. Yi Yuan looked at Ding Liang, shrugged his shoulders and said, "You were asking for it. Can't be blamed on me." Right then, The Yi Qing by the side said impatiently, "This sort of trash, I'll just annihilate him directly. Talk so much rubbish with him for what?" As he said, he raised his hand too. A slap smacked over. If previously Ding Liang was not prepared at all that time just now, he absolutely made ample preparations this time. However, the result was still the same. Slap. An extremely resounding slap. The slapped Ding Liang's mouth was full of blood. There was already not a single tooth remaining. Only now did Ding Liang discovered that these two helpers Yi Yuan brought. Any one of them could easily exterminate him. Yet it was already too late. Looking at Ding Liang's flat-shaped face, Yi Yuan had a look of helplessness. He was initially still thinking of having a big fight. Who knew that Ding Liang looked for trouble himself and actually went to provoke Yu Mengli. Yi Qing was clearly not some good-natured person either. Yi Yuan had yet to stop it, but Yi Qing already directly sent a slap howling over already. The pitiful Ding Liang already lost his teeth before even starting. These two people attacking, Yi Yuan could not stop it at all. Originally thinking of giving you a chance to have a fair fight. Who knew that you took the road to ruin yourself? Forget it, directly send you on your way then. Consider yourself getting off lightly, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Ding Liang still wanted to say something, but he mumbled for a long time and did not say it out. Yi Qing seemed to not have the patience to dawdle too, directly slapping a palm over. Ding Liang did not even have time to resist and was smashed into meat paste. This move of Yi Qing's earlier was merely employing peak tier 5 strength. But Ding Liang could not even receive a single move. A tier 7 powerhouse, even if only employing tier 5 strength, was also not what a tier 5 martial artist could withstand. With Ding Liang's death, the divine soul curse on Yi Yuan's hand also gradually dissipated. This curse could only be used once. Once the host dies, the curse would also dissipate along with it. It was a pity that Shangguan Yunrong still arranged a killer for Yi Yuan before dying, but in the end it dragged Ding Liang in as well. To the current Yi Yuan, Ding Liang was just a small interlude. With Yu Mengli and Yi Qing by his side, Yi Yuan could already sweep across any small world. Even if he faced off with Ding Liang now, it was also absolutely a certain victory. Big brother, what should we do now? White Light asked. Exit the endless forest first. I'll find a person first to ask about the endless world's situation currently. Fierce Gale world, that bunch of fellows. They are all being mysterious. I keep having a bad premonition, Yi Yuan said. White Light's eyes suddenly swiveled around, and he said, Okay, big brother. I see that your current speed is incomparably strange. Why not we compete with distance and see whose speed is faster? Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. You really want to compete? White Light was stimulated by Yi Yuan's expression, raised his head and said, Don't look down on people. After I broke through to tier 5, my speed is several times faster than before. Even a late-stage tier 5 expert, I can also completely suppress him in speed. I don't believe that I can't beat you. Alright then. Actually, you as a flowing light white tiger's progeny, I really don't wish to strike down your confidence, Yi Yuan said with a look of helplessness. Ah, don't be cocky. I absolutely won't lose to you. I bet my pride as a divine beast progeny. White Light went ballistic straight away. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Alright then, alright. So, begin? Hang on. I'm coming too. Yi Qing had a child's temperament too. Seeing these two people enjoying themselves, he could not resist joining in too. Yi Yuan and White Light could not help rolling their eyes at him and saying, You, a tier 7 powerhouse, competing in leg strength with us. Isn't that bullying people? Yi Qing said, I'll suppress my cultivation realm to late stage tier 5. Yi Yuan said powerlessly. Fine then, I hope that you guys won't cry in a while. This time, Yi Qing could not stand it. Punk, don't pretend to be capable. Even if I suppress my realm to late stage tier 5, you can't possibly win me either. Suppressing his realm to late stage tier 5, But Yi Qing had the heavenly Tao. Comprehensions of Tier 7. This sort of transcendence was all round. It was likewise the same in terms of movement technique. This was also the reason why the 8th level Soul Seeding Liang could not even block a single move when Yi Qing suppressed his strength to Tier 5. Yi Yuan just smiled, looked at Yu Mengli and said, "Lier, you and Yener be judges together then." Yu Mengli smiled sweetly and said, "No problem." The three people got their preparations in order. When Yu Mengli said, "Start," the three people dashed out like arrows leaving the bow. For a moment, the three people were actually running neck to neck. They were evenly matched. "Ha ha ha. Big brother, do you only have this bit of speed? Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous." White Light gave a big laugh and actually increased speed once more, directly shaking Yi Qing and Yi Yuan off. "Punk. This is your strength? If you only have this bit of strength, I won't accompany you to play either." Yi Qing's figure moved. A green silhouette immediately ditched Yi Yuan behind. Seeing the two people's actions, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a laugh, "This bit of strength? You guys are also looking down on me too much."
Kunpeng bloodline. Activate.
Wind Thunder. Extreme light shuttling art. Full release. Yi Yuan's figure was akin to a rainbow cutting across the sky, chasing after the two people ahead with extreme speed. The three people's speed were all extremely fast. Martial artists whose strength were slightly lacking could not keep up with their speed at all. But the Yi Yuan at this time reached first despite launching later and actually gradually reduced the gap. His current leg strength was actually a bit faster than White Light and Yi Qing. This small disparity was enough to determine the final result. Yi Yuan caught up to Yi Qing very quickly, and then he surpassed White Light. Finally, their gaps became increasingly wider. Clearly, Yi Qing and White Light already could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wins. Yu Mengli announced the final result. The three people stopped too. White Light had a downcast look as he said, "You cheated, big brother. That day when you were fighting with Yi Qing, your speed was clearly not so fast." Yi Qing also said, "Yeah, your speed today seems to have increased a great deal compared to that day. What's going on?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Martial techniques, of course. It's the more and more proficient. My Wind Thunder extreme light shuttling art is already at perfection, unless it's peak divine traversing realm martial artists. Otherwise, it's very hard to catch up to my speed already. No way, right? Isn't the cultivation of this martial technique of yours too fast?" White Light was shocked until his mouth of gaping wide open. He knew Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder extreme light shuttling art and also knew how hard it was to train this martial technique. If it was somebody else who cultivated it without 8 to 10 years, they could forget about reaching major accomplishment. But just how long did Yi Yuan use from start to end to actually cultivate it to perfection already? "I comprehended the wind flow true intent and possess the origin magnetism. Spirit wood. This martial technique won't be too difficult to train to me," Yi Yuan said with a smile. Other people cultivating this cultivation method was comprehending true intent, bit by bit. But Yi Yuan was already armed with two kinds of true intent. Cultivating it was naturally especially fast. That might be the case, but even so, this cultivation speed of yours is still too perverse. White Light grumbled. Yi Yuan was just about to speak, but heard some noise coming from a distance. He involuntarily furrowed his brows and said, "There seems to be people fighting. Let's go over and take a look and inquire about the outside world. News while we're at it." Everyone naturally would not have any objections. The few people arrived at that fighting place with a leap. That bunch of people's strength, they were not that strong, being only around see transformation realm strength. This bit of strength naturally could not possibly discover Yi Yuan they all. But the disparity between these two parties' strength was huge. It was clearly one side fleeing until here, then getting surrounded. One side only had around 10 people, while the other side had dozens. Yi Yuan's vision was extremely good. Looking over, his expression could not help darkening. Yi Yuan, you know them? Yu Mengli detected Yi Yuan's oddness and opened her mouth to ask. Both parties were currently in the heat of battle over there. But that side, which only had 10+ people, was already a spent force. Each and every one of their bodies carried serious injuries, especially that youth in the lead. He virtually did not have an unscathed area on his body, practically at the state of dying already. Yet, his gaze was unbelievably fierce. He seemed unwilling to retreat even a single step. This imposing momentum suppressed the other party. For a moment there was actually no one who dared to step forward. Attack together. Kill him for me. I want to see how long you can persevere. Till the person in the lead roared. That youth was long already an arrow at the end of its flight. But at this time, he still unleashed out a punch obstinately. Boom! A sea transformation realm martial artist in the front ranks was decimated by him immediately. However, there was more than one person coming forward at this time. Only to hear a few slashing sounds. That youth's body actually suffered several more cuts. Once the other party saw that it succeeded, countless blade edges chopped towards that young man. Ah! Don't! A girl screamed. Right at this time, a terrifying aura engulfed this battlefield. It was only to see a light breeze drift past. Those sea transformation realm martial artists wielding blades all froze there. Some blades already slashed right in front of that youth's face. But currently, their blade edges had no way of advancing another inch, because they already became dead men. Dong dong dong. Only after several breaths did those people topple to the ground one by one, even though they were already not breathing moments ago. While right then, a figure gradually appeared beside that youth, sending a medicinal pill into his mouth. Long time no see, Long Tang. This figure was naturally none other than Yi Yuan. While this powerful sea transformation realm martial artist was the Long Tang that Yi Yuan had not seen for a long time, ever since the southern domain's huge change and the Tranquil Cloud sect secretly sent a batch of geniuses into the northern domain. Yi Yuan never saw Long Tang and Nanfeng rewatching aunt and niece again. He did not expect to actually meet them here today. That girl who screamed just now was Nanfeng Jiro. The others were also mostly Yi Yuan's Tranquil Cloud sect seniors in the past. Long Tang's injuries were extremely severe currently. He already lost consciousness. Nanfeng Jiro aunt and niece pair stared fixedly at that figure but did not dare to identify each other. This person in front of them was too powerful. The opponents that they used all of their might and were also unable to defeat this person before their eyes actually exterminated all of them with a wave of his hand. But that face, that profile, who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan did not change. It was just a few years of not seeing the immaturity on Yi Yuan's face faded considerably. What replaced it was maturity and might. While right then, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his head and looked at them. Smiling warmly, he said, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" This sentence was like knocking out a crack on ice, instantly shattering the entire ice surface. Nanfeng Jiro suddenly wept. Pouncing into Yi Yuan's embrace all of a sudden, she sobbed, "It's really you. I even thought that I would never see you again." Sniff, sniff. Not far away, Nanfeng Ruoqing had tears flowing down her face too. How were her thoughts different from this niece? Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng aunt and niece definitely suffered considerable hardships these few years and did not speak either. He just allowed her to cry in his embrace. "All right, everything is over." Yi Yuan patted Nanfeng Jiro lightly and consoled them. After a long time, Nanfeng Jiro's crying sounds finally gradually stopped. But she still could not refrain from sniveling. While at this time, Long Tang also slowly woke up. The injuries on his body were also much better. When he saw Yi Yuan, he likewise had a look of shock. He already harbored the determination of certain death earlier. did not expect that he would actually be rescued at the 11th hour. And the person who saved him was actually Yi Yuan. After small talk, the group of people found an open space to sit down, and Yi Yuan inquired about Long Tang and the others concerning their situation these few years. Turns out that after they entered the northern domain back then, it was not smooth. They could not even find a place to settle down. Later on, because they offended a northern domain faction, the Sea Transformation Realm Elder who was with them also succumbed in order to protect their retreat. No choice, Long Tang and the rest could only find a remote place to hide. But fortunately, Long Tang comprehended true intent. The speed of his rise up was very fast, and he quickly became this group of people's leader. Experiencing considerable ordeals in the northern domain also accelerated Long Tang's growth even further. The present Long Tang, his strength even reached late-stage sea transformation. Already, it was also not far from breaking through to Soul Sea Realm already. Afterward, Long Tang brought a group of fellow apprentices to a very remote place and rebuilt the Tranquil Cloud sect. But the place that they were at was seriously too out of the way, resulting in information being inaccessible. They did not hear about the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect's entire sect moving north at all. Following the Fierce Gale World's large-scale invasion, there were no intact eggs under overturned nests. Long Tang and the others were naturally swept in, too. They were taken in by the nearest faction and joined the Endless Alliance. Before knowing that, it turned out Yi Yuan already became an earth-shaking big shot in the northern domain. It was just that the statuses of their group of people were seriously too low. Wanting to come into contact with the upper echelons was impossible. Of course, it was also something from several months ago. We were originally being sent to the front lines to stop the Fierce Gale World's great army. But when we just walked halfway, grievous news suddenly came from the northern side. Wu Fang City was actually besieged by 10 great Peak Divine Traversing Realm Fierce Gale World experts, and the city protecting Grand Array was broken through. Wu Fang City was breached, and the
On de l'Alliance crumbled.
What? You said that Wu Fang City was actually breached? Yi Yuan's face paled greatly from shock when he heard that, grabbing Long Tang's arm as he asked, Yeah. Fierce Gale World's 10 Peak Divine Traversing Realm experts directly teleported to outside Wu Fang City through no idea what sort of means, and they joined hands to breach the city protecting Grand Array. What? Could it be that you have some old friends and acquaintances in Wu Fang City? Yi Yuan's expression was incredibly grim. His heart hit rock bottom, and his heart was in a turmoil all of a sudden. He had long foreseen that the Endless World situation right now was probably not too good, but did not think that it was actually terrible to such an extent. Surprise raiding Wu Fang City. The Fierce Gale World, this bunch of fellows, truly had methods that sprung up one after another. Once Wu Fang City was breached, the Endless Alliance instantly crumbled. Would also be hard for the entire Endless World to muster an effective defense. This way, it was simply impossible to have major factions to come and deal with the Fierce Gale World's great army. Then the Endless World martial artists became lambs awaiting slaughter one by one. The war between the two worlds developed to become the Fierce Gale World's one-sided massacre. If he came a moment late, Long Tang, their group of people, would probably have been murdered in cold blood too. Of course, all these were not what Yi Yuan was concerned with. What Yi Yuan was truly concerned with was how his parents were right now. They were both at Wu Fang City. The city being breached, they all. Yi Yuan did not even dare to carry on thinking. If his parents really had some accident, Yi Yuan would definitely pull out Zhao Tiannin's bones and refine his soul, and let him never be reincarnated for all of eternity. Yi Yuan originally thought that his parents in the Endless World's main camp should be the safest. Who could have thought that in just half a year's time, such a serious change would actually occur? Good, very good. Zhao Tianyin, looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred as he seethed with killing intent. The current Yi Yuan was unbelievably agitated. The killing intent on his body was virtually condensed to materialization, making Long Tang and the rest nearly suffocate. A gentle force lightly wrapped them up inside. Only then did Long Tang and the others loosen up, but they still panted heavily for air. Yi Yuan's parents and grandfather are all in Wufang City. They are his close kins. This trip of his only took around half a year, but I did not expect that. The endless world was actually occupied without even holding on for half a year. A pleasant-sounding voice transmitted over. It was precisely Yu Mengli. Ever since the first time they laid eyes on Yu Mengli, Nanfeng aunt and niece were already startled into taking her to be a fairy by her looks and disposition, with a feeling of shame at their own inferiority. Several years of not seeing him, they did not expect that such a goddess-like, beautiful bosom friend would actually appear around Yi Yuan. The distress and inferiority complex in the Nanfeng aunts and nieces' hearts were really unable to let people know about it. Between them and Yi Yuan were like two crisscross lines, going further apart. But right now they were not in the mood to be jealous either. Hearing Yu Mengli's words, they could not help worrying for Yi Yuan's parents. Do you guys have Wufang City's news? Wufang City has gathered the pinnacle experts in the entire endless world. Even if the city was breached, it's also impossible for the entire army to be wiped out, right? Yi Yuan asked with his heart filled with expectations. Back then, Wufang City had gathered countless powerhouses. Even if the fierce Gale World's 10 great powerhouses laid siege to it, it's impossible to round everyone up too. Yet, Long Tang's reply disappointed Yi Yuan. I only heard that Wufang City had a crushing defeat and countless powerhouses died. As for what exactly happened in the city, I have no clue.
Yi Yuan heard asig lightly.
Even though he knew that Long Tang could not possibly know some crucial information, he still held onto a trace of hope for a chance. Yi Yuan shut his eyes but silently entered into heart like monolith heart realm. Everyone all knew that Yi Yuan was thinking of strategies. There was naturally nobody who dared to disturb him either. The others held their breaths, fearful of interrupting Yi Yuan's thoughts. Before long, Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes and said to everyone, I'm going to slaughter my way towards Wufang City. Who amongst you all are willing to come along with me? Yi Yuan's words made everyone stunned, with a feeling of burning with righteous indignation. The current endless world was gloomy and lifeless and already at the borders of destruction. Even if some people had the will, they also had no strength to organize an effective resistance at all. Yi Yuan just said a simple sentence, but it was filled with powerful self-confidence and strength, instantly infecting Long Tang. Fine, I'll fight it out with you. This bunch of animals killed countless of our people. Even if I die, I also have to drag a few down with me. Long Tang clenched his fists tightly and said. These days, Long Tang and these fellow apprentices had been lingering on their last breath the entire time, spending it too aggrievedly. Even if he poured his heart and soul, there were still over half of the fellow apprentices who were lost, watching as his fellow apprentices died in front of him one by one. Long Tang's hatred towards the fierce Gale World martial artists had also reached the peak, but his strength was too weak and could not even stir up a single wave at all. This made him very anguished in his heart too. Now with Yi Yuan taking the lead, even if it was being a mere nobody charging forward, he was perfectly willing to, because his accomplishments today were all given by Yi Yuan. Senior apprentice brother Yi, we're all willing to follow you. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Yi, you're our tranquil cloud sect. Master now. If you say to head east, we absolutely won't head west. Senior apprentice brother Yi, we're all at your disposal. Yi Yuan's words immediately obtained these former allies' response. The fierce Gale World plunged the people into the depths of suffering. Each and every one of the endless world martial artists all felt like they had experienced it personally. These fellow apprentices' hatreds toward the fierce Gale world were not any less than Long Tang's. Furthermore, they have an immensely strong sense of identity with Yi Yuan. Therefore, when Yi Yuan raised his arm in a call for action, they immediately agreed virtually without hesitation. Under this current sort of circumstances, they needed a person to preside over the overall situation too much. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Fine. Since that's the case, let's erect the Tranquil Cloud Sect's banner once more. Let the fierce Gale world those fellows know our Tranquil Cloud Sect's prowess." If talking about which faction Yi Yuan had the strongest sense of identity with, it was none other than the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Hence, Yi Yuan did not erect the Wufang city's banner, but led a bunch of fellow apprentices whose strength were not strong to raise a counteroffensive. Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Long live the Tranquil Cloud Sect! Even though these fellow apprentices had experienced hardships, they still had a fierce sense of belonging towards the sect. Re-establishing the sect at this time, each and every one of them was unbelievably excited. After the excitement, Long Tang said, "Yi Yuan, since we're re-establishing the Tranquil Cloud Sect, the choice of person for this sect master has to be you." Long Tang saying this immediately got the fellow apprentices' approval. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "How about this? I'll temporarily take on the position of sect master. We'll set off for Wufang City while inquiring about the Tranquil Cloud Sect's news at the same time. In the future, when sect master Luo returns, this position of sect master is better for him to take on. Since Wufang City was already breached, the Tranquil Cloud Sect that was rebuilt not long ago would probably also be hard to be spared." Yi Yuan could only pray in his heart right now that the fellow apprentices of the old days could be safe and sound. As long as they did not die, he believed that they would definitely come to seek refuge when they hear news about the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Including those Wufang City and the three sects factions, they all knew that his relationship with the Tranquil Cloud Sect was not shallow. Once the new Tranquil Cloud Sect's reputation builds up, the Endless Worlds powerhouses would definitely come over to join very soon. At that time, trickles of water would converge to become a boundless ocean. This sort of outcome was also considered re-establishing after getting broken. Long Tang nodded and said, "All right, let's do it that way. Lord Sect Master, I wonder what our first step should be. Although we all have the will to kill the enemy, we cannot help that our strength is still too weak." Long Tang was a very calm person and did not lose his head with Yi Yuan's return. Yi Yuan was merely just an individual, but the fierce Gale world's martial artists were numbered in the hundreds of millions. No matter how strong he was, it was also not possible to kill off all of the fierce Gale world martial artists. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The first step is naturally to raise our strength. Long Tang, I see that you're only a step away from Soul Sea Realm. I have some medicinal pills here. You take them and distribute them to fellow apprentices, and strive to break through as soon as possible. Yi Qing, you come and protect me. I'm also going to enter close seclusion for 2 days." "Okay, no problem," Yi Qing said. Yi Yuan took out some medicinal pills and handed them to Long Tang. Then his mind stirred, and he entered the vast heaven pagoda. This action naturally aroused a wave of amazement. After Yu Mingli explained, everyone set their minds at ease, but also inexplicably had a bit more faith
in Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan's means were forever that inexhaustible. Yi Yuan built a pill refining room in the vast heaven pagoda to provide for Rendong and Shao Ruyan's cultivation usage. After Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda, he came straight to the pill refinement room, casually waving his hand. A large batch of spirit medicines appeared. He was not some goody two-shoes. Before coming out of the God-prohibited demon region this time, he had extorted large quantities of spirit medicines from the Tiger Clan and Rock Clan. Currently, his strength was still rather weak. He planned on refining a batch of medicinal pills and directly rushing to peak 9th level Soul Sea Moreover, using the Chaos Gem the last time, there was still 2/3 of the time not used. Yi Yuan could just make use of this period of time to break through cultivation realms in one stroke. 2 days later, Yi Yuan exiting seclusion. This immediately stirred up an uproar. Senior apprentice brother sect master, you actually used 2 days to break through 2 minor boundaries. Too inconceivable. From the first moment senior apprentice brother sect master entered the sect, he has been continuously creating miracles. This point has yet to change until now either. This cultivation speed is too heaven-defying. I still remember when senior apprentice brother sect master entered the sect, he was just spirit. Condensation realm. Just how long has it been? He's actually only half a step away from divine traversing realm already. Yi Yuan's cultivation speed simply could not be measured using common sense. Right off the bat, when he entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he had been the fellow apprentice's target of envy all along. In the beginning, there were still people who felt unconvinced by his domineering rise up. But later, they did not have the qualifications to be unconvinced already. Especially after the sect great competition, there was already no one who could replace Yi Yuan, this sect's position of strongest talent. His talent no one in the entire endless world could surpass, let alone a tiny, little Tranquil Cloud sect. Now at this time, these fellow apprentices only had gasps of admirations left. Yi Yuan found Long Tang and asked, "Right now, which fierce gale world force is the closest to us?" Forget about those under divine traversing realm. Destroying them is also not very useful. Long Tang was slightly shocked. Musing for a moment, he said, "If above divine traversing realm, the closest influence should be the eminent sky sect 10,000 miles away." A third-level divine traversing realm powerhouse came from the fierce gale world some time ago and directly killed the eminent sky sect's old ancestor. I heard that this person's measures are extremely cruel. The eminent sky sect's old ancestor died very miserably. A hint of a cold intent flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. He nodded his head and said, "All right, it's him." Starting from this day, Yi Yuan started crazy retaliatory operations. 1 day later, he eradicated that fierce gale world powerhouse at the eminent sky sect and directly had his cut-off head displayed to the public, hanging outside the gates. All the fierce gale world martial artists in the eminent sky sect were killed. Not one remained. 5 days later, the Deer Cry city 10,000 miles away from the eminent sky sect suffered an attack. All the fierce gale world martial artists died. 5th-level divine traversing realm powerhouse was annihilated. 10 days later, Yingfeng City, Che Lei sect, and Windfiend sect were destroyed at the same time. Several fierce gale world divine traversing realm martial artists were killed. One by one, the news of fierce gale world forces being destroyed spread out, very quickly alarming the entire endless world. When the endless world martial artists scattered all over the land heard this news, all of them were greatly encouraged and were all inquiring what kind of force rose up heaven-defyingly and carried out counterattacks against the fierce gale world. Really King venting. Ever since the fierce gale world invaded, I've only heard of Crimson Light City gaining a complete victory while the others were all bad news. Later, even our old nest was raided by people. Simply made your father depressed to the max. Now, this force that suddenly appeared actually destroyed so many fierce gale world forces in one breath and finally brought out my endless world's might. Yeah, the fierce gale world invaded for so long the news heard were more grave than the last. I even felt that life had no more meaning. Also, don't know which influence did it. Really vents one's anger. Heard that it was done by a sect called Tranquil Cloud sect. But since when was there such a powerful sect in our endless world? One has to know that among those forces that were destroyed, there was even a 6th-level divine
Traverser une realm existence.
wanting to destroy such an influence at the very Least also needs a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse to be able to accomplish, right?
Tranquil Cloud Sect.
I never heard of them before, but since they made a name for themselves, we naturally have to go and join them. Just us, these few people. Once we run into the fierce Gale World's great army, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. What you said is right. Our endless world right now is a pile of loose sand, and very much needs a genuine hero to come out and unite everybody. Let's go and join them. In a small faction, 2 leaders were currently discussing about throwing their lot in with the Tranquil Cloud Sect. And this scene was currently happening in all corners of the northern domain's southern part. This Tranquil Cloud Sect was like a last piece of straw that a person about to sink into the water grabbed hold on, giving them a final glimmer of hope. Even though this hope was very slim, without any doubt this was far stronger than resigning themselves to death. For a moment, many big and small forces converged in Deer Cry City. This was the stronghold that Yi Yuan chose. This city was very large and could accommodate many martial artists. Furthermore, all sorts of resources were very abundant. The fierce Gale World martial artists had yet to get to enjoy and were directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. In a short half a month's time, 100,000 martial artists gathered here. On this day, a massive army gathered at Deer Cry City. This army had roughly 30,000 people. This was one of the most massive army currently gathered Deer Cry City among the forces. This force, even in the present chaotic age, was also a power that could not be underestimated. Hey, you guys are that whatever Tranquil Cloud Sect's people, right? Call your sect master out for me. I want to meet him, the person at the helm said, very haughtily. The one who received him was precisely Long Tang. The current Long Tang had also broken through to Soul Sea Realm already with the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills. The strength of this person before his eyes was very strong. He was already at the peak 9th level Soul Sea. Such strength, bringing along such a colossal army, was clearly also not some easy to deal with people. But his attitude still made Long Tang very displeased. Coming to Deer Cry City, one has to adhere to Deer Cry City's rules. Senior apprentice brother sect master is Deer Cry City's leader. How can there be the logic of moving to receive you? If you wish to meet him, you should naturally go to his door to request an audience. Long Tang frowned and said. Long Tang had sufficient reason to be proud now. The might of Yi Yuan's strength far surpassed his imaginations. He originally thought that Yi Yuan being able to defeat middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses was already very decent. Who knew that his strength was ridiculously formidable? Regardless of how powerful the fierce Gale World forces were, him and several companions heading forward by themselves were all slaughtering the enemies directly, leaving none behind. These fellow apprentices were actually just supporting castes by the side and did not even have the qualifications to take action. No choice, their strength was too weak. Long Tang was clear that if not on account of being in the same sect, Yi Yuan would not even be inclined to give them a glance. The current Yi Yuan was already a figure from an entirely different world from them. But it was also precisely because so that Long Tang and these fellow apprentices, felt incredibly proud. Because even until now, Yi Yuan still acknowledged that he was a member of the
Tranquil Cloud Sect.
Yo, didn't you see how many people we brought here? Don't think that you guys eradicating a few forces is impressive. Even though there are no divine traversing realm powerhouses among us, these people we've killed a middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before. In terms of strength, we're also not much worse off compared to your school's sect master. What's wrong with making him come see me? The brawny man said disdainfully. Long Tang's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he did not believe this guy's words. A middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse adopting hit and run strategy was enough to wipe out this army of tens of thousands. This guy did not even make a draft before he bragged. Right at this time, a voice sounded out, "Chu sure, half a year of not seeing. You're really becoming even cockier. This brawny man was precisely the Chushur who was not seen for half a year already, and these tens of thousands of people that he brought here were naturally that bunch of martial artists Yi Yuan rescued from Crimson Light City back then. It was just that the numbers seemed to have reduced considerably. This lord is cocky, so? What? Chushur turned his head as he said arrogantly at the same time. But when he turned his head around, the word what was uttered quiveringly. The previous moment, he was still a powerful and majestic tiger. The next instant, he became a sickly cat. He shriveled up to the max. Lord Yi Yuan. Haha. Why is it you? You? Why would you appear here? Chushur stammered, his tongue knotting as he spoke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Didn't you want to see me? Now that I came, why do you think I showed up here? Chushur sweated profusely. His pair of eyes swiveled sneakily. Clearly, he wanted to find a reason to brush it over. Bang! Chushur was directly sent flying by a person. Who could it be if not Zhu Changji? Zhu Changji gave Yi Yuan a deep bow and said, I warned this guy to not be cocky long ago, but he wouldn't listen. It's just that we never thought that. The Tranquil Cloud sect, whose fame rose rapidly recently, was actually chaired by Lord Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan saw old friends come to join, he was very happy too and said with a smile, I came from the mortal world and entered the Tranquil Cloud sect. Now that we've renewed our efforts after failure, I naturally have to carry my
Secte's banner.
Chushur. They all were itinerant cultivators back then. They only knew that Yi Yuan's background was very powerful, but did not know at all that he actually came from an unremarkable small sect. The special characteristics of the Tranquil Cloud sect, this sect only those pinnacle upper echelons in the northern domain knew. Haha. Lord Yi Yuan, us brothers really missed you to death. This period of time we couldn't sleep at night worrying about you day in, day out, but didn't expect that you actually came into being suddenly and became this dear Cry City's owner. Chushur ran over submissively, thickened his face and said. Zhu Changji scolded laughingly. I've long said that Lord Yi Yuan is a blessed fellow. How can the mere power of a curse possibly stump him? Chushur pursed his lips and said, No idea who moped and sighed in the middle of the night, praying to heaven for Lord Yi Yuan to be safe and sound. Scram! You rebuked His Excellency just now. Why haven't you knelt down and admitted your fault? Zhu Changji said with a furious roar. I. Chushur darted Zhu Changji a fierce glare, blaming him for rubbing his nose. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he felt especially warm. Although these brawny men were uncouth, their concern towards him was genuine. Even though these people's origins were lowly, they valued the code of brotherhood the most. This kind of people could shed their blood and lay down their lives for you, and absolutely would not betray. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Forget it. The ignorant can be forgiven. Rather, you guys, why are only so few people left? Before coming, Yi Yuan already saw that this big army was only numbered less than 30,000. Compared to back then, it was lesser by half. Chushur's expression dimmed, and he fell silent. Zhu Changji let out a sigh too and recounted everyone's encounter after separating from Yi Yuan. Turns out that after Yi Yuan left back then, Qin Yan, Guotaochuan, and the others accompanied City Lord Su Hu and returned to Wu Fang City together. They wanted to bring Chushur, these martial artists, back together at that time, but Chushur and the rest were not willing. These people were all itinerant cultivators and used to freedom and no discipline and were not used to a restrained life. Hence, they did not travel together. Logically speaking, these people were originally just some itinerant cultivators unacquainted with each other. But what made Chushur Trio feel surprised was that these tens of thousands of martial artists, the vast majority of the people actually chose to stay. Only a small portion of the people chose to leave. Finally, roughly 50,000 people chose to remain behind while they elected Chushur Trio to be the commanders. These people's objectives were very simple. Their lives were given by Yi Yuan. In the future, they would follow Yi Yuan's dictates. Moreover, Yi Yuan left by himself and was chased down by a divine traversing realm powerhouse. Each and every one of them was all worried and must wait for the news of Yi Yuan's safe return. Hence, these people formed a guerrilla warfare team specialized in making things difficult for the fierce Gale world's great army. What surprised people was that the great army that the Endless Alliance sent out were virtually routed on all fronts, while this guerrilla warfare team scored victory after victory, slaughtering countless fierce Gale world martial artists. But Chu Shi, the three of them were selective in their raids to places with divine traversing realm powerhouses they absolutely did not dare to go. Except, their existence ultimately still incurred the fierce Gale world upper echelon's attention. After Wufang City was breached, the fierce Gale world finally got around to sending out those divine traversing realm powerhouses to catch and kill the endless world's divine traversing realm powerhouses without restraint. And to deal with Chu Shi, their big army, the fierce Gale world actually sent a fierce Gale world divine traversing powerhouse forward. As a result, both parties carried out a brutal killing. Except that divine traversing realm powerhouse never could have dreamed that the combat strength of this great army was actually so formidable. He fell into the sea of people and actually did not have the chance to escape. Finally, after Chu Shi, they all paid the price of 20,000 casualties. They slew this fourth-level divine traversing powerhouse. This battle result was what Chu Shi and the rest did not expect at all. Even they themselves were not aware that the training Yi Yuan gave them would actually produce such tremendous effect to make a great army which did not even have a divine traversing realm powerhouse kill a fourth-level divine traversing realm powerhouse. But after this, Chu Shi trio also realized a problem. That was that the next time would absolutely not be so lucky. If the fierce Gale world sent a late-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse over again, they would still not escape the outcome of the entire army being wiped out. Right at this time, they heard the news of the Tranquil Cloud sect crazily annihilating fierce Gale world forces. Chu Shi trio thought it over and decided to seek refuge with the Tranquil Cloud sect. It was just that they never thought that this Tranquil Cloud sect was actually established by Yi Yuan single-handedly, and Chu Shi recognized that they had killed a middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouse before, so they wanted to take the Tranquil Cloud sect down a notch so as to protect their own independence. Who knew that Chu Shi set up a huge blunder for himself and nearly offended Yi Yuan? Oh right, Lord Yi Yuan, the designation of this great army of ours, just call it Yi Family Army, Zhu Changji added. Yi Yuan was also rather surprised when he heard their encounter in this half-a-year. Looks like the growth of this great army was still outside of his expectations. This half a year's time, Chu Shi, they all experienced countless battles. The tempering between life and death also made their strength have a substantial rise. Now, Chu Shi trio actually broke through to peak 9th level Soul C already. There was only one more step to take to break through to the divine traversing realm. Since you guys all came, stay here then. But your strength is still a little weak. I'll refine some medicinal pills for you guys these 2 days to help you all break through to divine traversing realm. With your current combat strength, as long as you break through to divine traversing realm, your strength will surge substantially. Even late-stage divine traversing powerhouse might not be able to gain an advantage, Yi Yuan said. The people coming to seek refuge these few days were a lot, but those who genuinely had strength were not many. Chu Shi and the others, their appearance finally added the much-needed help. For Yi Yuan, my lord, are you for real? Chu Shi immediately said agitatedly. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, the Qianxi, who was silent the entire time by the side, also became agitated at this time. The medicinal pills which Yi Yuan refined, they had all witnessed with their own eyes before. They had the effects of immediate results. Back then, Yi Yuan said that he could not refine medicinal pills for their use, But now, Yi Yuan was going to spend time to refine these medicinal pills. Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. When have I joked around with you all? Before? When the three people saw Yi Yuan smile, they could not resist shuddering. They could not help automatically recalling the scenario of Yi Yuan throwing them into the Azura tri-pronged formation. Originally they thought that it was just a one-time simple training, but they did not expect that this training really claimed lives. The three people bowed their heads to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The Yi family army will follow Your Excellency to the death." Yi Yuan nodded his head and accepted it calmly. Towards the Yi family army's arrival, Yi Yuan still felt quite relieved. To want to recapture the endless world, Yi Yuan's strength alone was clearly inadequate. Even if he was already invincible in the endless world, there were too many people in the fierce gale world. If he slaughtered all the way over, he would probably have to kill for several decades as well. Yi Yuan erecting the Tranquil Cloud Sex banner was in order to solicit these scattered, endless world martial artists. Of course, if the Wufang City folks could hear the news and find their way over, that was for the best. Just what in the world happened to Wufang City on that day? Where on earth did the people in Wufang City go to was also a mystery to the current Yi Yuan. But right now, for Yi Yuan to go find his parents, where would he need to go? To search among the sea of faces? Yi Yuan stirred up such a huge commotion. The primary objective was still for the sake of drawing the fierce gale world's big shots' attention, to make them place their primary efforts on him. Moreover, to inquire about his parents' news, it was clearly more effective to get from the other party. With the Yi family army's participation, Deer Cry City's commotion was boosted considerably all at once. Yi Yuan also discovered to his delight that Chu Shi was really adept in the area of leadership. In the wake of martial artists coming to Deer Cry City getting increasingly more, management became a big issue. One had to acknowledge that Yi Yuan was not very skilled in this area. Rather, after Chu Shi they all joined and took the initiative to serve as the city guards. They only used a few days' time to subdue those martial artists into obedience. Towards this sort of situation, Yi Yuan was naturally happy to see it happen. Furthermore, the Yi family army being established for such a long time, they had also built a complete intelligence system. Hence, Yi Yuan let Chu Shi extend his antennas out and inquire about Wufang City and Tranquil Cloud Sex news. Yi Yuan also inquired from Chu Shi about Wufang City's news before. But, sadly, they were similarly too far away from Wufang City and also not very clear. Arranging everything properly, Yi Yuan was just planning on marching the troops northwards when Chu Shi obtained an intel. An 8th-level divine traversing powerhouse from the fierce gale world led over 10 divine traversing realm powerhouses and a 1,000,000-strong great army, and were coming towards Deer Cry City in mighty contingents. My lord, the fierce gale world's great army is bearing down menacingly this time. Should we temporarily avoid the spearhead? Chu Shi asked, probingly. Actually, Chu Shi did not have a clear understanding of just how powerful Yi Yuan's current strength was right now either. But what kind of concept 8th-level divine traversing was, he was perfectly clear. Such strength, even among the endless world's titans in the past, was also sufficient to enter the top 8. Let alone that there were even over 20 divine traversing realm powerhouses accompanying. In contrast, Deer Cry City's side apart from Yi Yuan's individual strength being unfathomable, there were virtually no powerhouses that were presentable. While Chu Shi, the few of them, had also just broken through to the divine traversing realm. To make them deal with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses in one go was still a little too forceful. But Yi Yuan said coolly, leave all the divine traversing realm powerhouses to me, the others. Can you guys handle them or not? Hiss. Chu Shi drew a cold breath when he heard. Looking at Zhu Changji and Chen Si again, their faces were both rather shocked. One person squaring off with 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Among them still had an 8th-level divine traversing powerhouse. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hesitating for a moment, Chu Shi gritted his teeth and thumped his chest, saying, "How can we let your excellency take on so many powerhouses alone? Even though us brothers are lacking in strength, we can still accomplish." Storming the enemy lines, those divine traversing realm powerhouses, leave them to the Yi family army. Although Chu Shi normally had quite a cynical attitude towards life, once he got serious, he still had quite an imposing manner. But the meaning in his words was also very clear. That was preparing to heap on human lives 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses. Definitely not all would be initial stage divine traversing realm. There was bound to be some that were middle stage divine traversing realm or even late stage powerhouses. To make the Yi family army go and handle these people was indeed somewhat far-fetched. A fourth-level divine traversing martial artist squandered 20,000 Yi family army martial artists. The might of an expert divine traversing realm was needless to say. Zhu Changji also said, "Yeah, my lord, you saying this is simply smacking our faces. The Yi family army's lives were given by your excellency. We won't hesitate to lay down our lives if need be." Chen Si did not speak, but his firm look indicated everything. But Yi Yuan laughed when he saw the situation and said, "What are each and every one of you in such a hurry to seek your doom for? Hoo, just an 8th level divine traversing. How is it worth you all using your lives to suppress him? Are your lives so worthless?" Chu Shi and the two were speechless too. Dismissing an 8th level divine traversing so lightly, only Lord Yi Yuan dared to speak this way. But Yi Yuan's words warmed their hearts. The meaning in Yi Yuan's words was that their lives were even more valuable than an 8th level divine traversing powerhouse's life. At least in Lord Yi Yuan's heart, he felt this way. It was true that their lives were given by Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not use them as cannon fodders, but treated them as brothers instead. He would rather charge forward himself than treat the lives of his brothers as a joke. Chu Shi and the two secretly resolved in their hearts that even if they died, they would also not let Lord Yi Yuan suffered any bit of harm. Yi Yuan looked at them a little and said coolly, "All right, don't have this sort of expression. A million-strong great army is not so easy to deal with, either. Each and every one of you has to buck up for me, since you guys call this great army Yi family army. Don't bring shame upon my face." Chu Shi was startled inwardly when he heard. Straightening both legs, he clenched his teeth and said, "My lord, rest assured, we'll let you take a look, this time at the might of this Yi family army that you personally built." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I'll have a look. These few days, how are the others training inside the Azura tri-pronged formation?" The moment Chu Shi heard, he immediately grumbled, "My lord, not that I'm complaining about them, but these fellows are making too little progress. Their casualty rates are much higher than ours. In the end, who knows how many will be left. They have already been training for half a month and only trained 10,000 plus people." These few days, Yi Yuan set up the Azura tri-pronged formation anew to train those motley crew. But looking at it now, the effects were not very good. However, this was also within Yi Yuan's expectations. Back then, Yi Yuan's drilling effects being that good at Crimson Light City was because everyone was in a hopeless situation. Now that Yi Yuan secured a very large piece of area, there were quite a number of people who actually came to seek refuge with a mentality of being contented to retain sovereignty over a part of the country. Under such circumstances, how could there be that kind of effect? Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "Put in some effort. For those sitting around waiting to die, it's fine to let them be as well. Soldiers depend on quality, not quantity." "Yes, my lord." Several days later, the two realms' great army were facing each other outside the borders of the new tranquil cloud sex sphere of influence. The fierce gale world side was densely packed. As far as the eyes could see, it was all fierce gale world martial artists. In contrast, the tranquil cloud sect side only had a mere several tens of thousands of people looking just like a small boat in a vast expanse of water, incomparably weak. The fierce Gale world's great army was orderly, displaying power and grandeur. One look and it was clear that they were well-trained. While the endless world side, each and every one of them was very undisciplined and carefree with a listless appearance. Rather like a bunch of motley crew. No matter how one viewed it, the endless world did not look like it had any chances of victory either. In the fierce Gale world's great army, there was person at the front that had long hair and a broad chest, elegant and poised. It was none other than the fierce Gale world Shui family's family head, Shui Hongfei. When he saw Yi Yuan in the opposing party's camp, his eyes involuntarily turned intent. I didn't think that the so-called tranquil cloud sect whose limelight is currently in full bloom recently was actually egged on by this boy, Shui. Hongfei said rather surprisedly. Commander actually knows this boy? Behind Shui Hongfei, a 7th level divine traversing powerhouse said in surprise. Shui Hongfei nodded and said, if I point it out, you'll naturally be aware. 2. This boy was that Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital that very day, when he was facing off with His Highness the 7th Prince. I had observed him from far away before. Didn't think that just a few years of not seeing this boy has actually reached peak Soul Sea realm already. It's actually this boy. Back then when he was squaring off with the 7th Prince, he was merely just crystal formation realm. Just how long has it been? He actually cultivated to peak Soul Sea realm already, exclaimed the divine, traversing realm powerhouses in shock. This boy's talent is indeed heaven-defying. Furthermore, his combat strength is staggering. According to our intel, even though this boy is just peak Soul Sea realm, he possesses at least the strength to kill middle stage divine traversing realms, Shui Hongfei said. Towards Yi Yuan's combat strength, Shui Hongfei was not overly surprised. With Yi Yuan's talent, if he could not cross boundaries to battle, that would be absurd. But Shui Hongfei did not take it to heart too much either. Even though he was only 8th level divine traversing, he still had the origin spirit 9 transformations, this level of unique trump card. To really talk about combat strength, he was even stronger than peak 9th level divine traversing. If he could not even take down a 9th level Soul Sea, that would also be too disgraceful. And so what if he can cross boundaries to battle in front of Commander and our great army? Everything collapses at the first blow. This time we've dispatched all of our elites. If we can't even take down these tens of thousands of people, that would simply be a joke, said the subordinate with a contemptuous look. Shui Hongfei stroked his beard and smiled as he said, what you said is right. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is also considered to have been a great help to us. Truly, wanting to take a nap, even had somebody send a pillow. As long as we wipe out all of them in this fight, there would probably be no one else who dares to jump around in the endless world. This boy's reputation is so renowned. Didn't think that he was a fool. 2. With his potential, properly find a place and enter a retreat, and a few years' time he would be able to ascend to the divine realm. What do the matters of the endless world have to do with him? Moreover, our great army is pressing down on the border this time. If he knows what's good for him, he should also avoid the spearhead and slowly find a solution. Perhaps there might still be some hope. Now, he actually chose to strike the rock with an really foolish to the max, Shui Hongfei said with a laugh. You don't look down on this boy. He most likely has some way of escape since he dares to fight with us head-on. In a moment I'll deal with him. You bring the other divine traversing realms together and directly storm over. No matter what kind of schemes or intrigues he has in front of absolute strength, it's also useless. Yes, Commander. Finish talking. Shui Hongfei's figure moved as he flew out. Yi Yuan, seeing the situation, flew out too, facing Shui Hongfei across a distance. Yi Yuan, you're a talented person. Do you still not have a clear understanding of the situation at this time until now? Why not you forsake darkness for the light now, and I can spare you from death today? Shui Hongfei said coolly, carrying the attitude of condescension. But Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that. No idea of life or death was talking about this guy in front of him, right? You know me? Yi Yuan was rather surprised by him being able to call out his name readily. In his impression, he had not seen this person before. On that day you had a great battle with His Highness, the 7th Prince. I was watching the fight far away on the sidelines, Shui Hongfei said with a smile. Yi Yuan came to a sudden realization when he heard that. He saw Shui Hongfei making frivolous remarks about his appearance with another person just now. Clearly, he had recognized him. Looks like there were still quite a number of people observing him in the shadows on that day in the capital. Yi Yuan nodded his head, indicating that he understand the situation. He then said, "Old fellow, I'm giving you one last chance now. You can choose to forsake the darkness for the light. Don't help the wicked perpetuate wicked deeds anymore. Zhao Tianin's days are already numbered and can't jump around for many more days." Yi Yuan's voice was very loud, spreading out directly. The fierce Gale world's million-strong great army immediately gave off a burst of deafening jeering laughter when they heard this sentence of Yi Yuan's. In their view, Yi Yuan's brain was simply spoiled and could not figure out the situation at all. Such a person could actually become the commander-in-chief too. Ha ha ha. He's making us forsake the darkness for the light. Ha ha ha.
I'm dying
of laughter. To make a million-strong great army surrender to tens of thousands of people. Is this guy sure that his brain is fine? You guys look at their great army. Just a few lousy first-level divine traversing's actually dare to spout such wild drivel. I really admire his courage. Those fierce Gale world's divine traversing realm powerhouses all grinned from ear to ear. Before the big battle, having a bit of this kind of joke was also a kind of relief. Actually, not only them but even Chu Shi, they all also felt embarrassed. Even though he had plenty of confidence in Yi Yuan, he seriously could not guess what kind of means Yi Yuan could use to win this great war between two worlds. Even if Yi Yuan could finish off the other party's 8th-level divine traversing, it was defeat with victory. If another person was swapped to stand in front of the formation, Chu Shi would have long brought his great army to run away. Only Yi Yuan could make him stand behind firmly. Shui Hongfei naturally just treated it as a joke to listen as well. He said to Yi Yuan with a chortle, "You also saw everybody's reactions. But have you taken a look at the expressions of those martial artists behind you looking death calmly in the face? Looks like your own great army doesn't harbor any hope in you as well." Yi Yuan did not mind and said nonchalantly, "Looks like you're choosing to resist stubbornly to the end. I already gave you the chance. It's you yourself who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then it can't be blamed on me." Shui Hongfei burst into laughter and said, "Yi Yuan, I know that you have the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. But even if your Origin Spirit 9 transformations is any more powerful, it's also unable to break through the fetters of Soul Sea Realm. While I..." Boom! Shui Hongfei's aura erupted abruptly, his imposing momentum surging towards the clouds. Under everyone's gaze, it actually broke right through to peak 9th level. Divine traversing. Turns out that you're that whatever Shui family's family head. Regarding Shui Honghe knowing how to use the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, Yi Yuan felt a slight surprise, revealing an expression of coming to understand suddenly. Of course, he would not mind Shui Hongfei's increase in strength too much. But Yi Yuan's look of surprise was misread by Shui Hongfei as panic. Hoo-hoo. Only aware of it now, huh? Too late. Shui Hongfei had a look like everything was under control. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Is it too late? Why don't I feel so? In this world, there are always some people who feel good about themselves." Shui Hongfei said with a cold smile, "All right, enough jabbering. Do you think That I would fall for your trick. Yi Yuan could not help laughing in spite of himself when he heard that and said, I forget that Zhao Cheng'an, that fellow, said before, you can only last for an hour's time using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations. However, this won't even take an hour. As he said this, Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly and used the Origin Spirit 9 transformations at the same time. Very soon, his aura broke through to half-step divine traversing. Half-step divine traversing, is it? Maybe you're still unaware of the disparity between peak 9th level divine traversing and half-step divine traversing, right? Forget it. I'll send you on your way. As he said, Shui Hongfei flicked his sleeves grandly and yelled out in a powerful and majestic voice, attack for me. Leave nothing behind. Charge. Charge. For a moment, the fierce Gale world's million-strong great army's battle cry rose one after another, galloping towards Chu Shi. They all, those 20 over divine traversing realm experts, lined up in a row and entered first. These 20 over people joining hands was truly an irresistible onslaught. Yet, right at this time, 2 figures, one azure and one white, suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield, facing the fierce Gale worlds. Assault head-on. This one azure, one white figures were naturally Yi Qing and Yu Mengli. The earth-shaking million-strong great army in other people's eyes was not much different from ants in the eyes of these 2 people. It was only to see the 2 strike out 2 palms lightly, wrapped with enormous energy as it whirled away towards the fierce Gale world's great army. Boom! Those 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses were instantly killed, without even letting out a miserable scream, and the pair's palm force's residual force had yet to reduce, blasting directly into the great army. For a moment, tragic cries rose one after another. It was also unknown how many lives were lost under these 2 palms. Shui Hongfei was just planning on making a move to deal with Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, his eyes could not help becoming wide saucers. This scene was too shocking. With a wave of a hand, 20 over divine traversing realm powerhouses turned to ashes. How formidable a strength did this need? Those were divine traversing realm powerhouses, the endless world's most powerful existences. Among them, there were even 2 7th-level divine traversing and 7 to 8 middle-stage divine traversing realm powerhouses. Even if he confronted himself under the circumstances of not using the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also very hard to obtain victory. Those 2 people slaughtered them just like this? What are you still in a daze for? Your turn to perform. Seeing Chu Shi and the rest in a trance, Yi Yuan reminded them. Ah? Oh. All right. Chu Shi's expression was exactly the same as Shui Hongfei's. Mouth opened widely, staring at this scene disbelievingly. All in a daze for what? Attack together with this father of yours and screw these bunch of animals to death. Kill! Chu Shi yelled out excitedly and took the lead to pounce over towards the fierce Gale world's great army. Zhu Changji and Chen Si had their thoughts linked up long ago and followed closely behind. With these 3 people helming, the others also recovered to their senses. Tens of thousands of people charged over towards the fierce Gale world's great army in mighty contingents. Saying that it was mighty contingents, actually, it did not even reach the other side's fraction. In front of the million-strong great army, their head count was still pitifully little. It was just that at this time the imposing momentum of these tens of thousands of people utterly outstripped the million-strong great army. Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's attack scared the crap out of the fierce Gale world's great army. The moment both sides came into contact, it became a one-sided massacre. Chu Shi, these people could be said to be veterans of 100 battles already. Their cooperation with each other was already tacit to the extent that made people's hair stand on end. These 30,000 people that he brought over was absolutely even more powerful than 300,000, even a 500,000 strong great army. Timing, geography, and human conditions all favored the tranquil cloud sex great army. How could they not win? Rather, after Yi Qing and Yu Mengli's one attack, they already lost interest in attacking once more and retreated to one side very conscientiously. This was also Yi Yuan intentionally instructing before. They only needed to take action once and leave the rest to him and the tranquil cloud sect's great army. Being oppressed for a long time, the endless world needed a huge victory to raise morale. And a victory fought out with their own hands versus through other people's hands. That sort of feeling was completely different. Moreover, an invincible master required countless battles to temper. The fierce Gale world's million-strong great army was undoubtedly the best. Whetstone. Chu Shi trio group already broke through to divine traversing realm. Originally, after both sides engaged in battle, it was akin to entering a place where no one puts up resistance. Places they passed through was like locusts passing through. Not even fowls and dogs were spared. Even though the others did not reach their level, they were likewise incomparably incisive. Only that batch which was trained the most recently slightly appeared to be straining a bit, but their imposing momentum was already spurred on. Even though there were casualties, they likewise overshadowed their opponents. The moral of the troops was already lost. The million-strong great army very quickly collapsed, clamoring to escape north. Who would be in the mood to carry on fighting? With this, the fierce Gale world's great army's declining trend was even more beyond recovery. The great battle, which originally had a great disparity in strength, became a one-sided massacre. When Xue Hongfei saw this scene, he even had the thought to die. The previous moment, he was still smug with his own success and thought that he was an elephant and that stepping the tranquil cloud sect, this ant, to death was as easy as blowing off dust. But in just an instant, both sides switched. How could Xue Hongfei still be in the mood to fight with Yi Yuan? Releasing his sense energy, he wanted to flee away. Yet, how could his speed compare to Yi Yuan's? He had yet to make a move and he had his path cut off by Yi Yuan. Since it's a battle, you have to be attentive. You will suffer a huge loss, with your mind being preoccupied with other things, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xue Hongfei's expression flickered erratically. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly roared, "Starfire, a blazing prairie! Go to hell!" This move Yi Yuan had experienced before from his son, Xue Zaihe. However, when Xue Hongfei unleashed it at this time, the power could not be mentioned in the same breath. Xue Hongfei compressed the essence fire within his body to the extreme, then abruptly exploded it. It was sufficient to eradicate any powerhouse under 9th level divine traversing. But sadly, Yi Yuan was half-step divine traversing realm 1 right now. Flame movement, true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan already utilized this move to the extent of mastery. Unleashing with half-step divine traversing strength, it actually scattered Xue Hongfei's Starfire, a blazing prairie, in all directions instantly. Bang! This punch smashed heavily onto Xue Hongfei's body. A peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouse actually could not last one move under Yi Yuan's hands. Xue Hongfei, who received this punch, was already severely wounded. Yi Yuan floated down gently beside him and flashed him a grin. An incomparably overbearing divine soul attack abruptly attacked towards Xue Hongfei's sea of consciousness. Soul-searching art. Yi Yuan tore open Xue Hongfei's sea of consciousness tyrannically, wanting to carry out a soul search on Xue Hongfei. But right then, Xue Hongfei suddenly gave a wretched cry. Yi Yuan's expression changed and instantly pulled back his divine sense. Xue Hongfei gave a miserable cry. Then his legs went stiff and did not move any longer. Evidently, Xue Hongfei was already deader than dead. That moment just now, Yi Yuan wanted to use soul-searching art on Xue Hongfei. But Xue Hongfei's divine soul gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Following that, his divine soul was directly ground up. If not for Yi Yuan retreating in time, he would probably be affected too. Yi Yuan, what is it? Yi Qing and Yu Mengli also detected Yi Yuan's oddness, and came forward to ask. Yi Yuan frowned and said, I originally wanted to search his soul, wanting to See if there's information about my parents. I didn't expect that his divine soul had restrictions placed by people. The moment I executed the soul searching art, it immediately triggered the restrictions and his soul disintegrated. Yu Mengli was slightly surprised as she said, "This person's strength absolutely belongs to the apex existences in the lower realms. How could he possibly willingly have people lay down such restrictions?" Soul disintegrating was being unable to enter the natural cycle of samsara. Even if there were only a glimmer of hope to survive, the martial artist would also not possibly be willing to have people lay down such restrictions. Furthermore, Xue Hongfei's strength was even stronger than ordinary ninth-level divine traversing's. Who could compel him to have this kind of restriction laid down? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, he should have had the restrictions placed by people under circumstances where he was unaware. This sort of method is very covert. With his strength, he's simply unable to detect it. Yu Mengli could not help being surprised when she heard that. To be able to place restrictions on the divine soul of an 8th-level divine traversing, even that Zhao Tianin can't accomplish that either, right? Yi Yuan nodded his head and silently acknowledged Yu Mengli's conjecture. Even though Zhao Tianin was a boundless realm powerhouse to want to place such restrictions on the divine soul of Xue Hongfei without a sound, it simply could not be done. Heh, looks like this fierce Gale world's upper echelons was most likely controlled by people behind the scenes long ago. If my conjectures are right, Zhao Tianin is also merely a chess piece. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. This Zhao Tianin is a boundless realm martial artist. If even he is being controlled. Yu Mengli was very astonished by Yi Yuan's conjecture. Yi Yuan nodded and said, this matter probably can't shake off relations with the divine realm. It's just that no idea what force is manipulating behind, and also what kind of objective there is. These people stirring up so many things in the lower realms, what they are coveting is probably huge. Looks like these few years, the divine realm isn't that calm either. Those years during the previous life Yi Yuan was at the divine realm, the various top forces were basically all in a state of equilibrium. Even if there were clashes occasionally, it was also just some small issues. The Medicine King Hall's destruction was likely the most sensational thing that happened these few years in the divine realm. Yet, there were people inciting a war between two worlds and collecting sanguine power. What they were coveting was probably not small. Yi Yuan guessed that such an incident happening between the fierce Gale world and endless world was likely not an exception. In the other small worlds, there were probably also quite a number of such incidents that happened. But even if he had some conjectures, Yi Yuan was also strong in will only, lacking in power right now. His strength had already roughly reached the pinnacle in the lower realms. But when placed in the divine realm, it was just the start. Much still remained to be done. 3 days later, the great battle was concluded. Chu Shi led the tranquil cloud sect great army and pursued for a distance of 10,000 miles, eliminating nearly half of the fierce Gale world martial artists. The moment a sovereign was enraged, corpses floated for 10,000 miles. The present Yi Yuan was already the endless world's well-deserving sovereign. Through this battle, the tranquil cloud sect's fame exploded in the entire endless world, immediately spreading throughout the entire endless world, fully exterminating 20 over fierce Gale world divine traversing realm powerhouses, defeating the fierce Gale world's million-strong great army with a 40,000 army. Who else in the endless world could create such glorious military exploits, apart from Yi Yuan? And just as Yi Yuan expected, through this campaign the endless world martial artist's confidence was established once again. Major and minor forces everywhere emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These forces carried out frenzied counterattacks on the fierce Gale world. For some time, the endless world became battlefronts everywhere. Of course, this battle made the tranquil cloud sect's reputation soar even more. The forces and itinerant cultivators that came forth to join the tranquil cloud sect were too many to count. But Yi Yuan was not concerned with these mundane affairs. There were naturally people like Chu Shi they all to go and manage. This Deer Cry City was just a temporary residential place. Yi Yuan's thoughts were still placed on Wu Fang City. Recuperating for a few days, Yi Yuan gave the order for the army to set off and rush straight for Wu Fang City. The night before the army moved out, the moon was bright with few stars. Yi Yuan was currently enjoying this hard-to-come-by peace. Yi Yuan, you don't have to worry. Uncle and auntie, they are good people who will be blessed by heaven. They will be fine. Yu Mengli was a quick-witted girl, even though Yi Yuan did not show it all. Along these few days, she knew that Yi Yuan's inner heart was anxious. Constantly. If not for this, with Yi Yuan's disposition, he would not let Chu Shi they all be so heavy-handed towards the fierce Gale world's great army either. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, I secretly swore in my heart before to not let my kin suffer any harm again. Yet, I still didn't accomplish it in the end. Yu Mengli said, You've already done sufficiently well. Zhao Tianin they all are the main culprits. It was all my fault. If I knew it would be like this long ago, I should have directly killed him back then. Yi Yuan turned around to look at Yu Mengli. He said with a smile, Lier, you're thoughtful and understanding. How can this matter be blamed on you? Know that you wanted to leave Zhao Tianin for me to dispose of personally. Can't even wait to thank you. Why would I blame you? Yu Mengli's face turned red but said, These few days I see that you have no appetite for food and drinks. I'm really quite worried about you. Some things, saying it out might be a little more alleviating instead. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Thanks a lot for Lier's concern. I'm fine. Yi Yuan looked straight at Yu Mengli, but it made a blush appear on her face, and she could not resist nodding and lowering her eyebrows in an obeisant manner. Under the contrast of the moonlight, Yu Mengli's beauty was unparalleled. Even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that this woman made him somewhat moved. For a moment, the atmosphere became rather ambiguous. To dare snatch my Zhou Yan's woman, really tired of living. Not far away, a youth tore apart the void directly and revealed his figure, thoroughly shattering this ambiguous atmosphere. And that thick jealousy and killing intent in his words could not be concealed. No matter what, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's expressions changed at the same time. Someone was spying on them in the void, and not a single one of them actually discovered. Zhou Yan, why is it you? Yu Mengli turned pale with fear. Zhou Yan did not pay attention to Yu Mengli. Instead, his gaze stared dead at Yi Yuan. Facing this Zhou Yan, Yi Yuan practically felt like he was almost asphyxiating. The other party's might was simply not what the present Yi Yuan could contend with. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan. A bundle of flames suddenly leaped out from his eyes. Don't! Yu Mengli screamed in fear and unleashed the power of the moonlight heavenly. Without any hesitation. Boom! Even with the power of the moonlight heavenly neutralizing, it still did not block this attack of Zhou Yan's. The air around Yi Yuan suddenly exploded, blasting him flying out directly. Poo work! Yi Yuan clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Yu Mengli already blocked most of the attack for Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan was still beaten to heavy injuries. Vast Sun Flameheart pupil. Very good. I'll remember this. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Yan gave Yi Yuan a glance rather surprisedly and said coolly, A measly little aboriginal actually knows the Vast Sun Flameheart pupil. Looks like the things Lier told you are really quite a fair bit, but do you think that your threat is effective on me? Zhou Yan was filled with enmity towards Yi Yuan, revealing his killing intent. Ugh! Yu Mengli suddenly held her face with her hand, her expression revealing a pained state. Zhou Yan could not help being greatly alarmed when he saw the situation and hurriedly said, Lier, what's wrong with you? Don't come over. Yu Mengli reproached lightly, but Zhou Yan completely ignored Yu Mengli's warning and wanting to come over. and support her very overbearingly. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. A sharp dagger was already pressed on you. Mengli's neck, but the hand holding the dagger was her own. Zhou Yan only stopped his footsteps when he saw. Her expression was dark as she said, "Zhou Yan, if you dare touch him, I'll die in front of you." Zhou Yan's expression fell, and he said, "Li'er, what's the meaning of this? Our engagement was fixed by the two Zhou and you family's family heads. That's their problem. What has it got to do with me?" Yu Mengli said with an obstinate look. Seeing Yu Mengli's attitude, Zhou Yan was unable to contain his anger and said, "Yu Mengli, how am I, Zhou Yan, not good enough for you? In terms of background, I'm the noble son of a rank 1 Holy Land. In terms of strength, I'm also sufficient to rank in the top 10 among the divine realm's young generation. Could it be that I still can't compare to a lower realms? Aboriginal in your heart." The ambiguity between Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli earlier, Zhou Yan took it all into his eyes. Nothing gave him a greater blow than such a scene. In his view, Yi Yuan was merely an aboriginal. At most, he was a genius, martial artists among aboriginals. But in his perspective as a divine realm's young generation's pinnacle powerhouse, Yi Yuan was a trash, the lowest among the lowest. Zhou Yan was simply unable to accept Yu Mengli liking an aboriginal rather than him this fact. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan virtually without giving the chance to explain at all just now. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Yu Mengli could not help looking at Yi Yuan, her face flushed red. How was there that sort of relation that Zhou Yan said between her and Yi Yuan? But this scene landing in Zhou Yan's eyes was a tremendous mockery. "I'm going to kill this aboriginal today and sever this notion of yours." As he said, the look in Zhou Yan's eyes danced once again. Clearly, he was going to unleash the vast sun flameheart pupils move. "You dare!" The dagger in Yu Mengli's hand pierced a little deeper. A wisp of fresh blood ran down along the dagger, dripping onto her blouse, appearing shocking. Zhou Yan's expression involuntarily changed, but the flames in his eyes died down. Yu Mengli's action put him at a complete loss on what to do. Zhou Yan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Li'er, even if you're able to stop me from making a move today, you also can't possibly guard against me for a lifetime. You should know our Zhou family's strength. Wanting to kill a lower realms aboriginal is too easy. Also, even if I don't take action today, do you think that Uncle Yu will freely allow his own daughter to fall for an aboriginal? You should be clear it's impossible. Between you guys, if Uncle Yu knows your affairs, even if I don't take action, he would probably not leave it unchecked either, right?" Li'er's entire body involuntarily trembled when she heard that. Li'er turned her head and gave Yi Yuan a complicated look. Then suddenly say, "Zhou Yan, actually, there isn't anything between Yi Yuan and me. You misunderstood yourself." Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed. Clearly, he did not believe Li'er's words. "Li'er, are you insulting my intelligence?" Li'er suddenly shook her head with a stern countenance and said, "I'm not insulting your intelligence. It's you yourself who didn't figure out the situation. Yi Yuan, he is my good friend that I got acquainted with in the lower realms and also the only alchemist who can treat the terminal illness in my body. If you kill him, it will be equivalent to killing me." Zhou Yan said with a cold sneer, "Just the alchemy emperors in the divine realm are abundant. Could it be that they all added up still can't compare to an aboriginal brat?" Li'er said, "They really can't compare. I believe that you've already heard. These few years, my body's condition has been deteriorating steadily. For this, father invited many alchemy emperors to treat me, but not a single one was able to diagnose where my ailment lied. Nevertheless, I encountered Yi Yuan. Not only did he diagnose where my ailment lied, he even gave the treatment method. In this world, there might only be him alone who can treat my illness. You killing him is no different from killing me." Zhou Yan clearly did not believe Yu Mengli's words and said with a cold laugh, he, an aboriginal brat, is actually even more formidable than those alchemy emperors. But Lier did not put down the dagger in her hand and said coolly, Zhou Yan, I'll go back with you. I'll tell you now, my malady is caused by two kinds of spirit physiques tearing my divine soul. After returning to the divine realm, you can invite an alchemy emperor to come forward and diagnose me. If anyone is able to treat my illness, I have nothing to say either if you touch Yi Yuan again. But if you kill him, I'd also lose the hope to live on. But before dying, I'll tell Father that you caused my death. This aftermath, you bear it yourself. Hearing Lier's words, Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said, Are you threatening me? Lier said with a cold smile. What a joke! You want to kill the person who is saving my life, but say that I'm threatening you. Zhou Yan, aren't you too overbearing? Zhou Yan's expression flickered incessantly as he looked at Yi Yuan, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I promise you not to kill him for the time being. After returning, I'll let Father invite Master Quan Xingzi to come and treat you. If I discover that you're bluffing me today, you should know the consequences. When Yu Mengli heard Quan Xingzi's name, her heart involuntarily palpitated. This Quan Xingzi was the Divine Realm Alchemist Association's Lord Vice Chairman. His alchemy path strength was exceedingly high. Yu Mengli did not think that Zhou Yan would actually lay down such capital. She could not resist looking over at Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan gave her a steady glance. Not knowing why, this glance instantly calmed Yu Mengli's heart right down. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan with unspeakable jealousy and fury. Even since the first time he laid eyes on Yu Mengli, he was awestruck by her fairy-like looks. But all the way until now, Yu Mengli had not given him a kind expression. Before, what was given to him was all precaution and vigilance. But the thing that he did not obtain, Yi Yuan actually obtained all of it. As for Yu Mengli's words, Zhou Yan did not believe at all. Master Quan Xingzi was a peak alchemy emperor. He did not believe that Master Quan Xingzi personally taking action would be unable to treat the so-called terminal illness on Yu Mengli's body. At that time, see what reasons Yu Mengli still had to prevent him from killing him. Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, Brat, you best pray that Master Quan Xingzi can't treat Lier's injuries. Otherwise, you'll die very miserably. Yi Yuan did not speak the entire time. Before having sufficient strength, all threats were nonsense. But the humiliation that Zhou Yan brought to him today, he remembered it profoundly. Regarding Zhou Yan's threat, Yi Yuan did not have too much of an indication. His mind stirred and he let Yi Qing out. Yi Qing, Lier needs some Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid, Yi Yuan said to Yi Qing. Oh, here. Yi Qing took out some Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid very generously but became very vigilant against the Zhou Yan whose depths could not be perceived. Yi Yuan received the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid and came right in front of Yu Mengli, saying, Thank you very much for your life-saving grace. However, I assure you, this is the last time. Open up. Yu Mengli took a look at Yi Yuan, opening her mouth very obediently. Yi Yuan did not say much. He just poured the Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid into her mouth. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid entered her abdomen. But Yu Mengli's divine soul, which was being torn just now, became much better off. Her expression also became rosy. From start to end, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. But Yu Mengli knew that Zhou Yan's actions earlier had thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Perhaps in Zhou Yan's eyes, Yi Yuan was only an aboriginal, but Yu Mengli knew that he possessed even more heaven-defying talent than the divine realms. Geniuses. Today's setback would only make Yi Yuan rise up more quickly. Zhou Yan took all of this into his eyes but did not stop anything. He was no fool. Earlier, after Yu Mengli employed the power of the moonlight, heavenly eye, her entire person became worn out, and her complexion became very pale. drinking the azure spirit heart-fusing fluid that Yi Yuan brought over at this time. Yu Mengli's complexion immediately became much better. Looks like Yu Mengli seemed to have really gotten some disease and was unable to make use of the power of the moonlight heavenly eye. At this moment, he could not help believing Yu Mengli's words a little more. Boy, I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear? Yi Yuan's disregard made Zhou Yan feel very enraged. In his view, when Yi Yuan faced him, it should be trembling in fear and trepidation, even kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Yet Yi Yuan's reaction was too quiet. Quiet until it made him actually get a little indescribably flustered. This sort of feeling was seriously too bizarre. Yi Yuan still did not pay attention to Zhou Yan. He turned his head and said to Yi Qing, from today onwards, you'll go to the divine realm, together with Lear. Remember, you mustn't let her out of your sight. Yi Qing was very ignorant about worldly affairs, but he had also detected that the present atmosphere was kind of odd. This young man in front of him was too powerful. He had already evolved to Tier 7 but still felt that the other party was unfathomable. Seeing Yi Yuan say it solemnly, Yi Qing nodded and said, "You set your mind at ease. What I promised you, I'll definitely accomplish it." Yi Yuan nodded his head. Although the time they stayed together was not long, he was still very trusting of Yi Qing. Following that, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head around and said to Zhou Yan, "Carefully put away that arrogance of yours. If you want the Yu family and Zhou family to have an all-out war, you can feel free to kill me now." Zhou Yan's expression changed, and he said with a snicker, "What a laughable aboriginal. Do you think that you can make this young master scared with a few words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Not only does Lear possess the moonlight heavenly eye physique, but she's also even burdened with the innate battle soul physique. You killing me is equal to ruining the only hope the Yu family has to rise up. Do you think that the Yu family will have an all-out war with your Zhou family or not? What innate battle soul physique? Truly absurd nonsense. Even in the divine realm, the innate battle soul physique was only known by an extremely small number of people as well. And this extremely small number of people clearly did not include Zhou Yan. Yi Yuan sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "Ignorant and ill-informed. You can go back and ask Zhou Jia what the innate battle soul physique is. Even though Quan Xingzi, that fellow, is a little pedantic, he can still discern the innate battle soul physique." A terrifying aura undulated out. Zhou Yan had yet to make a move, and the entire space actually started to warp. "How can an aboriginal like you dare to address my father's name directly, without honorifics?" Zhou Yan said it word by word. Yi Yuan felt like he was almost suffocating, but his face still had an indifferent look as he said nonchalantly, "People adopt names to be called. What do I call him if not Zhou Jia? If you have the capabilities, kill me right now. Otherwise, put that away for me." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Mengli was so anxious that her heart was almost about to leap out. She really did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to incite Zhou Yan like this. Once Zhou Yan really got angry, even at her prime, she could not stop him too. Yi Yuan's pride was even above her expectations. Facing Zhou Yan, this sort of peerless powerhouse, Yu Mengli thought that Yi Yuan would have some restraint and tolerate for some time. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of tolerating at all, but chose to give tit for tat. Zhou Yan's expression flickered erratically. The entire space started twisting and warping under his aura. He was seriously unable to tolerate an aboriginal actually being so insolent in front of him. But if what Yi Yuan said was true, he really could not handle the two families having an all-out war, this sort of thing. The divine realm's various forces mutually restricted each other and could not tolerate the slightest bit of mistake. Even his father, Zhou Jia, also tread as if on thin ice. Suddenly, the aura on Zhou Yan's body was put away, and he said with Yi Yuan, with a cold voice, "Today, I'll spare your little life on account of Lear's face." Wait until we return to the divine realm, we'll naturally know if what you said is true or false. At that time, you wouldn't be able to fly away even if you had wings. Finish talking. Zhou Yan suddenly unleashed the vast sun flame heart pupil. Boom! Yi Yuan was sent flying out directly, spewing out a mouthful of blood once more. Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli and Yi Qing cried out in a chorus. Relax, he won't die. I just planted the vast sun flame heart pupil's mark on his body. If there are other people who can treat your illness, he naturally doesn't have the need to remain in this world anymore. Lier, we should go, Zhou Yan said coldly. Finish talking. Zhou Yan ran with one hand and actually broke apart space, directly manifesting a huge door. Yu Mengli was worried about Yi Yuan's safety, but Zhou Yan did not give her time to stay. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and stood up. Gasping for air, he said, Relax, I won't die. Wait for me in the divine realm. Yu Mengli had tears running down her face as she nodded her hand and, following Zhou Yan into the spatial passageway. Yi Qing gave Yi Yuan a glance rather worriedly and said somberly, Take care, Yi Yuan. After the three people entered the spatial passageway, that huge door disappeared along with it too, as if Zhou Yan had never appeared before. Yuan stared at the space which had already recovered back to how it was and was silent for a long time. My lord, are you all right? My lord, you're injured. Who is it? To actually be able to heavily wound His Excellency. Chu Shi and the rest had an after sensation and felt that this place seemed to have some activities, so they hurried over. Who knew that upon looking, Yi Yuan was actually beaten to severe injuries, and they could not help turning pale with fright. They all knew Yi Yuan's strength now. To be able to beat Yi Yuan until like this and cause such a small commotion, how powerful a strength did the other party have to have? Being struck by the vast sun flame heart pupil in succession, Yi Yuan was also faint and weak at this time. It's fine. Help me to the hidden chamber. The army postponed departure for 3 days. Family head, that Yi Yuan has been pressing on with an overwhelming momentum. The entire way. He is already closing in on Wufang City. At the city lord manor of Wufang City, Shangguan Wenrui was sitting composedly. A Shangguan family's divine traversing realm powerhouse was currently reporting the movements of Yi Yuan's great army at this time. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, Just a puny little Yi Yuan. No matter how strong he is, can he still match our 10 great half-step boundless powerhouses? That subordinate was rather perplexed. Family head was clearly still burning with anxiety yesterday. Why did he have an indifferent appearance today? The news of the million-strong great army being defeated was transmitted over. The entire Wufang city was on tenterhooks. As the main commander invading the endless world, Shangguan Wenrui was like an ant on a hot pan a few days back, pacing around anxiously. In Yi Yuan's great army had 2 powerhouses with unfathomable strength. Just using one attack, they obliterated all the divine traversing realm powerhouses. This was the news brought back by the great army which came back in defeat. In comparison, the news of Yi Yuan killing Shui Hongfei alone did not appear that astounding. Very clearly, what Shangguan Wenrui dreaded were those 2 mighty powerhouses. But what kind of situation was this today? Family head, according to what the troops who came back in defeat said, those 2 powerhouses' strength were overwhelming. Annihilating divine traversing realm powerhouses doesn't need the slightest effort at all. Could it be that family head isn't worried at all? The subordinate could not help asking. Curiously, Shangguan Wenrui stroked his beard and said with a smile, Powerhouse? What? Powerhouse? Ha ha ha. The subordinate was speechless. He really could not figure out where family head's confidence came from. All right, you set your mind at ease. Wait until Yi Yuan comes. I'll definitely make him never return, Shangguan Wenrui said with a loud chortle. Several days later, Yi Yuan pressed on all the way like splitting a bamboo, routing the fierce Gale World great army along the way utterly. Finally, the army approached Wu Fang City. Currently, this grand and magnificent large city was still the same city, but no longer held by the same people. Yi Yuan initially thought that along the way, there would be experts from the three sects coming over to join him. However, such a long time passed, but Yi Yuan did not encounter a single person. This made a trace of foreboding premonition arise in his heart. His commotion along the way was massive. Logically speaking, there had to be some powerhouses who heard the news and came over. Then there were only two types of possibilities. One was that they went to hide in an extremely remote place and were unable to obtain the endless world's news. The other type was these people were already completely wiped out, maybe even the last type of outcome. Yi Yuan did not even dare to go and think. If it really happened, then even if he skinned Zhao Tianyin alive, it made no difference too. The top of Wu Fang City's walls. An elderly person was facing Yi Yuan across a distance. It was precisely Shangguan Wenrui. Yi Yuan, I really didn't expect that in just a short 2 to 3 years. Time, you actually have the qualifications to be on equal footing with me. Already. Even though I don't know why His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, wanted to let you go back then, without a doubt, that was the greatest mistake that he made. Shangguan Wenrui said. Oh? Looks like my battle with Zhao Cheng'an back then, you were watching the fight by the side too. Yi Yuan figured out the links in between very quickly. Shangguan Wenrui did not have the intention of hiding either. He nodded his head and said, That's right. With your talent, if we can't become friends, you must be erased. I thought that with His Majesty the Wind Emperor moving, personally you were dead for sure. Who knew that later on news actually spread out that you escaped alive, making me quite astonished. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Not that Zhao Tianyin didn't want to, but he couldn't accomplish it. However, wait until I take care of you all. Naturally go and find him to settle this score. Shangguan Wenrui laughed and said, Hoo, at this sort of time do you still want to assume the majesty of the tiger? Your natural endowments are pretty good, but your cultivation realm is still a little low in the end. Do you think that you can contend with the entire fierce Gale world by yourself? Yi Yuan was stupefied and said rather bewilderedly, Assuming the majesty of the tiger. Shangguan Wenrui only took it as Yi Yuan playing the fool and said with a smile, Those two mighty experts by your side are already not around. Just the likes of you, a peak 9th level Soul C, want to overturn the raging tides? Heroes are not that easy to be. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, So, in between this, still had Zhao Tianyin playing tricks. And I was wondering, looks like this feud is growing deeper. These few days Yi Yuan found it odd all along how Zhou Yan found Yu Mengli. Didn't think that there was actually still Zhao Tianyin's work in between. This looks like he was fearful of Yu Mengli, so he thought of a way to inform the divine realm first. Yu Mengli's moonlight heavenly eye was too conspicuous and very easy to identify. Even if Zhao Tianyin did not recognize the moonlight heavenly eye, the divine realm people behind him definitely knew. Therefore, there was that spectacle several days back. This Zhao Tianyin was truly abominable to the extreme. Shangguan Wenrui smiled and said, Truly, the young ones are unbridled. Just based on your current strength, could it be that you wish to contend with a boundless realm powerhouse? Yi Yuan already recovered his cool at this time and said nonchalantly, That isn't what you should worry about. You better think about how to cross this hurdle today. Shangguan Wenrui burst into laughter and said, Without those two super powerhouses, I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from to dare be so cocky in front of me. You take a look at who they are. Shangguan Wenrui showed a hand gesture. A group of people was brought up to the top of the city walls. When Yi Yuan saw that group of people, his expression involuntarily darkened.
Ren Qinghyun, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yiqian, Ying Chuan.
One familiar face after another made Yi Yuan's face unable to resist convulsing. When his gaze landed on the last person, he could not help being stunned. Chi was a half-step boundless realm powerhouse. He actually fell into the enemy's hands in Wu Fang City too? Was the fierce Gale world's strength this formidable? But Yi Yuan knew that Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step boundless realm. Yi Yuan looked at those formerly high and mighty endless world powerhouses on the top of city walls. They actually all ended up as the fierce Gale world's captives. Each and every one of them had their dantians sealed currently and were trussed up tightly. Don't talk about how embarrassing that appearance was. Shangguan Lingyun pointed at those people behind and said coolly, Shangguan Yunrong and Shangguan Lingyun both died at your hands. Because of you, my Shangguan family's strength had heavy losses. The heaven has eyes to send you. In front of me, Shangguan Wenrui was clearly that sort of people with extremely scheming minds. Even though he hated Yi Yuan tremendously already, he was calm and collected when speaking. One could not perceive the rage in his heart at all. Only now did Yi Yuan know that turns out this old man in front of him was the Shangguan family's family head. Shangguan Wenrui said with a smile, Yi Yuan, do you see this Wu Fang City's grand array? Why don't we play a game? How about that? Yi Yuan did not speak, quietly waiting for what followed, wanting to take a look at what this fellow was trying to accomplish. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not reply, Shangguan Wenrui continued, this Wu Fang City's grand array was left by the Grand Yen True Sect who sealed the realm passageway back then. Its might is incomparably powerful. Starting from now, I'll kill a person every 10 breaths of time all the way until you breach the grand array. How is it? Yi Yuan was stunned. Was this guy a moron? You don't need to count. I'm coming right in. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished on the spot. When it appeared again, it actually arrived in front of Ren Xingchuan they all already. The city protecting grand array which Shangguan Wenrui pinned high hopes on actually did not have the slightest effect. The falling petals which covered the skies drifted about. Those divine, traversing realm powerhouses guarding the prisoners were directly obliterated. By Yi Yuan like this, then Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting these people away into the vast heaven. Pagoda. All of this was done in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Shangguan Wenrui was still in shock and actually did not react in time. One had to know that, in order to crack this Wu Fang City's grand array, they had prepared for a very long time. Furthermore, they did not leak any information at all beforehand, dispatching 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses for a surprise raid before breaching the grand array. After the matter, they mobilized over 10 Tier 5 array masters before restoring this grand array. Even though it did not reach the power when it was at its peak, it at least had 80% power too. But this grand array actually could not even accomplish stopping Yi Yuan for a moment. Surely this is all a dream, right? People have to pay the price for their own stupidity. The thing that you rely on is utterly worthless before me. Yi Yuan said coolly. How is this possible? Shangguan Wenrui was still unbelievably shocked right now. Yi Yuan said, you know that this grand array was left behind by the Grand Yen True Sect, but you don't know that the Grand Yen True Sect's legacy is in my hands. How can a mere city protecting grand array stop me? What? You acquired the Grand Yen True Sect's inheritance. Shangguan Wenrui exclaimed in shock. The Shangguan Wenrui at this moment was like a clown. He wanted to let Yi Yuan see his kin and friends die one by one in front of him, that sort of pain. But then he discovered that he was actually lifting a rock to smash his own feet. This sect protecting grand array was even worse than paper. How could Shangguan Wenrui have thought that all of the Grand Yen True Sects grand arrays were born from the array formation's 3 volumes? Although this city-protecting grand array was a quasi-tier 6 grand array, it was still only a part of the array formation's 3 volumes. How could such a thing stop Yi Yuan's footsteps? Shangguan Wenrui had the bearing of a fierce and ambitious person too. After the shock, He calmed down very quickly and said with a cold snort, "Humph! So, what even if you acquired the Grand Yen True Sex inheritance? Today this Wu Fang City will be your burial ground. All come out for me." 9 figures suddenly flew out from inside the city, bringing an outrageous aura. These 9 figures were actually all half-step boundless realm. Half-step boundless was absolutely an existence which showed disdain on all life in the endless world. This point, just think about how powerful Chi Hai was back then and one would know. But now, 10 of such half-step boundless powerhouses actually came out all at once. Such a lineup was seriously too extravagant. Only at this time did Yi Yuan know why even Chi Hai could not escape. Previously, he heard that it was 10 great peak 9th level divine traversing powerhouses who suddenly raided Wu Fang City. Yi Yuan was still rather uncertain. Looking at it now, it was simply an error in the rumors. Wu Fang City's fall was too sudden. The titans in the city were rounded up in one fell sweep. No accurate news was spread out at all. The intel spread out were all derived through countless times of development. In the eyes of the endless world martial artists, 10 peak divine traversing realm powerhouses were already absolutely powerful existences under this heaven. How could they imagine that the fierce Gale world actually had 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses? Such a lineup, those martial artists passing on the message did not even dare to think about it. 10 half-step boundless realms joining hands to crack the array. How was there the logic of this Wu Fang city protecting Grand Array not cracking? Wu Fang City's history was even longer than the Grand Yen True Sects. In the era where the Grand Yen True Sect dominated the endless world, Wu Fang City spent a huge sum to invite the Grand Yen True Sect to lay down the city, protecting Grand Array anew. However, even though this city protecting Grand Array was powerful, it could not possibly stop 10 half-step boundless realm powerhouses too. Even in the Grand Yen True Sects era, the endless world could not bring out such a horrifying lineup either. Yi Yuan, looks like I still really underestimated you. However, it ends here. 2. Shangguan Wenrui said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I already said you have to pay the price for your stupidity. Do you think that I'm able to stand here merely by relying on the strength of those 2 friends? Today I'll let you know how much more you've bitten off than you can chew. Ha ha ha. I want to see just how you let me know that I've bitten off more than I can chew. Do you think that you can beat our 10 half-step boundless realms with your strength alone? 10 half-step boundless realms. Even this was an absolutely powerful force. When placed in the fierce Gale world, let alone to talk about dealing with a peak 9th level soul sea brat. Yi Yuan's heroic words, in his view, was synonymous with not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Hehe, a couple of half-step boundless realms that relied on sanguine power to train. What difference is there from paper tigers? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. His figure vanished on the spot once more, speeding towards one of the half-step boundless realm with extreme speed. While revolving his skill, Yi Yuan suddenly released his aura fully. Origin. Spirit 9 transformations instantly erupted, breaking through to half-step. Divine traversing realm. Flame movement true dragon carnage. Yi Yuan roared. His fist already arrived. Yi Yuan's momentum was immensely great. But half-step boundless realms were half-step boundless realms. Their reactions naturally could not be compared to ordinary people either. That half-step boundless realm likewise hurled a fist out. The 2 attacks underwent a frontal collision directly in the air. Boom! Yi Yuan's figure abruptly stopped like a fixed spring, while that half-step boundless realm powerhouses was actually smacked down by Yi Yuan from the air, directly smashing heavily onto the ground. The might of one fist was overwhelming to the max. Seeing this punch of Yi Yuan, Shangguan Wenrui's expression could not help changing. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually daunting to this sort of extent. Just 9th level Soul C and he could actually occupy the absolute initiative in a showdown with a half-step boundless realm powerhouse already. Only at this time did Shangguan Wenrui realize that this young man before his eyes truly had the strength to threaten his life. If he faced off with him directly just now, what the outcome would be like was really hard to tell. Yi Yuan looked at Shangguan Wenrui and said coolly, "These few fellows all forcefully promoted their strength. Only essence energy reached the realm of half-step boundless. Concepts comprehension doesn't reach the standard at all. Doing this not only diminishes longevity, but their cultivation in this lifetime will also end here. If I can't even beat this sort of trash, how could I dare to enter the grand array alone?" Shangguan Wenrui's expression flickered erratically. He really did not think that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than half-step boundless. In his view, Yi Yuan was at most able to deal with 9th-level divine traversing martial artists. Half-step boundless and 9th-level divine traversing were two entirely different concepts. Yi Yuan's glorious military exploits previously were all borrowing Yi Qing and Yu Mengli, the two people's strength, and completely not his own true power. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength with his own eyes now, how could he not be alarmed? Is that so? Even if they forcefully increase their strength, they are also authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Even if one can't beat you, then how about the 10 of us? Shangguan Wenrui said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan flashed a bright grin and said, "Beat you all up the same. A creature who doesn't know life from death. I'll let you see what's called a genuine half-step boundless realm." Shangguan Wenrui gave a cold laugh. His aura was fully released abruptly. Different from those 9 people, Shangguan Wenrui was a genuine half-step boundless realm expert whose strength was on par with Qi Hai's. Back then, when Qi Hai sneaked into the Shangguan Wenrui, he was wary of Shangguan Wenrui's existence. Boundless realm powerhouses controlled a small area of heaven and earth. Even though a half-step boundless realm could not achieve control in this small area of heaven and earth, they were a demigod-like existence too. With a wave of a hand, the essence energy quantity that Shangguan Wenrui mustered was entirely not what ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists could compare to. "The 9 of you, attack together with me and crush this brat directly," Shangguan Wenrui said in a solemn voice. Right at this present moment, how could he still dare to look down on Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan already used his own actions to prove his might. Yes, Lord Shangguan. Even though those 9 people were half-step boundless realm experts, they seemed to obey Shangguan Wenrui's every word. Under Shangguan Wenrui's command, the 9 people surrounded Yi Yuan from different directions, blocking all of Yi Yuan's escape routes. Of course, Yi Yuan did not move. With his speed, wanting to escape these 9 people's containment was still very easy to accomplish. Although these 9 people were all half-step boundless realm in terms of speed, they simply could not reach Yi Yuan's speed. Rather, even Shangguan Wenrui could barely contend with Yi Yuan a little in speed. Of course, that was also because he was an authentic half-step boundless realm powerhouses. In terms of cultivation realm, he was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo. These sort of trash. What difference is there between 1 and 9? Yuan said coolly. It was only to see his figure move, attacking like lightning. Yi Yuan's movements were incomparably strange. In a blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 punches. 9 great half-step boundless realms were actually being held down and beaten by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's flame movement, true dragon carnage, was incomparably savage. Each blow had overwhelming momentum and immense power. If not for those 9 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses relying on their essence energy being thick, they would have long been beaten into minced meat by Yi Yuan. Seeing this sort of situation, how could Shangguan Wenrui still put up with sovereign extreme sword art? The moment the sword came out, a fierce and sharp sword Qi headed straight for Yi Yuan's back. Yi Yuan was currently in the midst of a fierce battle with 9 great half-step boundless realms, but had some vigilance towards Shangguan Wenrui. Constantly seeing him sneak attack, he silently cursed shameless in his heart, but drew the shining sword abruptly. turning around and stabbing over with a sword. Myriad rain sword blades. Yi Yuan already had not used this move for a long time, but it did not mean that this move's power was not strong. On the contrary, along with the increase in his strength, the power of this myriad rain sword blades got increasingly more powerful. Boom! It was an intense collision. The two attacks were actually evenly matched. Heh! Is this the pride of half-step boundless? Hiding at the back and resorting to underhanded means. Yi Yuan mocked. Shangguan Wenrui's face was already long cultivated to be thicker than a city wall. Hearing those words, he only said nonchalantly, "The victor becomes king, and the loser a bandit. As long as I kill you, what does it matter what method was used?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Truly, villains work in cahoots with each other. You people and Zhao Tianyin are simply a perfect match. I heard that your Shangguan family was the previous generation's Wind Emperor. Now being a lackey is also done with no qualms of conscience either." Shangguan Wenrui's expression fell. Yi Yuan's words clearly struck him where it hurt. The Shangguan family was a family that was abandoned. He was totally unable to resist Zhao Tianyin's domineeringness. If the Shangguan family really had any intentions of not submitting, Zhao Tianyin would absolutely exterminate the Shangguan family's entire clan with merciless means. Therefore, what Shangguan Wenrui could do was to nurture the next generation to the best of his abilities and make him win in the competition for the Wind Emperor and seize back the position of Wind Emperor. Who knew that the Shangguan Lingyun he groomed painstakingly actually died at Yi Yuan's hands? How could he not hate? Enough nonsense. Do you think that the 9 of them are really as feeble as you imagine? Heh. Bring out your true capabilities and let this brat have a look. Shangguan Wenrui suddenly grinned hideously and said, "Once those 9 half-step boundless realm experts received the order, the sanguine power in their bodies suddenly erupted. Each person was giving off a sinister red light all around their bodies. Those red light actually condensed to form a complete entity in the air, forming an enormous ball-shaped barrier, directly enveloping Yi Yuan inside. Thick sanguine power leaked out, corroding over straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing. He sensed that the circulation of essence energy within his body seemed to have become stagnant. Ha. Enjoy the blood prison cage well. Do you feel that your essence energy is somewhat not listening to your orders? Not only can this blood prison cage resonate with the surrounding essence energy and the essence energy within your body, but it can also even boost the 9 of their strength tremendously. To be able to force them to use this move, you can also be sufficiently proud. Shangguan Wenrui said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan's expression darkened. His figure moved, wanting to break free from this area of red domain. Yet, he suddenly discovered that his speed actually could not be mustered up. 3 figures were actually even faster than his speed, directly sealing off his exits shut. Bang! Yi Yuan directly engaged in a blow with the 3 people and was actually struck until his innards were in a turmoil. These 9 people's strength seemed to have really rose a great deal. This blood prison cage was indeed incomparably bizarre. Yi Yuan fastidiously sensed it a bit. Indeed, he discovered that his connection with the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy became much weaker. This also signified that his offensive power would weaken substantially. As for movement technique, without the support of essence energy, it would naturally be much weaker as well. Looks like these 9 people were also not absolutely without merit. This move was indeed unbelievably daunting. Falling into it was practically a certain death situation. Yi Yuan. This taste of waiting for death. How is it? Shangguan Wenrui said. Delightedly. Yi Yuan gave him an indifferent glance and said, "You all invaded the endless world, collected sanguine power to use for raising your own powers. This kind of utterly devoid of conscience actions, heaven won't take you guys in, i.e. Yuan will put you away. Humph, stubborn fellow. I want to see just what you rely on to take us away. Kill him for me, Shangguan Wenrui said. The 9 people received the order and attacked Yi Yuan once more. But this time, under their teamwork, their power increased greatly and actually forced Yi Yuan back repeatedly. If not for Yi Yuan comprehending the concept of wind flow, he would probably be a corpse at this time already. These 9 people were seemingly 9 devils who came from hell, filled with sanguine qi. Even so, Yi Yuan was also in perilous danger all around and almost got hit many times. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, the taste of this blood prison cage is nice, right? Even if your methods are immensely formidable, without strength to unleash them, aren't you still a good-for-nothing? Yun'er was our Shangguan family's hope, and you actually dare to kill him. Today I'll send you off to be buried with Yun'er. Shangguan Wenrui unleashed his martial technique once more without any hesitation outside the blood prison cage. Sovereign extreme sword art. Still that martial technique. But this time the power could not be mentioned. In the same breath, this was the sovereign extreme sword art's ultimate move. Being executed by Shangguan Wenrui's hands, the power was formidable until it made people feel asphyxiated. A stream of flowing light tore through the sky, entering right into the blood prison cage. The might of this sword even through the city protecting Grand Array, Chushi. They all could clearly sense it too. The full power attack of a half-step boundless realm powerhouse. The might was unimaginable. Those people viewing the fight even felt the entire space trembling. Lord Yi Yuan. When Chushi saw Yi Yuan in a hopeless situation, he yelled out at the top of his voice. He leaped, wanting to rush into the Grand Array. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred inside the blood prison cage. An azure streak of light gradually lit up from weak to strong. The red-colored light, which originally suppressed Yi Yuan to the extreme, actually became dim. Under the streak of azure light, roar! The sound of a clear dragon roar reverberated throughout the entire Wufang city. Boom! A close-to-materializing azure colossal dragon soared up into the air, directly smashing the 9 great half-step boundless realm experts surrounding Yi Yuan into meat paste. But these 9 people's death were simply unable to stop this azure dragon in the slightest. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, that azure dragon met directly with that stream of light which tore through the sky, then collided fiercely together. Boom! At this instant, the surrounding space virtually started to distort. A massive aftershock spread out like a roaring wave, restraining all of the sounds in this world. Those fierce Gale World martial artists slightly closer were directly obliterated by this powerful aftershock without even letting out a tragic cry, while the martial artists slightly further away were overturned by waves of air billows and did not have the strength to resist at all. Crack, crack, crack. All of a sudden, cracking sounds came from the city protecting Grand Array. The power of these 2 attacks colliding actually made even the city protecting Grand Array fragment inch by inch. Boom! The city protecting Grand Array finally collapsed with a loud bang under the impact of the shockwave. The city protecting Grand Array, which had lasted for thousands of years, turned into dust just like this. Yet, the contest between these 2 attacks had not ended yet. The Azure Dragon was released by Yi Yuan after, but at this time it pushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack back. Finally, this almost materialized Azure Dragon thoroughly crushed Shangguan Wenrui's attack. Then, wrapped in a formidable power, it galloped towards Shangguan Wenrui. Shangguan Wenrui was long frightened silly by Yi Yuan's attack already. This attack was too powerful. Powerful until it made him, his half-step boundless realm, give birth to fear. In his heart, virtually without any hesitation, Shangguan Wenrui turned around and fled. However, how could his speed compete against the Azure Dragons? This Azure Dragon was seemingly something with a soul. It actually attacked Shangguan Wenrui with an even greater speed. Bang! Shangguan Wenrui was directly plowed into by the Azure Dragon's colossal head. He spat out a mouthful of blood with a cough, his body falling down weakly. The 9 great half-step boundless realms being killed, that terrifying blood. Prison cage naturally collapsed on itself too. Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Shangguan Wenrui. Give you a chance. Say my parents' whereabouts and I'll make it painless for you. Don't harbor any hopes of getting lucky in your heart. My methods of torturing people are absolutely much more horrifying than you imagine.
Yeah.
Yuan said coolly. Hearing that voice of Yi Yuan's, which seemed to have come from the underworld, Shangguan Wenrui could not help shuddering. He could discern that thick killing intent in Yi Yuan's words. However, Shangguan Wenrui was aware that he was certain to be killed, so he did not really mind Yi Yuan's killing intent. He never could have thought that Yi Yuan could unleash such a peerlessly powerful blow. That attack earlier already infinitely approached boundless realm. Right then, just now, Shangguan Wenrui clearly perceived that the heavenly Tao had a trace of undulation and almost rained down heavenly tribulation. Shangguan Wenrui even felt that it was not that the might of this palm stopped here, but Yi Yuan deliberately suppressing the power and not letting it break through the limits of the endless world. If it was really like this, then Yi Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. One could say that he was an invincible existence under boundless realm. How could a Soul Sea realm martial artist possibly unleash such a horrifying
Martial technique?
spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm? That move earlier was precisely the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm, released with spirit rank dragon wave that Yi Yuan comprehended recently. Even before Yi Yuan comprehended it, he also did not expect that the spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm would actually be so powerful. Indeed, for the dragon race to be able to become the leader racial group among the demon races, they were not an ordinary kind of strong. Yi Yuan seemed to have extraordinary talent in the comprehension of dragon wave. Just before the army moved out this time, after Yi Yuan's injuries healed, he finally broke through the shackles of heaven rank, achieving spirit rank dragon wave. And Yi Yuan had a feeling that this spirit rank dragon wave seemed to be a watershed. Between heaven rank and spirit rank was seemingly the division between immortal and mortal. The disparity was too great. Earlier, Yi Yuan had indeed intentionally suppressed the power of the dragon wave. Otherwise, it would likely really draw the heavenly tribulation. With Yi Yuan's present strength, calling down the heavenly tribulation was no different from seeking death. Haha, what's the harm in telling you? Your parents have already been sent to the central capital. If you have the capabilities, go to the fear scale world and rescue them back. Shangguan Wenrui said with his mouth full of blood. Yi Yuan's expression fell, and he thought to himself that it was indeed so. Looks like Zhao Tianyin had long guessed that I wouldn't die that easily and wanted to use my parents to threaten me. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Zhao Tianyin isn't as simple as you think. Moreover, with your parents in his hands, you're not his match at all. Haha, I know that you'll definitely go and save your parents. Even if I can't kill you, Zhao Tianyin will also kill you. Yi Yuan, you can't escape the word death. In the end, Shangguan Wenrui cursed venomously. Noisy. Yi Yuan slapped a palm over again, ending Shangguan Wenrui's life. This fellow still did not forget to curse him when facing imminent death. Really did not know life from death. But Yi Yuan had no choice but to admit that the current situation was rather troublesome, and he was also very worried about Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's safety. Zhao Tianyin, this fellow indeed, had the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Once he faced his adversary squarely, it was simply taking every conceivable possibility into account. Now that Yi Hang and Ren Hongling landed in his hands, Yi Yuan was somewhat hesitant in taking action. In the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan released all the saved people from inside the vast heaven pagoda and removed the restrictions on their bodies one by one. With Yi Yuan's current strength, even if Chi Hai they all knew that the vast heaven pagoda was in his hands, he did not need to worry about anything either. This bit of restrictions was naturally not worth mentioning to him. When Chi Hai and the rest saw Yi Yuan again, the shock in their hearts could be imagined. Yi Yuan saved them on top of city walls and faced off with those 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses. Now that Yi Yuan appeared in the city lord manor, that was enough to explain everything. Yi Yuan actually relied on his own strength and triumphed over 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses? This sort of battle result was seriously too astonishing. Even by pouring in all of the endless world's strength, they were also unable to defeat those 10 people. But Yi Yuan was merely just at the peak 9th level Soul Sea right now, and he actually did it. Just how formidable to what degree was the current Yi Yuan?
Ye Yuan, apologies.
I didn't protect your father and mother well. Chi Hai's words revealed thick self-condemnation in it. He was the endless world's strongest person and also the realm lord. He actually did not even detect the enemy's intentions, and the old nest was wiped out all at once. It was indeed an action that was very derelict of one's duties. If it were in the past, even if Chi Hai had some self-reproach, he would not say it out like this either. But now, Yi Yuan actually already matured into a martial artist much more powerful than him. When facing Yi Yuan, Chi Hai's tiny bit of superiority feeling already vanished. Without a trace, the present Yi Yuan was the endless world's strongest person. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget it. Worrying over these now is not very useful either." Zhao Tianyin intentionally schemed against those who had no intention of doing so. Wufang City being breached is also something within expectations. Even Yi Yuan himself also did not think that Zhao Tianyin could actually create 9 half-step boundless realm experts. So from the very beginning, the outcome of Wufang City falling into the enemy's hands was destined. After everyone sat down, Yi Yuan sat at the seat of honor position. There represented the position of the strongest person. Now that the fierce Gale world's great army had severe losses in the endless world, they already can't stir up much of a wave anymore. From today onwards, you all start to proceed with counterattacks. But the fierce Gale world's loss is already fixed, and they have already suffered due punishment. So don't commit too many killings. Those who are willing to surrender, gather them together first, then group them up and send them back to the fierce Gale world. Yi Yuan instructed with the bearing of a sovereign. Yes, Lord Yi Yuan. Ning Yixian clasped his hands and said. Unknowingly, a change also occurred with Ning Yixian's attitude towards Yi Yuan. Even the term of address changed. This was the pressure that a true powerhouse gave people. In the world of martial artists, it has always been the strong who reigned supreme. Your strength is powerful. Other people will submit to you wholeheartedly. Your strength is weak. Others won't even be inclined to give you a glance. Regardless whether it was looking at strength or achievements, Yi Yuan was fully deserving of the word Lord. Before Yi Yuan exited the God-prohibited demon region, the endless world could be said to have already been fully occupied by the enemy. It was Yi Yuan overturning the raging tides alone, killing off all the strongest fierce Gale world people in the endless world. This kind of strength, even thinking about it, made people give rise to awe and reverence in their hearts. Yi Yuan was not that sort of authentic aboriginal. He was formerly a high and lofty alchemy emperor. Towards these people's changes in mentality, he did not have any discomfort getting into character very naturally. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that along with the increase in his strength, many friends that he could originally converse with would also gradually drift apart. Loneliness at the peak was this logic. Just like Long Tang, Nanfeng aunt and niece, they were originally all fellow apprentices at the same sect. But now, even if Yi Yuan wanted to drop his attitude and get close to them, they would also feel unnatural. This was the change in status brought by strength. Even though Yi Yuan knew that Nanfeng aunt and niece already had their hearts committed to him, the disparity between their strength ordained that they were not people of the same world. Of course, Yi Yuan was not that sort of people who forget their roots. Since they were friends, Yi Yuan would definitely guide them a bit and let them have even more space to advance in the future. Yi Yuan nodded his head and asked, the places that the fierce Gale world passed through were virtually all massacring the cities. But why was there not much killing when they breached Wufang City? Yi Yuan had a few simple glances in the city and discovered that Wufang City's preservation was still considered pretty intact, as if it did not get into a war. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Also, these people in front of him, Yi Yuan originally thought that they were pretty much done for. Who knew that they were only controlled? That dumb Shangguan Wenrui actually even wanted to use them to threaten him. I've heard them talk about this before. They were planning on gathering us, these people, together and choose a time to carry out a collective sacrifice. Originally, it was also going to be carried out these few days, but didn't expect that Yi Yuan, you actually killed your way back.
Ki hai an su.
Yi Yuan was enlightened. Turns out that it wasn't not taking action, it was just not yet started. Wufang City here were all the big shots of the endless world. Each and every one of their strength was unfathomable. Once they died, using that sort of crude way to collect the sanguine power was truly too much of a waste. Therefore, that was why they had the thought of gathering them together to sacrifice. It was just that Shangguan Wenrui did not think that Yi Yuan would return domineeringly, directly crushing 10 mighty half-step boundless realms and freeing Wufang City. Yi Yuan swept a glance over everyone's faces and suddenly asked rather worriedly, is Brother Zihue still around? Hearing Brother Zihue, this name, the expression on everyone's faces could not help becoming absent-minded and did not recall who Brother Zihue was for a moment. It was still Ren Xingchuan who recovered first and hurriedly said, Su Zihue should be fine. Soul Sea realm martial artists were imprisoned by them in the dungeons east of the city. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words was Yi Yuan's suspended heart put back in its original spot. Su Zihue was father's savior. Yi Yuan owed him a huge favor. If he died, he would be very upset. Only after hearing Ren Xingchuan's words did everyone know that this Su Zihue was merely a Soul Sea realm martial artist. But everybody could not help becoming very envious. This Su Zihue could actually obtain Lord Yi Yuan's good graces. Following that, Yi Yuan personally went to the city east dungeons and released Su Zihue and removing the restrictions on his body. When Su Zihue knew Yi Yuan's current status and strength but lowered himself to let him out of the dungeons personally, it moved him to the extreme. Later, this interlude was leaked out by goodness knows who, passing on with approbation. Lord Yi Yuan's high morality reached the clouds and did not forget old friends. This added the halo of a trace of humanity on the Yi Yuan who was later deified. After this battle, Yi Yuan gradually became the figure on top of the endless world's altar. His fame was even greater than the Grand Yen True sects back then. While the Grand Yen True sect sacrificing the entire sect's strength to protect the endless world's peace was touching and deserving of a song, Yi Yuan turned the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal, utterly crushing the fierce Gale world with his own strength. Such an achievement could be said to be unprecedented and unrepeatable. The martial artists who witnessed Wufang City's great battle gave Yi Yuan a Taoist title, named True Dragon Heavenly Lord, after Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm. The endless world's martial artists spontaneously forged a monument of Yi Yuan in Wufang City, in order to commemorate True Dragon Heavenly Lord Yi Yuan. Ever since then, Yi Yuan's name of True Dragon Heavenly Lord was passed down for as long as 10,000 years in the endless world. His achievement was engraved in people's minds for generations to come. Of course, these were all the afterward. After Yi Yuan rescued Su Zihue, he gave him a large batch of medicinal pills, enough for him to cultivate to peak divine traversing realm. Following that, Yi Yuan commanded people to search everywhere for the news of the tranquil cloud sect's disciples. At the same time, the endless world's counteroffensive also officially raised the curtains. But all of this had nothing to do with Yi Yuan already. Instructing everything properly, Yi Yuan started close seclusion. The endless world's matters were already settled. But the fierce gale world's matters had not ended yet. Not eliminating Zhao Tianyin, the fierce gale world and endless world would never know peace. Before going to the fierce gale world, Yi Yuan must break through to the divine traversing realm. On a spacious field 1,000 miles outside of Wufang City, over 10 martial artists were waiting in full battle formation. Qi Hai, Qin Hongtao, Ning Yixin, and so on. These pinnacle powerhouses of the endless world were currently standing guard for a young man. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, calming his spirit and focusing his mind, currently making the final preparations before breaking through. Yi Yuan had a calm expression, facing the breakthrough that was about to arrive very indifferently. However, Qi Hai and the rest each had solemn looks on their faces, as if they were the ones transcending the tribulation. The war had not ended now. Yi Yuan was the endless world's greatest hope. There must not be any accidents. Crack! All of a sudden, a bolt out of the blue echoed. The sky that was originally clear without clouds for thousands of miles actually started to have dark clouds gathering overhead. Seeing this commotion, Qi Hai and company's expressions changed. Yi Yuan is only breaking through to the divine traversing realm here. But would there be such a huge tumult? Even though that heavenly tribulation has yet to form completely, looking at this spectacle, it's simply even stronger than other people transcending the heavenly tribulation of boundless realm. No wonder Yi Yuan possessed such horrifying strength at the Soul Sea realm. His heavenly tribulation when breaking through is too outrageous. The commotion of Yi Yuan transcending tribulation was naturally incomparably outrageous. If not for so, how was he able to rely on the heavenly tribulation back then to smite the third-level divine traversing Shangguan Yunrong down 2 minor realms? But in Yi Yuan's view, the heavenly tribulation this time was still a little weaker compared to the last time. After all, he was breaking through the lower 3 realms' great threshold the last time. The heavenly Tao's obstruction to him was much greater than this time. Such a thing was bound to still happen when breaking through from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms. This point, Yi Yuan had long been mentally prepared. This sort of advancement from breaking through the fetters of heavenly Tao was a one-time wide margin leap in life. One was bound to suffer the heavenly Tao's merciless lashing, and Yi Yuan's strength was much greater compared to ordinary martial artists. The obstruction he received would definitely be much greater than ordinary people. Bang! 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 Frenzied lightning snakes descended in a wild dance, bombarding the place Yi Yuan was at violently. Yet, Yi Yuan's place did not have any bit of essence energy undulation. Hiss! Yi Yuan is actually using his physical body to forcefully withstand the heavenly tribulation. No, wait. He's using the heavenly tribulation to temper his fleshy body. Qi Hai muttered when he saw this scene. The way Yi Yuan transcended tribulations, the impact it brought to him was too great. He had never thought before that transcending tribulations could actually be done in this fashion. The first round of heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan actually even could not be bothered to use essence energy. Within those berserk lightning snakes, Yi Yuan was seemingly a small rowboat. But this small rowboat was as if nailed to the sea surface, not budging in. In the blue-violet lightning, a streak of azure light gradually lit up. Layers of azure dragon scale actually faintly birthed on Yi Yuan's skin. The lightning tribulation was getting stronger and stronger, but Yi Yuan felt that it had the trend of getting increasingly weaker. Bombarding on his body actually had less and less of a feeling. TSK, the might of the dragon race's physical body is indeed extraordinary. I wonder to what degree this fleshy body of mine can attain if I keep on strengthening it. In the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan gasped with admiration. Very soon, the first round of heavenly tribulation passed. Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. This scene left the guarding Qi Hai and the rest speechless for a long time. They even forgot their mission for coming here today for some time. Under such a horrifying heavenly tribulation, there were actually people who could be completely unscathed. Yi Yuan, this fellow was truly a freak. This was the thought that everyone had right now without prior consultation. That day when Yi Yuan slew 10 great half-step boundless realm powerhouses, they were put away into the vast heaven pagoda by Yi Yuan and did not see Yi Yuan take action at all. Yi Yuan's might was only imagined by them. But Yi Yuan transcending tribulation today, they finally saw with their own eyes that soul-stirring might of Yi Yuan, especially Qi Hai. He was already not far away from transcending tribulation and ascending. Regarding the might of heavenly tribulation, he even had a feeling faintly from forces beyond his control. He judged himself that under such a heavenly tribulation, even if he was able to transcend it, it was also very hard to do it as lightheartedly as Yi Yuan. Very soon, the second round, third round, fourth round, each wave of heavenly tribulation was fiercer than the last. But Yi Yuan transcended through all of them very easily. When it reached the fifth round, dual-colored lightning tribulation arrived as scheduled. 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation, lightning and soul dual tribulations. Hiss. Seeing that scene which awed the heart, Qi Hai drew a cold breath. Qi Hai once again deeply felt that might of Yi Yuan's strength. The dual-colored lightning tribulation at this time was much more powerful than when Yi Yuan was breaking through to the Soul Sea realm. But Yi Yuan's growth in this major boundary was even more. The dual-colored lightning tribulation which heavily wounded Yi Yuan at that time did not bring him too much trouble at this time. He did not even make use of that black bead. The heavenly tribulation dissipated. The sky restored clarity again. You guys look, what's that? Somebody suddenly screamed, as if he saw something inconceivable. Everyone was still immersed in that horrifying dual-colored lightning tribulation earlier at this time and did not pay attention. Hearing that person speak, everyone could not help focusing their gazes over, but saw a faint phantom spilling out from the top of Yi Yuan's head. That faint phantom looked exactly the same as Yi Yuan. This divine soul condensing. How is this possible? He only just broke through to the divine traversing realm.
Qi Hai screamed.
Really didn't expect that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually condensed to such a degree already. Just broke through to divine traversing realm and his divine soul can actually condense a form. Ning Yixin was also unbelievably shocked. How is this possible? I've never heard before of divine traversing realm. Martial artists being able to condense and form their divine souls. How consolidated must Yi Yuan's divine soul be? Qin Hongtao said in amazement. No wonder he was so relaxed when crossing the soul tribulation earlier. Such a consolidated divine soul, how could that degree of soul tribulation possibly shake it? Qi Hai said. Everyone looked over, only to see that Phantom Yi Yuan was seemingly a newborn child, filled with curiosity towards this world, wandering in the air, incomparably free from inhibitions. The so-called divine traversing realm was that the martial artist's divine soul was able to roam the world and be even closer to heaven and earth. Only this way were they able to muster even more powerful heaven and earth essence, energy. But for ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists, the divine soul was an intangible thing. Even if it could separate from the physical body and roam in the world, it was also unable to sustain for long. But Yi Yuan's divine soul actually condensed to take form already. This was much more powerful compared to ordinary divine traversing realm martial artists. What middle three realm martial artists emphasized on cultivating was the divine soul. The more consolidated the divine soul was, the stronger the affinity with heaven and earth essence energy. Even if they were boundless realm martial artists, they might not be able to cultivate the divine soul to the extent of condensing to take form. But Yi Yuan had just entered the divine traversing realm now, and he actually did it already. It was also no wonder that when Qi Hai they all saw this scene, it was like seeing a ghost. Not that their experiences were few. It was truly that this sort of situation was too rare. They had never heard of it before at all. Yi Yuan's divine soul played around in the air for a while. Only when it seemed to be rather tired out did it return to Yi Yuan's body. Only at this time did Yi Yuan slowly open both eyes. The corners of his mouth could not refrain from revealing a trace of a smile. The feeling of the divine soul leaving the body. It had already been so long since he experienced it. Heavenly Sky Mountain Rage, the place where the Heavenly Sky sect in the past was and where the Purple Mansion sect was today. The Purple Mansion sect's sect master, He Mingda, could be said to be riding on the crest of success these 2 years. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for generations. At his generation, they were finally able to welcome back the powerful Wind Emperor. He Mingda was rewarded substantially by the Wind Emperor because he made huge contributions. These 2 to 3 years' time, he used the Wind Emperor's rewards to break through 2 minor realms in a row. He was already a half-step divine, traversing realm powerhouse. Furthermore, in the medicinal pills rewarded by the Wind Emperor, there were even medicinal pills to help him break through to the divine traversing realm. He Mingda never would have dreamed that he was actually able to break through to the divine traversing realm in his remaining years. Divine traversing realm. That was that pinnaclemost group of people in the endless world. Even when placed in the northern domain, it was also sufficient to establish a sect. But He Mingda naturally did not have any thoughts regarding the northern domain. After Lord Shangguan went to the northern domain, this southern domain's affairs were up to him to manage. The state of Qin, those fellows. How's the greeting? He Mingda asked an elder down below. That elder said, replying, sect master, the state of Qin's imperial family have all been taken down already. The males were sent to the mines to dig for ores, and the women were thrown into the entertainment academy as slaves, never to recover for life. The Danwu Academy was sealed, and the instructors, with relations to Yi Yuan, were all sent to dig ores together with the state of Qin's imperial family. Also, that whatever fragrant medicine pavilion it was removed as well. He Mingda's face revealed a delighted smile, and said with a loud laugh, ha ha ha. Pretty well done. That brat called Yi Yuan actually made us have such a stumble, and even nearly crippled Lin Chao truly deserves death. Now, this boy naturally has Lord Shangguan to go and deal with. We can't stick a hand inside, but can entertain that group of relatives and friends of his properly. The elder was naturally aware of the fury in He Mingda's heart. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for thousands of years. Erupting in one day, they originally thought that they could unify the southern domain. Who knew that at this time, this brat called Yi Yuan would actually pop out and make the Purple Mansion sect have a huge stumble, and also disrupted the Wind Emperor's original setup. At that time, He Mingda was fearful and trembling in his heart. Every day he could not even sleep well, afraid that the Wind Emperor would kill him in a rage. But who knew that not only did the Wind Emperor not kill him, he even let him be in charge of all matters concerning the southern domain perfectly fine. However, even though the matter had passed, the fury in He Mingda's heart did not pass. Some time ago, He Mingda finally straightened out all the things in the southern domain. Right away, he pointed the spearhead at the state of Qin, whose relations were not shallow with Yi Yuan. Looks like you're laughing very happily. He Mingda was currently chuckling to himself when a voice suddenly sounded out in the great hall. He Mingda's expression changed, and he said in a cold voice, "Who? Pretending to be mysterious. If you have the capabilities, reveal your true face." He Mingda was currently incomparably shocked in his heart. There was actually someone who could enter the Purple Mansion sect's main hall noiselessly, and not a single person in the entire sect discovered it, including him. When was there such a powerful existence in the southern domain? A youth clothed in white walked into the great hall, neither hurriedly nor slowly. When Mingda saw him, his knees went weak in fright and he nearly toppled down from his chair. This youth was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who came from the northern domain. Leaving the southern domain for such a long time, Yi Yuan still could not quite put his mind at ease regarding the state of Qin. Although his parents had already left the state of Qin for a long time, Yi Yuan still had quite a number of people worthy of care remaining in the state of Qin, such as manager Fengsan, such as Huinyong, Jiang Yunhe, and so on. Him returning to the southern domain this time was to enter the fear-scale world through the Grand Yen Trusex ruins and conveniently dropped in on the state of Qin. Who knew that the state of Qin was actually taken out altogether? Manager Fengsan died horribly, the fragrant medicine pavilion was thoroughly dissolved. Huinyong, Jiang Yunhe, and the Nanfeng family were all sent to dig in the mines. Mingda's actions thoroughly infuriated Yi Yuan. Mingda could cover the skies with one hand in the southern domain now. Doing this sort of thing naturally would not have any misgivings. Yi Yuan just inquired a little and knew that it was the Purple Mansion sect playing tricks. At the back, Yi Yuan sent white light to rescue Huinyong and the rest, while simultaneously dropping in to visit over here. Actually, Yi Yuan only came a step late. When he rushed to the Purple Mansion sect, the elder handling the affairs had also just happened to return to the sect. Hence, there was that scene just now. What made Mingda astounded was that just 2 to 3 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually a divine traversing realm powerhouse already. Mingda knew that Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, but also did not think that it was actually heaven-defying to this kind of degree. Seeing Yi Yuan, Mingda knelt down with a thud and begged for mercy. Why, Yuan, I. All of this is all the Wind Emperor's orders. I'm only carrying out the orders. I beg you, don't kill me. Yi Yuan looked at Mingda and suddenly grinned and said, Is that so? I'm going to meet Zhao Tianyin very soon. Why not? I bring you to confront him face to face. Yi Yuan did not tolerate his explanation at all. Pointing lightly with his finger, violent essence energy directly shackled Mingda up. While that elder was blasted into residue immediately, Yi Yuan's figure moved and arrived in front of Mingda. Extending his hand and smacking on his head with a lug, he directly pulled out his divine soul, throwing it into a small bottle prepared in advance. Fiery, attend to this fellow well. Finishing all of this, Yi Yuan gave an order to Fiery. A wisp of essence fire also silently entered inside the small bottle. Yi Yuan casually sealed the small bottle shut, but heard clamoring sounds coming from inside. This kind of divine soul refining method was exceedingly cruel. Mingda's divine soul could even survive for as long as 100 years inside this small bottle. He would have to suffer the agony of essence fire burning the body at all times. In the end, he would be refined, finished, never to reincarnate forever. Yi Yuan never tend to be like this towards enemies. But this Mingda touched his bottom line. Fengsan's death made him give rise to thick killing intent towards Mingda. Furthermore, the endless world suffering this kind of apocalyptic calamity. The chief culprit was Mingda. Even though he was just a minor character, this minor character changed the moving direction of the two small worlds. Towards the entire Purple Mansion sect, Yi Yuan obviously would not be soft-hearted as well, directly choosing to eradicate the sect, slaughtering the Purple Mansion sect from top to bottom cleanly. But what surprised Yi Yuan was that he actually did not find Lin Chao's figure in the Purple Mansion sect. It also counted as having let him escape a calamity. Yi Yuan did not have much time to waste on this as well. The pressing issue was that he still had to hurry to the Fear-Scale world. Therefore, he did not stop over for long too. Several days later, Yi Yuan's figure appeared at the ruins of the Grand Yen True sect. Time passed and circumstances had changed. Yi Yuan also sighed incessantly in his heart, coming to this place again. At that time, the 8 great sects came to explore the mystic realm. Who knew that it actually triggered such a tragic war between two worlds. Those martial artists who came to explore the mystic realm at that time, only Yi Yuan was left now. Even those tranquil cloud sect's fellow apprentices still did not have any news now as well. The present ruins were long teeming with fierce Gale world martial artists. Already, Yi Yuan obviously would not be polite, killing all the way into the realm passageways area. The one guarding the realm passageway was a divine traversing realm expert. However, he was not an enemy capable of exchanging a single blow with Yi Yuan at all. Scram back and tell Zhao Tianyin to ask him to wash his neck clean and wait for me to come and chop. Yi Yuan did not kill that divine traversing realm martial artist but said to him, Zhao Tianyin, come out for me. In the sky above the central capital, a figure stood in the air. Yi Yuan's voice was like rolling thunder, instantly spreading throughout the entire central capital. Yi Yuan passed right through the city protecting Grand Array and entered inside the capital. This time he did not have the need to be sneaky like last time. He had the strength to confront Zhao Tianyin now. This howl of Yi Yuan's immediately drew everyone's attention. Who is this person, to actually dare address His Majesty's name, directly without honorifics? Does he want to die? You idiot! This boy is clearly coming with ill intentions. If he isn't a fool, then he has genuine ability. Do you think he wants to die or not? You're the idiot. Who can be His Majesty's match in this world? He's a boundless realm powerhouse. Even though this boy's strength is pretty good, he's at the very most also just a first-level divine traversing realm only. The person actually had no words to retort. In these fierce Gale world martial artists' view, Yi Yuan was purely here to seek death, because at this time it was simply impossible for anyone to be the Wind Emperor, His Majesty's match. In their hearts, His Majesty was an invincible existence. Except Yi Yuan came here today in order to devastate that invincible king in their hearts. On Chisha Mountain, Star Abyss was currently giving a sermon to his disciples. Hearing this voice, his expression could not help changing. Who has such nerve to actually dare provoke His Majesty? This voice is so familiar. It's little junior brother's voice. Master, it's little junior brother. Returning. Sure, Harem recognized this voice very quickly, half exclaiming and half overjoyed. Star Abyss recognized Yi Yuan's voice right away. His face revealed a complicated look at this time as he said with a sigh, Yi Yuan coming back. How can he still be your little junior brother? Most likely even Master also have no choice but to address him Your Excellency already. Sure, Harem's expression changed, and he said, What do Master's words mean? Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Don't ask anymore. Follow Master out to take a look, and you'll know. Finished talking, Star Abyss got up and headed out of the door. The group of disciples were all surprised and bewildered and followed him out of the door too. At the same time, countless family clans in the city were alarmed, all leaving their homes to watch one after another. But what made their jaws hit the ground was that the youth who appeared, slightly skinny in the air, was only a divine traversing realm martial artist. This kind of strength was still considered pretty good when placed outside the central capital. But even if the elites in the central capital were all brought out, he could not be ranked in this kind of strength. How could he dare to challenge Lord Wind Emperor? 2 years ago, Yi Yuan overpowered everyone in the central capital. But at that time, Yi Yuan's strength was still weak after all. In these 2 years, regardless of whether in terms of disposition or strength, Yi Yuan was worlds apart from at that time. There were naturally very few people who could remember that this youth before their eyes was the Yi Yuan who wreaked havoc in the capital on that day. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's commotion today was much, much greater compared to that time when he came back then. On that day it was only in the plaza. But this time, Yi Yuan's roar startled all the experts in the central capital. The current Yi Yuan shut his eyes, hands folded across his chest, quietly, waiting for Zhao Tianin's response. However, Zhao Tianin's status in the fierce-scale world was still paramount. Yi Yuan roaring so impudently like this naturally incurred the displeasure of many experts. Very soon, there were those who did not fear death rushing forward. Where did this boy who doesn't know life from death come from? To actually dare address Lord Wind Emperor's name directly without honorifics. Courting death. This was a third-level divine traversing powerhouse going over to greet Yi Yuan without allowing any explanations. Yi Yuan did not move, but a faint phantom separated from his body and came. That faint phantom just lightly tapped a finger out, and that third level divine traversing powerhouse dropped down straight from the sky just like this. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. That is divine soul condensing and taking form. How is this possible? Sure, Harem, they all had just come out from Qixia Mountain when he saw this scene, shocking Sure Harem until he was stammering when speaking. Star Abyss's gaze sharpened too. He did not think that 2 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was actually formidable to such an extent already. First-level divine traversing dealing with third-level divine traversing, and the former actually did not even unleash a move, only using the condensed divine soul to directly one-shot the latter. Furthermore, the divine soul condensing and taking form at the first-level divine traversing, what kind of concept was this? Even if Star Abyss was aware of Yi Yuan's former alchemy emperor identity, seeing this scene he was unbelievably shocked too. But speaking of which, if Yi Yuan did not have sufficient strength, it was also impossible to wantonly challenge Zhao Tianin publicly like this. Boundless realm. These 2 words were not said for fun. Now, you all know what my words earlier meant, right? Star Abyss said with an emotional sigh. Sure Harem and the group of apprentices exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. 2 years of not seeing Yi Yuan was no longer that little junior brother who needed their protection. That youth who used to seek protection under Master's feathers already truly grew up to become a peerless powerhouse. Right then, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes and said indifferently, I came here today for a personal grudge with Zhao Tianin. If there are those who don't fear death, feel free to come up. I'll just treat it as a warm-up. The voice was not loud, but it transmitted into everybody's ears clearly. These words were very arrogant. Very freaking arrogant. But this youth in front of them absolutely had the capital to be arrogant, relying solely on the divine soul to one-shot a third-level divine traversing powerhouse. Very clearly, this fellow was really here for the Wind Emperor, Zhao Tianin. A single sentence awed everyone. The divine traversing realm experts who were originally raring to have a go all sensibly pressed down the desire to provoke. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help shutting his eyes once more. Him attacking like thunderbolt was in order to stun everyone. Otherwise, some flies coming up repeatedly was also quite irritating. As for Star Abyss's lineage, Yi Yuan naturally discovered long ago. But at present, it was clearly not a good time to identify each other, so he could only treat it as if he did not see. With the passing of time, quite a number of people below could not refrain from commenting, why hasn't Lord Wind Emperor appeared yet? Could it be that he's really afraid? Shoo! Keep it down. Are you courting death? Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse. How can he possibly be afraid of this brat? Him not coming out definitely has his reason. Even though this boy's abilities are considerable, it's not possible to be Lord Wind Emperor's match either. And what you said makes sense. Lord Wind Emperor is a boundless realm powerhouse after all. How can he possibly fear a first-level divine traversing brat? Everyone was currently discussing animatedly when a disturbance suddenly arose. In the distance, clatter, clatter. A middle-aged man in fine clothing slowly walked out from the crowd. But in his hands he was pulling a very thick iron chain. The other end of the iron chain was connected to a cage forged from profound Iron. There was a male and female pair in the cage. The two people were thin and pallid, their faces without color. The Yi Yuan in the air suddenly snapped open his eyes. Starting hard at those two figures in the metal cage, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death." Yi Yuan right now had blood-red eyes with his killing intent billowing to the sky. The male and female in the cage were none other than precisely Yi Hang and Ren Hongling, husband and wife. Ever since reincarnating, Yi Yuan had never wanted to kill a person this intense before. Today was the first time. Apart from Ji Kanglin, Yi Yuan truly became enraged for the first time today. At this time, Zhao Tianyin carried the profound iron cage and soared into the air. The iron cage in excess of 1,000 pounds was like nothing in his hands, and him moving, Yi Hang and Ren Hongling immediately tumbled around inside. Their heads bumped directly onto the iron cage, giving off banging sounds. Zhao Tianyin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Are you furious? But I advise that you better not lose your temper. This metal cage was forged from profound iron. Its strength is comparable to a profound artifact's. On it is already stuck full of Tier 5 pyroblast talismans. As long as I activate it, they will immediately be blown to dust." Yi Yuan was just thinking of making a move but was forcefully stopped by Zhao Tianyin's words. "Zhao Tianyin, if they have any mishap, I dare to assure you that you won't even get to be buried with them even if you want to." Yi Yuan's words seemed to be carrying ice. It could be seen that he was already furious to the extreme at present. "Hoo-hoo, you're confident. Even if I don't have them as hostages in my hands, just the likes of you, and you want to find me for revenge? Still a little young in the end. You simply can't imagine the disparity between boundless realm and divine traversing realm." Zhao Tianyin thought nothing of Yi Yuan at all. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a brat overestimating his own ability. The further to the back the path of martial Dao, the harder it was to leap realms and battle, because the distance between each minor boundary also got increasingly greater. Perhaps Yi Yuan indeed had the ability to cross boundaries and battle, but it was absolutely impossible to cross a major boundary and defeat the boundless realm him. However, to the inherently cautious Zhao Tianyin, he would rather have a card grasped in his hands. After all, the current Yi Yuan had already matured to the degree that did not allow him to ignore. Lions would go all out to hunt a rabbit. Zhao Tianyin would not make light of this boy who rose up heaven-defyingly. One had to know that many things that he arranged single-handedly were all wrecked at this boy's hands. Looking at the present situation most likely over at the endless world, it was also more ominous than propitious already. Shangguan Wenrui had brought 10 half-step boundless realms over. If they had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before, then Yi Yuan's current strength really could not be underestimated. Of course, Zhao Tianyin was simply unable to imagine that Yi Yuan was all too clear on the gap between boundless realm and divine traversing realm. If he did not have 100% certainty, how could he possibly come to the central capital alone? Yi Yuan clenched his fists tightly, giving off cracking sounds. His nails were already embedded in the flesh, piercing his palm open. Fresh blood flowed down along the palm, but he was seemingly oblivious. Suddenly, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and slowly shut his eyes. Soundlessly, Yi Yuan entered heart-like monolith heart realm. When Yi Yuan opened both eyes once more, that scarlet-red color already disappeared. But the cold intent in his gaze still did not fade away. "Speak then. What conditions do you want before you're willing to release them?" Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Taking Yi Yuan's transformation entirely into his sights, Zhao Tianyin was also very amazed in his heart. This boy indeed could not be underestimated. To actually recover his cool so quickly, if it were others, they would probably have rushed forward without heed for anything already. Martial artists in the midst of rage were scary, but martial artists that lost proper restraint, no matter how furious, could only be played with on the palms of others. The reason why Zhao Tianyin did this was in order to infuriate Yi Yuan. Earlier he did it, but now he failed. From the look in Yi Yuan's eyes, Zhao Tianyin judged that he absolutely would not commit that kind of low-level mistake. However, so what then? As long as Yi Hang husband and wife were in his hands, Yi Yuan would have to be cautious in taking action. Ho! Recovered your cool so quickly. Rather somewhat exceeded my expectations. Looks like you're really quite different from those who think themselves to be geniuses, Zhao Tianyin said with a laugh. Yi Yuan said coldly, enough crap. State your terms. Zhao Tianyin shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, relax a little. The terms can be discussed. If you cripple your cultivation, I'll release them. The moment these words came out, a wave of hubbub involuntarily came from below. In the fierce Gale world, Zhao Tianyin was a paramount existence. He normally, very rarely appeared in the eyes of the public. But his actions today made quite a number of people all feel somewhat subverted. Although in the martial artist world, the victor was king, using this kind of method to deal with a youth who was a major boundary lower than him was truly a little too shameless. When Harem heard these words, he could not resist cursing. Utterly contemptible. Zhao Tianyin is truly too shameless to actually even utter this sort of words. Yesh, if little junior brother crippled his own cultivation, wouldn't he be a fish on the chopping board, free to be sliced up at will? Second senior apprentice brother Tang Ji said furiously. Yi Yuan laughed coldly when he heard that and said, are you insulting my intelligence? Such an absurd condition. Do you think that I'd agree? Get to work then. But you'll have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Actually, now that it came to this, Zhao Tianyin really became somewhat fearful of Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan was too calm. How could such a calm person do something without any assurance at all? Yi Yuan daring to barge into the central capital alone indicated that he at least thought that he had the strength to have a showdown with him. Adding in some conjectures from before, perhaps Yi Yuan really had the strength to threaten boundless realms. Zhao Tianyin obviously knew that Yi Yuan would not agree to this kind of terms. He was only testing the waters just now. The result was that Yi Yuan was still terrifyingly calm. All right then, since you're not willing to cripple your cultivation, then beating yourself to severe injuries. This condition shouldn't be hard, right? Zhao Tianyin said. Yi Yuan did not answer right away but fell silent. He was thinking of countermeasures. But with Zhao Tianyin's cunningness, how could he give him this opportunity? He shook the metal chain in his hand immediately, that metal cage being shaken. Like this swayed tremendously in the air. Yi Hang husband and wife were knocked around everywhere by the swaying. Very soon, their foreheads had blackish-red bloodstains bumped out. Even though they, husband and wife couple, were martial artists and their bodies were very powerful, the hardness of this metal cage was comparable to profound artifacts. How could they withstand it? Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, hold it! I accede to you. Finished talking, Yi Yuan raised his hand. A palm smacked onto his chest. Without holding back at all. Poowork. Yi Yuan's blow did not show leniency. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Immediately, Zhao Tianyin was cunning like a fox. He could not fool him at all. Being knocked like this, Yi Hang actually slowly woke up. His eyes looked around for a while rather vacantly and just happened to see the scene where Yi Yuan beat himself to severe injuries, gluing his eyes onto Yi Yuan's body. Yi Hang's tears flowed out from his eyes. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted to Yi Yuan, Yuan, quickly leave. Don't bother about us. With a son like you, your mother and I are incomparably proud. Yi Yuan receiving a palm of his own. His innards were like rivers and seas, being overturned. Hearing Yi Hang's yell, Yi Yuan forced a smile and said, rest assured, father. Your child will definitely bring you guys back safely. Haha, you can't even fend for yourself anymore, and you're still talking big. Here, I want to see just how you bring them out today. Zhao Tianyin chortled. With laughter delightedly. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said icily, I already did it in accordance with what you said. Could it be that you're going to go back on your words? But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said with a laugh, Do you take me for a fool? Even though that palm wasn't light, it was still within the scope that you can endure. This bit of injury doesn't have much impact on you. Yi Yuan's current physical body was incomparably powerful. This palm looked very powerful, but Yi Yuan's injuries were indeed still within a controllable limit. But that palm earlier was absolutely not light. He did not think that Zhao Tianyin, this fellow, was actually still unsatisfied. Then what do you want before you're happy? Yi Yuan said coldly. Hit until I'm happy. Zhao Tianyin said coolly. Yuan, don't listen to him. If you beat yourself to severe injuries, wouldn't you be at his mercy? Yi Hang said with a quivering voice. Yi Yuan gave Zhao Tianyin a glance icily and took a look at his father in the cage again. Clenching his teeth, another palm smacked onto his own chest. This palm was even heavier compared to that palm earlier. Yi Yuan spewed out a mouthful of blood again. But Zhao Tianyin shook his head and said, Still not enough. Yi Yuan did not say a word, smashing another palm onto his chest. This palm, he sent himself flying out directly. Yi Yuan forcefully propped himself to stand up, but could not even stand steadily anymore. When Yi Hang saw his son being injured until like this for him, veins popped out all over his body. He shouted to Yi Yuan at the top of his voice, Yuan, don't hit anymore. Father has let you down. You must kill this fiend. Finished talking, Yi Hang raised his hand and was about to smack towards the top of his skull. Seeing this scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianyin's mouth. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly howled. If you dare to commit suicide, your child will die right here for you to see. That palm of Yi Hang's already reached in front of his head. But hearing this sentence, it was forcefully stopped. Seeing Yi Hang stop, Yi Yuan yelled out, Father, don't you trust your child? Yi Hang's tears poured out like tidewater. He was incredibly remorseful towards Yi Yuan in his heart as he wept and said, Yuan, Father trusts you. Yi Yuan looked at Father with a firm gaze, nodded his head and said, Father, just watch. If I don't kill this beast today, your child is lesser than human. Ha ha ha. What a touching scene. However, you're already like this now. What do you have to come and kill me? Looks like your wounds are still not severe enough. Continue hitting. Hit until you can't speak. Zhao Tianyin laughed loudly and said. Yi Yuan glared at Zhao Tianyin viciously. Lifting his hand, it was another palm. One palm followed another. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was powerful, it also sustained extremely severe injuries at this time. His clothes were already soaked by his own fresh blood, looking gruesomely terrible. Little junior brother, don't hit anymore. If you carry on hitting, you'll die. Sure, Harem seriously could not carry on watching, and could not refrain from coming forward and yelled loudly to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan turned his head around and gave Harem a grateful smile. But that smile somewhat had the taste of a hero in his sunset years. Yi Yuan's miserable condition also made the countenance of those fierce Gale world martial artists below changed. Even if they were the hostile side, they also gave rise to sympathy for Yi Yuan at this time. Yi Yuan's filial piety moved every single one present. Regardless of which world they were born in, the meaning of the words filial piety were all the same. Yi Yuan clearly knew that this was extremely detrimental to him, but he did this to himself without hesitation. Martial artists cultivating the Tao were extremely self-centered, which was also relatively selfish. Yi Yuan doing this to this sort of degree for his parents, how many people among them were able to do it? How could Yi Yuan's filial piety not visibly move them? Zhao Tianyin's methods were overly beneath contempt. making use of Yi Yuan's filial piety and doing this kind of actions, but did not dare to confront head-on. Was this person really their king? For countless years, the people of the fierce Gale world had doubts towards their own faith for the first time. However, no matter how miserably Yi Yuan hit himself, he would always crawl to his feet stubbornly. This time, he dragged his weary body and asked Zhao Tianyin. As satisfied, Zhao Tianyin lifted his head to the sky and laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Yi Yuan, I admit that you're an upstanding man. However, the path of martial Dao is destined to be lonely. A person like you is doomed to not live long. Ha ha ha. On account of you having such sincerity, I'll return them to you." Zhao Tianyin shook the iron chain in his hand. That metal cage flew straight in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan resisted the intense pain all over his body, gritting his teeth as he reached his hand out to receive that metal cage. Right then, a hint of a hideous grin flashed across the corners of Zhao Tianyin's mouth. Muttering incantations from his mouth, he cried out, "Detonate!" This sound reverberated throughout the sky, stunning everybody. Those martial artists had never thought before that a person could be shameless to such a degree, while at this time Yi Yuan's arms had just touched that profound iron cage. He grabbed hold of Yi Hang and Ren Hongling's arms. Boundless essence energy gushed forth, instantly enveloping the two of them tightly. Bang! 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 Over 100 Tier 5 pyroblast talismans exploded at the same time. The power was unimaginable. With Yi Hang husband and wife strength, if they got caught even just by a bit of the explosion, they would also be blown to dust. Yi Yuan maneuvered out all of his essence energy to protect his parents, while he himself used his physical body to forcefully withstand these hundreds of pyroblast talismans' explosion. Yi Yuan was directly blasted, flying out 10,000 feet away. However, his hands grabbed hold of the metal cage tightly, his entire person being blown flying out together along with the metal cage. The instant he landed, Yi Yuan's mind stirred, putting the metal cage away into the vast heaven pagoda, while he himself fell heavily onto the ground. This time, Yi Yuan did not crawl to his feet again. Ha ha ha! Foolish boy! In this world, is there anything more important than your own life? For others, you'd actually rather go die yourself. Couldn't be more foolish. But precisely because of your foolishness that it also saved me the trouble. Now, I'll send you on your way. Zhao Tianyin flew to not far away from Yi Yuan and roared with laughter. His palm raised up and was just about to smack towards Yi Yuan's body when Star Abyss finally could not hold back from making a move. Zhao Tianyin, you're simply shameless to the max. Don't think about touching Yi Yuan. Zhao Tianyin gave him a glance coldly and casually swung a palm out, sending Star Abyss flying out immediately. Humph! A puny little alchemy sovereign being insolent in front of this monarch time and again. Do you really take it as I don't dare to do anything to you? Our fierce Gale world, this sort of remote land, presumably even if I kill you, the Alchemist Association wouldn't look into it either. Towards Star Abyss, Zhao Tianyin finally could not tolerate him any longer. Master! Sure, Harem, they all caught Star Abyss. Just one blow made Star Abyss suffer heavy injuries. But Zhao Tianyin placed the target on Yi Yuan again very quickly, saying with a hideous grin, "Weren't you very cocky just now? Didn't you say that you were going to kill me? Now I want to see just who is killing who." Zhao Tianyin waved a hand and condensed out a sword of essence energy, stabbing towards Yi Yuan.